Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
There are no proposals for committees to meet, so I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day. Number 26, COVID-19 Vaccination Status Prevention of Discrimination Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much. Well, I rise to speak to One Nation's legislation to end the pandemic of discrimination against Australians who stood for the right to refuse COVID-19 vaccinations. One Nation first introduced similar legislation in 2021. It was when Parliament sittings were being conducted remotely, when the untested jabs were being rolled out while lockdowns were being imposed. It was when bureaucrats and elected representatives deliberately trampled all over the democratic rights of the Australian people. It was when discrimination against those who stood for the right to choose vaccination was at its worst. It was so bad, so pervasive, that the Senate even refused to record One Nation's votes on our own legislation because we had the temerity to do what they should have done from the beginning. One Nation introduced this updated version of the legislation in November 2022. Here we are now debating it in 2024, and discrimination against people who refuse vaccinations continues even today. Australians who stand for the right to choose vaccination are ordinary Australians. They are doctors, nurses and paramedics caring for our health. They are police officers enforcing law and keeping us safe. They are soldiers, sailors and aviators defending our sovereignty. They are people who work alongside us in an office, in a factory, at a mine or a farm or in a shop. They are volunteers helping their communities. They are people in line with us at Centrelink, and they are people sitting next to us in corporate boardrooms. They are people who live next door, down the street, across town and interstate. They are people born here and overseas, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, men and women, adults and children. They are our people. They are our fellow citizens. They are Australians just like you and me, with families and mortgages and worries and hopes and dreams. They are no different from anyone else. The pandemic of discrimination which was unleashed upon our fellow Australians took many forms. They were demonised by not only in our own country but internationally, by elected governments and unelected health bureaucrats, a message amplified by a disturbingly compliant and complacent media. They were physically beaten by police for protesting vaccine mandates and hair-trigger lockdowns, destroying their families, jobs, businesses and the economy. They were attacked in parliaments by their very own elected representatives. Many of these people, thousands upon thousands, lost their jobs and their livelihoods with little to no prospects on the horizon. And many of them are still denied employment in their fields today because they, like me, would not allow that crap to be injected into my body. Yeah. They are still being punished by bureaucracies and government ministers who will never forgive them for not merely submitting to the jabs. These include vital frontline workers in critical fields like law enforcement, public health, the Defence Force and emergency services, all of which are short of skilled workers today. COVID-19 vaccine mandates are still in place in many jurisdictions despite the virus itself becoming endemic in the population. It is nothing less than petty, vindictive discrimination and naked vaccine coercion more than a year after the pandemic was effectively over. However, two particular vaccine mandates are no longer in place. In February this year, the Queensland Supreme Court ruled them illegal on the ground they breached the human rights of the police and nurses on whom they were imposed. That has been One Nation's position on the vaccine mandates all along. The vaccine mandates, discrimination and coercion were not only a fundamental breach of the basic human right to choose, it was a breach of the Australian Constitution. I draw Senators' attention to section 5123A, which I have on numerous occasions, of the Australian Constitution, which says Parliament can make laws with respect to the provision of maternity allowances, widows' pensions, child endowment, unemployment funds, pharmaceutical sickness and hospital benefits, medical and dental services, but not so as to authorise any form of civil conscription. What were the vaccine mandates if not the civil conscription forced upon the Australian people against the coronavirus? That is why the Prime Minister at the time, Scott Morrison, could not mandate it, so he was gutless and he knew he couldn't do it, so that's why he handed it over to the premiers to force it on the people and businesses. He knew he was going against the Constitution. I also note the valedictory speech of former New South Wales Premier Dominic Perrottet last week. Perrottet became Premier at the height of the pandemic in October 2021. In his speech last week he said, "If the impact of vaccines on transmission was limited at best, as is now mostly accepted, the law should have left more room for respect of freedom. Vaccines saved lives, but ultimately mandates were wrong. People's personal choices shouldn't have cost them their jobs. When I became Premier, we removed vaccine mandates, or the ones we actually could, but this should have happened faster. If a pandemic comes again, we need to get a better balance encouraging people to take action whilst at the same time protecting people's fundamental liberty. I'd have a lot more respect for the man if he had articulated and upheld their basic democratic principles when he had the power to do so. A mandate is still in place for New South Wales health workers, and those firefighters who refuse to be jabbed are still being refused to work even now, long after their counterparts have not been forced to have the jab since December 2021. And I believe the same is happening in Victoria with the firefighters there, unless things are changed. I can hear the bureaucrats and the politically elected minions saying, "Those shall not disobey us. Do as you are told." It was the unelected bureaucrats driving the pandemic response that trampled our human rights, not elected officials. This was coordinated and orchestrated on a global scale. The rushed COVID-19 vaccines, which cost Australian taxpayers an eye-watering, get this one, $18 billion to buy, not only proved ineffective in preventing infection and transmission. $18 million that it cost us to strip people of their human rights, force them to have a vaccine against their will. $18 billion. How much of that went back over to Japan or to these big pharmaceutical companies that pushed this? A vaccine that was not tried, tested, proven, nothing. The evidence is very clear now. These untried and untested medicines caused immense harm to many thousands of Australians and millions across the world. The Therapeutic Goods Administration reported more than 144,000 adverse reactions in Australia, an astronomical amount compared to other vaccines, and the evidence is clear there were a great deal more. More experts are now speaking up about the lifelong impact on human health of these experimental jabs. Young men across the world are experiencing heart problems, mainly with myocarditis and pericarditis. Women's menstrual cycles are being disrupted. Not only that, is that we have more miscarriages, birth defects that are happening in our society, but no one wants to own up to anything, do they? There are far fewer kidney transplant procedures taking place due to a sudden shortage of healthy kidneys. And then there is the unexplained spike in deaths in Australia and around the world that were not related to getting the virus. Then on top of that, I was also informed that we have a rise now in cancer. Cancer is now on the rise and unknown. So cancers that we have probably weren't very common, they're on the rise as well. So these people that have had this vaccine, I'm sorry to tell you, you've compromised your body. You have compromised your health. And one cardiologist said, by having the jab, you've compromised your heart 100%. So this is what the government has done to you. This is what the bureaucrats have done to you. You led like sheep to the slaughter. You were led like sheep to the slaughter over having this vaccination against your will. If you wanted to have the vaccine, that was your choice. But when people were forced and they lost their jobs because they had to have the vaccine, that's what I'm angry about. That's what needs to be exposed here. People's liberty and their rights were stripped from them. Yeah. I said at the beginning of the vaccine rollout that I would not put that shit into my body. So did many other Australians, but they had no choice. It turns out they were definitely onto something. Refusing the mandates may have saved their life. Bureaucrats in Australia have been indemnified from the consequences of imposing these harmful mandates. That needs to be reversed. Australians are demanding accountability for being forced to accept vaccinations proven to be harmful to their health. We must unpack the entire Australian response to the pandemic. We must see the health advice which led to these mandates and who provided it. We must act before the World Health Organisation's proposed pandemic treaty is imposed on the world. The only way to do this is by following One Nation's policy to establish a comprehensive Royal Commission into the management of the COVID-19 pandemic by all Australian governments. But they won't do it. They won't do it because at the time we had a Liberal National Party government, and then we also had state Labor governments. So you see, they won't want to put a noose around their own neck. That's why this Royal Commission will never happen, because you know you're both guilty of it. But Christ's sake, the people want answers. But the people want someone to stand up and say, I got it wrong. Dominic Perrottet did it, but he's out of the office now. But at least he was edging towards it. Why can't we have the same backbone from some of the members in this parliament and our leaders of this nation, premiers, whoever, and the former Prime Minister? Please be upfront with the Australian people. If we're not upfront now, when is the next time that you are going to force this on the Australian people? When is the next time that you're going to listen to health officials from somewhere around the world saying, oh, you've got to force this on the people? Until we know how to deal with this properly, we're not going to move forward with this, and the people are demanding answers. The mental illness that it has left with people is unbelievable. The health issues that people have, it's numerous health issues. I'm pulled up usually all the time that people now have health issues. They had the vaccine. I said, don't have any more. You couldn't see your loved ones, even the people in aged care homes. Unless you had the vaccine, you couldn't see your people in aged care. They were dying because they were distraught, because they couldn't see their family. They didn't know what was happening. How many people in good health actually have keeled over dead in their 40s and 50s due to heart failure? How many? How many have died? You know, former Olympians that I've heard of? Other people in good health, but all of a sudden died from heart attacks. Isn't it amazing? But we didn't do that. A lot of these people died, no autopsies done. It was all hidden, buried. We don't want to tell people. Even the inquiry that we had, that One Nation got up and had Pfizer and Moderna there, who said, oh no, no one was forced. What a load of rubbish. And why did the government indemnify these pharmaceutical companies? Why were they indemnified? Here we were giving vaccination to people that wasn't tried, tested and proven. I keep saying that. It was only about 10 months prior to that. Any vaccinations that are given to people usually goes through a period of 8, maybe 10, 18 years that needs to be properly tested. And yet this was not properly tested. A batch of this stuff actually killed people. Killed people. Every batch that was manufactured was not tested. That is the problem. I am going to keep going on and on and on about this until I'm a pain in your backside, which I don't care, until the people get answers and the people get a Royal Commission into this. I may not have the balance of power this time around, but I hope that people vote for One Nation in the next election, that we get the balance of power, because we will use that balance of power to force a Royal Commission for the people to have their say. And that is what is dearly needed. One Nation is the only party that's fighting for this, and I take my hat off to some of those, Rennick and Antic, Senator Rennick, Senator Antic and Senator Canavan, who has also stood up for this. There are very few of us here, and Senator Babet is also standing up for this. I take my hat off to them, and I respect them for standing up on their values and principles, because they know it's wrong. So you, the people, we're fighting for you. But the rest of these people in this place, they couldn't give a damn about you or your future or your health or nothing. And you're going to have to suffer until you throw them out at the next election.
Senator.
Thank you, Deputy President. The government does not support this bill. This bill is yet another stunt by Senator Hansen and One Nation, and our nation's public health is too important for that. It should be rejected by all parties. The government's position on COVID-19 vaccination is that it is voluntary, as are all vaccinations in Australia, although we encourage and aim to have as many Australians vaccinated as possible. COVID-19 vaccinations protect people in Australia against serious illness and death, and have been instrumental in allowing society to reopen both socially and economically. Since the COVID-19 vaccination program commenced, vaccination has been critical in reducing hospitalisations, admissions to intensive care units and deaths. Vaccinations remain highly effective in preventing severe illness and death, and are needed to maintain protection, particularly for priority and at-risk populations. As we can expect to experience further COVID-19 waves, to maintain protections we need to continue to follow the expert advice on the need for additional vaccine doses, particularly as new variants of concern and new vaccines and treatments emerge. We shouldn't focus on conspiracy theories and fringe agendas. Our priority continues to be ensuring that Australians continue to receive the vaccinations recommended for their age and health status.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Deputy President. We shouldn't continue to focus on conspiracy theories and fringe theories. I don't think the thousands of Australians injured by the COVID vaccine would take too kindly to that disrespectful remark there by Senator Urquhart and the Labor Party. Vaccine injuries are not a conspiracy theory, and it is this reason why we need— I'm actually ambivalent about a COVID-19 and a Royal Commission into it, because quite frankly I don't trust the judiciary. And they don't have the knowledge around the biochemistry of the vaccine. But what I do want out of this process is that I want accountability. And I want the people that made these decisions, and I want the people who gaslight the injured people to be held account. Because I am sick and tired of these people being mocked by people in this chamber, the other chamber, the media, the health authorities, and mocking people who followed the government advice in good faith and then have been trampled on and gaslighted because it doesn't suit their political agenda. And that is absolutely shameful. That is absolutely shameful. And to think that came from a Labor senator who's on the actual Community Affairs Committee that covers the health portfolio that they should get up here and refer to these people as conspiracy theorists is an absolute disgrace. And that is the nub of this issue, is the fact that government and democracy, democratic governments, are all about holding people to account. Democracy, as the great patriots in 1776 fought for, was to upturn the establishment, and no longer would we have the ruling elite destroy the individual. And yet what we've got here is a complete gaslighting of what happened in COVID-19. And of course, it's not just the vaccine injuries that we need to look into. We need to look into the whole sorry saga. And I will slightly disagree with that, Senator Hansen. I don't want the judiciary involved. I actually went to the Supreme Court and sat in the Supreme Court when the police, those brave police officers, actually stood up for their own rights. And I listened to a judge say that he didn't want to understand the biochemistry of the vaccine. He didn't want to understand the biochemistry of it. Well, if you don't actually understand how the thing works, how on earth can you possibly rule on it? And that's where the nub of this issue goes to, is how we need to actually understand how respiratory infections work. We need to understand pathogens, because there's different types of pathogens, and I'll touch on that now because I've got 15 minutes to speak. So it's very important that you understand you have different types of pathogens. You have bacteria, you have double-stranded DNA viruses, and you have single-stranded mRNA viruses. Okay, your bacteria is generally dealt with by the use of antibiotics. And one of the reasons why we haven't had severe pandemics in the last 100 years is thanks to those great scientists like Fleming and Florey, who discovered penicillin and have effectively been able to use antibiotics to control the spread of bacteria. And that is an issue that we need to look at here, is why azithromycin, which was a widely used antibiotic, was actually by the COVID-19 Evidence Task Force, why they recommended against using this widely used antibiotic for people who had COVID. Because if you actually understand respiratory infections, you might initially catch a viral infection, but if for older people or vulnerable people, they will get a bacterial infection. And yet we had a situation there, and this is another thing that needs to be looked at, were the lockdowns in Victoria in 2020, August 2020, that led to about 800 deaths in aged care centres. Why were those people locked down in aged care centres when they should have been put in hospital? That's something that hasn't been looked at all, because aged care centres weren't equipped to deal with people who had COVID. Those people should have been sent to hospital. And was that deliberate by the then Premier to make sure that if they went to hospital it didn't become his responsibility? Was it all too politically convenient to let them die in aged care centres so that the state government of Victoria could blame the federal government, which was a Liberal government? Because the other thing that needs to, I'll say the other thing, one of many things that needs to be looked at is the politicisation of health. And we saw it with the premiers every day, who would get up there and perform their stunts like clowns in the media circus, terrifying people about the risks of that virus. A virus which, mind you, I accept, was a risk to older people and people with vulnerabilities, comorbidities. All viruses are, but it's how you react to these things that matter. It's how you handle these issues. And locking down healthy people of working age population was completely unnecessary. You don't destroy the strong to protect the weak. But yet that's exactly what happened here, because we know that the Labor government could never accept that they lost the 2019 election. And we all know that in politics, that Labor are generally considered to be more trusted with health and education. The Liberals and the Coalition are generally considered to be more trusted with defence and the economy and law and order. So Labor played on their strengths. They knew that they could terrify everyone, lock everyone down with their repeated propaganda, and that's what it was. It was nothing but propaganda, those daily press conferences. Ooh, there's COVID in the sewerage. There's COVID in the sewerage. Or Dan Andrews, if you don't take this vaccine, you're going to be lining up for a machine that helps you breathe. What type of hysterical hyperbole is that? That's not medical advice. That's not medical advice. That is unashamed and unabashed propaganda used to exploit people who didn't understand what we were dealing with. Now, I mean, some people, and you know, I have to deal with these people as well, think the whole virus thing's not real. I disagree with that. I think viruses are real, they're genuine, and they need to be dealt with. But you do not. The fact of the matter is that most people could have coped with it, okay? And we did not need to lock down. Now, the other thing we really need to address when we look at this whole handling of the COVID pandemic was the actual PCR testing. There are two issues with the PCR testing. One was that the cycle threshold was set at 40. So that would pick up anything, any sort of dead virus in your body, that if you'd had a virus from years gone by and any part of that was left in your body, that could pick it up. But the other thing, and this is what really annoys me, is that we cannot get the primers or the genetic sequence that was used in that PCR testing to actually find out what the PCR testing said was COVID. So we know that COVID was a virus with 29 proteins of about 1,200 nucleotides in each protein. We know the sequence of COVID. What I've asked for from the TGA, and they won't give it to me because it's commercial in confidence, is the primer used in that PCR test to distinguish, to determine whether or not that PCR test could distinguish between COVID and other forms of viruses, whether it be influenza A, B, or whatever. You know, and it was interesting when the Olympics was on, I noticed that everyone, you know, people had COVID. They didn't have the flu, they had COVID. And this is really, really important because as we've just heard Senator Urquhart say, there's going to be more waves of COVID. Really? Well, that's nothing new in that. We've had waves of viruses for thousands of years. Ever since man started to domesticate animals, we've been catching viruses from animals and sharing it amongst animals and humans and whatever through contact for thousands of years. This is nothing new. What is new, however, is the level of propaganda and organised global propaganda by a concentrated media that has access through technology into all of our phones very easily. So once upon a time, I remember growing up, you might listen to the news once in the morning or on the radio and you might have a news bulletin at 7 o'clock at night and you may have to go, and if you wanted to get the newspaper, you'd have to go up, get the newspaper and that'd be it. Today's technology allows news to be streamed to you every second of the day. And so that message can be constantly repeated. And we saw that yet again here in Australia. I mean, I know Clive Palmer rang me. He wanted me to join his party early on when I withheld my vote. But he did tell me that when he tried to put out advertisements to warn against the vaccine, he was told that no media would actually put those advertisements out. No media would put those advertisements out because if they did that, the government said that we will not give you any media advertising. Now, that was an absolute disgrace. That was an absolute disgrace. And it raises the question, is our media too concentrated in this country? And I think it is. I think it was the Morrison government that actually abolished the cross-media ownership laws in this country. Well, we need to bring the cross-media ownership laws back and we need to break up the monopoly of basically the Murdoch press, the ABC press and the 9 Fairfax press, because those 3 media organisations control probably, I'm guessing, 80% of the mainstream media. And there is very, very little room to have a contrasting opinion, and if you do, heaven forbid, you get shut down. You get shut down. So we need to have a look at that. We need to look at the excess deaths yet again. You know, we heard Senator Urquhart say the vaccine saved lives. I'd really like to know how you work that out. Because unless you're doing autopsies on all those deaths, unless you're getting tissue samples, unless you're looking for the presence of the spike protein, and the spike protein from the vaccine is different to the spike protein in the virus, there's a proline insertion at 986 and 987, proline amino acid insertion there that will tell you very quickly if there's a vaccine proteins are hanging around in the body causing damage. And then we've got the lipids. 4 different lipids, despite what Professor, adjunct professor, not a real professor, adjunct professor, Skerritt told me in estimates that the lipids are nothing more than dietary lipids that you eat on your steak or sausage. They're not. They were actually lipids designed to cross the cell membrane of any cell. Now, the virus couldn't do that. It could only cross the membrane of a cell with an ACE receptor. And here's the thing, the spleen and the bone marrow don't have ACE receptors. Those 2 organs are very important because they produce your white blood cells. You start messing around with the organs that produce the white blood cells to protect your immune system, you're playing with fire. But yet this vaccine used a process called transfection. And this was the first medicine to ever be used that could cross the cell membrane, go inside your cell, and the ribosomes would start processing a new pathogen based on whatever was in that mRNA code. So we really need to have a much further investigation of that. And this is the thing when they say it saved lives or whatever. I actually think the lockdowns early on probably did save lives for what it's worth. I'm not disputing that. But was at the cost-benefit analysis of what? We went from 164,000 deaths in 2019 to 162,000 deaths in 2020. Sure, so 2,000 people less died in 2020 because of the lockdowns, right? But then in 2021, we had an extra 10,000 deaths. So what caused that? Because COVID wasn't in the community in 2021. Now, maybe that was a bit of a blowback from the fact that we had delayed or deferred medical checkups. I think that's entirely plausible. But to have an extra 10,000 deaths in 8 months, that was a spike of 10%. And those deaths jumped the very first month after the vaccine rollout occurred. For these guys to gaslight those figures as being not related to the vaccine is absurd, especially when COVID wasn't in the community. It's much harder in 2022 when you had an extra 30,000 deaths. Right, sure, COVID was in the community. What was COVID? What was the vaccines? We don't know, even though I suspect it was probably both. But 2021, you had and Australia's very unique like that, in a sense, because we stayed locked down for so long. And then, of course, we need to look at, those border lockdowns, because we had thousands of people in my home state, Queenslanders, locked out of Queensland, living in tents in Murwillumbah and places, or living in the back of their car. My office was bombarded with people who couldn't pay their hotel bills. They got caught out. They had bills of $10,000. They couldn't get to work. They had pets locked up in the houses, and most importantly, they couldn't see their loved ones. They couldn't see their loved ones. I've got a very close friend who herself was in this chamber once upon a time who couldn't be there when her sister died. Who couldn't be there when her sister died because you guys stopped that from happening. And that's disgraceful. That is absolutely disgraceful. So we need, I don't care what sort of inquiry it is, we need to get real, and we need to hold the people to account that caused so much unnecessary suffering to Australians.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Australian Greens acknowledge that the Australian Government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, including access to vaccination, saved the lives of many people and ensured that our communities were protected from the very worst of the COVID-19 related illnesses. We saw in other countries where they did not have the same access to vaccines that many, many more people died from a preventable disease. This was a tragedy, and it needs to be recognised in this debate that vaccines save lives. Access to safe and affordable vaccines are especially important for the health and safety of immunocompromised people, disabled people, people living in residential aged care, and First Nations people. The Australian Greens also acknowledge that the experience during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the well-being and mental health of many people in different ways, and some people continue to experience harm as a result. I am eagerly awaiting the report detailing the findings of the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry. It is my hope that this report will provide clear, tangible recommendations for improvements for future pandemics. We must ensure that our governance frameworks for future pandemics are created and formulated in such a way that people are not left in vulnerable situations nor experiencing discrimination. In the context of this bill, there are a few areas that I want to reflect on relating to the areas that I'd like to see improvements on following the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the first area of priority for reviewing our response is the treatment of disabled people. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic impacted disproportionately disabled people. Many people experienced, and some are still experiencing, extended periods of being locked in their homes, shielding from the world to protect themselves. Many people experienced discrimination in hospital wards, where doctors were forced to make policy decisions that would see disabled people's lives less than abled people's lives. Just think about that. As a person going into your local hospital, and maybe through the course of your life you have had other negative experiences with being in medical settings. You've said, I'm in pain, and you haven't been believed. You've said, I need help, and help hasn't come. And in a moment of real serious fear, you go to that space in need of help, and you're made to feel as though, or you are proactively informed of, a policy which, regardless of the intent, has the end effect of treating your life, health and safety as less valuable than that of a non-disabled member of your community. It was a truly terrifying time. There are countless more examples of how state and territory and federal government policies can be improved to uphold the rights of disabled people in a pandemic. The second matter that I'd like to raise in my contribution today is the impact of ongoing poor health. I'd like to reaffirm that vaccinations saved lives through the pandemic, and I would also like to acknowledge that for some people who received a vaccination, they did experience injury from that vaccination. The Australian Greens have heard from the community that the government's response to vaccine injury, and particularly the vaccine injury inquiry, has been inadequate. There have been insufficient commitments to long-term research into support for people experiencing vaccine injury. And the compensation program has been too narrow in its criteria to support people. The COVID-19 vaccination claims scheme, which provides compensation for people who experience vaccine injury, is due to conclude on the 30th of September. The Australian Greens believe that this scheme should be extended beyond this date, as there are still people receiving COVID-19 vaccinations right now, and there should be a review into the program to understand how the eligibility criteria could be improved. The pandemic caused a decline in many people's mental health, and many people are still experiencing poor mental health as a result. Too many people are still not able to access mental health supports that they urgently need. This is because, in a cost of living crisis, appointments with counsellors, psychologists, psychiatrists, and GPs are simply too expensive. Cost should never be a barrier for people accessing health care in this country. This government could be doing so much more to invest in the well-being of our community. The Greens' priority is for far more mental health services to be available under Medicare, a return to 20 sessions available under the Better Access Scheme, and for investment in the peer support workforce. In closing, the Australian Greens believe that we need a comprehensive review of policy settings of state, territory and federal governments. Implementing this bill without taking a panoramic approach, driven by a panoramic view, to adjusting policy settings is not the way to best support our community right now or into future pandemics. Lastly, the Australian Greens are calling on the Australian Government to hurry up and meet their election promise of fulfilling and funding a National Centre for Disease Control. We need a coordinated and comprehensive approach to managing future pandemics, and a fully funded CDC is a key milestone in achieving that goal.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, when I hear my senators in this chamber call for a CDC, you know what I think of? I think of more government control, I think of more bureaucracy, I think of all the garbage that came along with the previous pandemic, which we just had, the COVID, the so-called COVID pandemic, the pandemic that only happened on the TV screen. Anyway, I rise here to support Senator Hansen's bill to end vaccine mandates. I think it's about time that we end vaccine mandates. It's been since 2020. 4 years, and we've still got vaccine mandates for a virus with a near 100% survival rate, for a virus that didn't do anything to you unless you were already on your way out the door, if I can use that analogy. Absolute freaking garbage. Now, the fact that we are debating whether or not people can be discriminated against on the basis of a COVID-19 vaccine, it beggars belief. That's what it does, it beggars belief. We are still having this debate right now, August 2024, long after the perceived threat of COVID has passed, and get this, after the vaccine has been exposed as being less safe and, of course, less effective than was originally pitched by those in positions of great power. Now, we hear senators stand up in this place all the time, riling against discrimination of all kinds, on a regular basis, I might add. Now, discrimination in this place, you all consider it a dirty, obscene, hateful thing. You all say that, don't you? Except on this one issue. Except on the issue of a novel COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. And you know what? Suddenly all those senators shocked at any kind of discrimination, suddenly transform themselves into serious rule makers and strict regulation enforcers. Let's be real, in my opinion, they transform into authoritarian human rights abusers. Now, if we were discussing abortion as an example, I wouldn't be able to count to 10 before the outrage mob demands that I be cancelled. And they have demanded, by the way, but they haven't succeeded because I'm built different and I don't care what you think, you outrage mob. Now, I'm sure that many in this place would stand and eloquently present the sacred principle of bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy, if I was talking about abortion. They would defend a woman's right to kill her baby, which is what this is. Tell me this, what kind of society applauds the murder, cheers on the murder of their own children? That is a society in decline. That is a sick society that will soon cease to exist. Now, when it comes to the matter of whether people should be forced or not forced to take a COVID-19 vaccine on threat of losing their job, bodily autonomy is suddenly about as popular as bat soup in Wuhan. That's what it is, bat soup in Wuhan. I've been calling it a vaccine, but let's be honest, it's not a vaccine. It's not a vaccine. It's a product. It's a product that does not give you lifelong immunity, but you know what it does instead? It turns you into a big pharma client for the rest of your life. It turns you into a pincushion. That's what it does. That's what it does, a pincushion. A lot of people think that big pharma is here to help, and maybe they are sometimes, but what does big pharma love most? Big pharma loves repeat business. It's what they love. They love repeat business. And through this novel mRNA COVID technology, they have just that. They have customers for life. It's something that needs to be talked about, and it's something that we don't talk about enough in this place and everywhere else in society. Now, why would the Victorian health system continue to penalise people for not having had the COVID jab when we know that the COVID jab does not stop you from catching or transmitting COVID? Doesn't stop you from catching it, doesn't stop you from transmitting it. Why are we mandating this garbage? Why would so many job advertisements continue to insist that they want people who have had this COVID jab when we know that the COVID jab is also not entirely safe or free of serious side effects, including death, which I'm sure you would agree is pretty darn serious as a side effect, right? Now, you don't have to be jabbed to be in this chamber, and thank God for that, because I'm not and I never will be, but you do have to be jabbed to fight fires in Victoria. How does that make any sense at all? How does that make sense? You've got to be jabbed to go and fight a fire. I mean, come on, it's 2024. I mean, maybe we can forgive the hysteria back in 2020 because the mainstream media, big pharma, the globalists at the WHO, all these jabronis were, pushing this issue hard. Maybe we can forgive what happened in 2020, but we can't forgive it now. It's time for change. Now, we're talking about Victoria. It's silly to expect anything in my home state to make sense after so many years of Labor mismanagement. So many years. You know what we have in Victoria, in my opinion? Labor has been in power for far too long. And when you're in power for far too long, what happens? You get stale. You put all your apparatchiks in the important positions. That's what happens. And we're at a point now where we really don't have any more competition. They've kind of wiped out the Libs in Victoria. They've wiped them out into irrelevance. I mean, that's good for Labor and their socialist agenda. Bad for the Libs, though. I mean, hopefully they can pull their finger out and do a bit better than what they're doing at the moment, and bring forth some good policy and start standing up against these people. But I digress. Why would we continue to penalise people for not having had the COVID jab when it is now accepted by almost everyone, well, apart from the hypochondriacs, of course, the hypochondriacs, and the people whose ex-bios still have those little syringes in the bios, along with the Ukraine flag and the LGBTQIA2S+ flag and all the other garbage, or photos of themselves on their social media still wearing masks to this day. Ridiculous. COVID is not a serious illness. It's just not. I mean, I'm sure you all know someone in here who's had COVID and they've been just fine. No, but yet, of course, sure, COVID can be fatal. Sure it can. If you've got serious comorbidities, okay, fair enough. Or if you're 85 years of age, but so can the flu. So can the regular flu. Did we shut down the nation for the flu? Did we impose mandates? Did we lock you in your house? Did we do what Victoria did and say you can't go 5Ks from your house? Because if you go 5Ks from your house, the virus will get you. If you go 1K, no worries. Back in Victoria, if you went to a restaurant, right, you can't stand up. If you stand up, trust the science, the virus will get you. It's going to get you. Sit down though, no problem. You're safe. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, do we insist that people are vaccinated against the flu before we employ them? Of course not. So why on this issue? As I said, it doesn't make any sense at all. But not only is it senseless, it's hypocritical and it is morally wrong. Now, the only reason that I can see for continuing COVID vaccine mandates in certain industries is pig-headedness. That's it. I get it. Having enforced mandates to now drop them out of the blue, just drop them, is something of an admission of error. And who wants to admit error? But on this point, I'll give credit to one man, the former New South Wales Premier, Dominic Perrottet, who in his valedictory speech admitted that the COVID-19 mandates were in fact a mistake. Now, his admission, sadly, it comes a little late for those who are already forced to take the vaccine against their will under his government, which I might add was a Liberal government. Liberal Party, have you read your We Believe statement lately? Might be time for you to jump on your website and read your We Believe statement. Because let's face it, you're being wiped into obscurity very slowly because you don't stand up for your own principles. You know what, Liberal Party? If you want to win elections, if you want to take back the states from the socialists, just stick to your principles. You don't need to do anything else. Read your We Believe statement. Read the speeches by that great man Menzies. Have a look at it and just do what he said. You don't need to reinvent anything. Just do that. Because if you don't, you're going to continue to slide into the nothingness that you are becoming. And you're going to continue to embolden the crossbench. And you know what? My time will come. May not be today, but my time will come. Now, Perrottet. At least Perrottet admitted publicly that his policy was wrong. At least that. And you know what? It should have never been enforced in the first place, but at least he admitted it. Now, the reluctance to admit to error, I think it's just stubbornness. That's what it is. It's stubbornness. Are we pushing people today? Are we pushing them? Not for medical reasons, not for scientific reasons, but for reasons of pride. Are we pushing them to get to have the mandates on them still because of reasons of pride? Is that what's going on? I think maybe it is. Now, certain senators, bureaucrats, employers, they still simply don't want to admit that they potentially got it wrong. They don't want to admit. Now, pride does not make for good public policy or the fair treatment of citizens. It just does not. Vaccine mandates. 2024. Vaccine mandates for an illness that in the vast majority of people is nothing but a cold do not make sense. And they'll never make sense in any context whatsoever. Now, I wholeheartedly support Senator Hansen's bill. I urge my fellow senators to do the same. I don't know if they will. Probably not. Probably not. Because you know what? You don't have a backbone. You don't have a backbone. You can't stand on your own. You can't just say, you know what, no. You can't just say no to the apparatchiks in the background, the bureaucrats that influence your decision-making. Stand on your own 2 feet. Be a man. Have some kahunas and do what's right for your country. Do what's right for your people. Don't do what the little insects in the bureaucracy want you to do. All the ministers in this place, I can't stand you guys. I can't stand you guys. You don't make decisions. You don't make decisions for yourself. You always defer back to the bureaucracy. Am I right or what? I know you do. I know you do. Stop referring to the bureaucracy. Make the decisions. Take accountability. You know, you were elected to basically run the show. Don't let the bureaucrats tell you what to do. Those insects, which is what they are. They are insects. You know what I would do? If I was ever in government, the very first thing that I would do is sack half of these bureaucrats. I'd put them out on their butts and I'd say, you're never working for the public service again, you bums. Get out of here. Thank you, President. President.
Senator Roberts.
I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required? Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Roberts on closure be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. There being 35 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. The Greens, I think. There were ayes. I will put the question again. So the question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. No, it was more than him. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Are you right? Now what am I doing? You have to seek the call. I'm going to call the division and then Senator Urquhart is seeking the call. So the result of that division is there's 31 ayes and 10 noes. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Apologies, that was my error. I would ask that that vote be put again. We were on the wrong side and that was my error.
Order. If there's no disagreement, I will put that vote again. So the question is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I've asked the bells. Well, there hasn't actually been any debate, but I'll do it for 4. Yeah. Oh, will you get that when you don't stand up? lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1. Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
And Senator O'Sullivan.
Just one moment.
Yeah.
If senators could make their way out of the chamber or resume their seats. We've moved to the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Bill, and I call Senator O'Sullivan. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, here we are dealing with a very important bill that is before this parliament, something that is well overdue. Well overdue. We tried to deal with this when we were in government in the last term of parliament. Unfortunately, there was no cooperation at all from the then opposition, the Labor Party. The chief cheerleader of the CFMEU in this place is now the minister, and he's been dragged into this situation with along with the Prime Minister to deal once and for all, well, should be once and for all, with the lawlessness, the dysfunction, and at times, as we're seeing, the corruption that's involved with the CFMEU. It is unacceptable that workers who need to be represented by reputable organisations, reputable office holders, are in a situation where their representation, indeed their whatever fees that they pay and the involvement in their workplace, is treated in such a poor way as has been demonstrated by the CFMEU through what's been revealed. Now, time and time again, over the last few weeks, every time that this issue has been raised in a press conference or in a question, the Minister or indeed the Prime Minister stands up and acts like this is some revelation, that the thuggery, that the lawlessness, that the corruption that is occurring within the CFMEU, as if this is just a revelation that they've never heard of it before. Well, through Senate estimates, I've been here for about 5 years now and sat through most of the Senate estimates on the Education and Employment Committee. And every time we put forward to various agencies, whether it be the ABCC when they were here, or the ROC, or indeed the department, and you had the ministers sitting at the table, and often it was Senator Watt that were representing the then workplace minister, would stand up, would sit there and defend the CFMEU. And we brought to them time and time again instances of corruption, instances of where courts had found that there were gross breaches of standards that would be acceptable in a workplace. The intimidation, the way that particularly women were treated in workplaces. And there was defence every single time. And so for the Minister and the Prime Minister to act like this is the first time that they're hearing about it, like this is some revelation, like this is some surprise, fools absolutely no one. Because we know that they have been running a protection racket for the CFMEU for far too long. Now, this bill that is before us is an important bill. However, it does not go far enough. It does not go far enough. There are amendments that are necessary to improve this bill. It is a step in the right direction, granted, but it needs to go much further, and there have to be some loopholes closed in order for the coalition to support this. Now, we could do this very quickly. We could actually pass this bill today. We could pass this bill today if those loopholes and those gaps that exist within this bill are addressed. And I'm going to take you through some of them today. It was in the early days of this government that they abolished the ABCC. They couldn't do it quick enough. Again, because of in returning their favours to their paymasters and their pre-selectors, they abolished the ABCC with haste. Now, this was the watchdog. This was the fair cop on the beat, as it was put, by the then Prime Minister Tony Abbott, who set up the ABCC in his first term. And the first thing this government did, among a number of other things, was to abolish the ABCC. Now, this meant that this organisation in the construction industry, who needed special attention, more than what the Fair Work Commission can provide in its broad remit, you needed a specialist, targeted commission to make sure that workplaces, construction workplaces, are able to operate efficiently and without the intimidation and without the sort of behaviours that we've seen on construction workplaces occur. But this government abolished that body within the first few months of forming government. A great shame. A great shame. This body should be re-established. Now, call it something else if you want to save your political face. Call it something else. I don't care. But create a watchdog, create a mechanism to ensure that workplaces, Australian workplaces on construction sites are able to operate without the sort of behaviour that we've seen occur on workplaces. Now, the problem with this bill is that, as Senator Michaela Cash has said in her contribution, is that we have a situation where the foxes are looking after the hen house. Now, the rabbits are looking after the cabbage patch when it comes to this situation, because there are so many gaps, there are so many loopholes. We've got up to, I think it's 20 amendments that we'd like to see approved by the Senate to close those loopholes. At a minimum, the legislation should set clear and concise objectives of how the CFMEU needs to change before it's taken out of administration. That's not provided under this bill. I mean, any business that operates in Australia, anyone that employs anyone in this country, make sure that you've set KPIs so that you know what they have to achieve. Now, this administrator needs to have KPIs. Australians need to be able to know what it is that they need to achieve in order to have been counted as successful. And certainly in order before the CFMEU or its future organisation, whatever it might be, needs to be, before it can be taken out of administration. Now, those KPIs need to be set. This has to be a priority. This needs to be a priority so that we can drive the cultural change that is necessary within that organisation. It needs to apply to all branches of the CFMEU, not just in some states. Should be everywhere, including Western Australia, my home state. The Premier over there seems to think that there's no problem over in WA. Well, talk to any construction firm over there. Talk to anyone about the cost of doing business and how that's impacting upon projects that are delivered for Western Australians, be it through the government or through private investment. Talk to anyone that's involved and they'll tell you what's going on in workplaces. You can bury your head in the sand as much as you like, but the reality, the truth speaks for itself. So this government needs to get serious about addressing the corruption, about addressing the issues that are going on. So it needs to be across all states. Presently, this bill just sunsets after 3 years, regardless of whether anything is actually achieved by the administration. Again, there's no KPIs, but there's also a sunset at 3 years. Well, all that the CFMEU officials need to do is just wait their time. Just wait their time, and guess what? There'll be another election. Then they could there's enough time by the time 3 years goes by for those funds that you've been receiving from the CFMEU to be received in time for the next election. That's what that's about. Let's call it for what it is. There should be an extension. There should be, at least 5 years. It needs to be longer. It should be a long time. 3 years is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So the remnants of the CFMEU just can't wait it out. And that's what they'll do if that amendment is not passed, if that issue is not addressed. And we'll see them rise up out of the tall grass and then rise back from the ashes. That's exactly what we'll see. The bill gives too much discretion over the administration process to the minister. That's the other problem that needs to be addressed. Too much discretion over the administration process to the minister. If anything, there should be more distance between the processes and the minister. There should be a separation here. The minister's got his hands are all over this. Needs to step back. This bill needs to address that and make sure. At a minimum, this bill should include restoring the ABCC and ensuring the Ensuring Integrity Bill, which the former government introduced in 2021. As I started, there was an opportunity back in the last parliament for this government to address all of these matters through the Ensuring Integrity Bill, but they voted against it. They voted against it. They didn't want to see integrity in workplaces within all registered organisations because they're their paymasters. They're beholden to them. They're beholden to them. Minister Watt was against those pieces of legislation back then, and he's against them now, lock, stock and barrel. Well, that's what they could be doing. They could implement the Ensuring Integrity Bill. We had a lengthy inquiry about it, so the evidence is already gathered. You could implement those changes right now. You could implement those measures within that bill. Call it whatever you like. Give it a different name so you can save your face. That's fine. That's fine. But think about the Australian workplaces. Think about the Australian workers that need to be protected, that need to be properly supported. Minister Watt, on the 27th of November 2019, said of the Ensuring Integrity Bill, the original version of this bill was dangerous and extreme, he said. The current version of the bill remains dangerous and extreme. Is it any wonder the minister is dragging his feet when it comes to transparency of this bill? If the ABC was fair dinkum about this bill, it would be restoring the ABCC. After all, the Labor government abolished this watchdog because the CFMEU wanted it gone. They've got to deal with this. Now, at the time, when the abolishment was occurring, the Master Builders Association warned that there were no grounds to abolish the ABC or divert from the long-standing bipartisan approach of maintaining special interest relations laws for the building and construction industry. The work of the ABC is not done yet, and its removal will undo the significant improvements it has delivered for our building and construction industry. Minister Burke's comments on the ABCC when he introduced the bill to abolish the ABCC on the 27th of October 2022 said, "The Australian Building Construction Commission and the Registered Organisations Commission are ineffective and discredited institutions," he said, "more concerned about prosecuting workers and their representatives than tackling rampant wage theft and addressing workplace safety and educating and promoting good workplace relations." What a crock. I mean, this demonstrates that they are out of touch with the reality of what's going on, that they are infected with a disease that has them absolutely addicted to the the funding that comes from the donations that come from the CFMEU and their pre-selection powers over their organisation as a party. They need to see. They couldn't be quick enough to get rid of the ABCC. Well, they could deal with that. Now, between 2016 and 2022, the CFMEU racked up $19 million in penalties for breaches in workplace laws. In 2017, a judge described the CFMEU as the most recidivist corporate offender in Australian history. Another judge said the CFMEU believed receiving fines was the collateral cost of doing industrial business. In 2018, a judge said that the CFMEU simply regards itself as free to disobey the law. Well, the silence of the Labor Party is deafening on this issue. This bill has to be improved in order for it to pass. We stand willing as a coalition to support the government with this bill if they will pass the amendments, the very sensible amendments that are necessary to improve this bill. If we need to examine these amendments by way of an inquiry, we can do that quickly. I'm the Deputy Chair of the committee that would look at it. I'll work over the weekend if we need to. We can deal with this. We can have this bill passed very quickly. Very quickly. Let's get the feedback from stakeholders. Let's implement these necessary changes. Let's support the amendments that are necessary to ensure that there is good, proper functioning of this organisation. It's necessary for Australian workplaces. We've seen cost overruns on construction sites, construction projects that Australians rely on because of the thuggery and because of the intimidation and because of the kickbacks that occur. It's driving up costs for businesses and it's impacting Australians in their everyday lives.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Trust has been lost. Anthony Albanese and his Labor government have lost the people's trust, lost the people's confidence, lost the people's support. Labor supports the CFMEU because the CFMEU gives us massive donations, millions and millions of cash for election campaigns. Labor is wedded to the CFMEU. Labor is dependent on the CFMEU. Labor is hiding the biggest wage theft in Australia's history. 5 years I've spent exposing the scam. We've got an excellent report, an independent report, coal miners' wage theft, done in February this year. It vindicates what I've been pushing for 5 years. Some miners in central Queensland and the Hunter Valley are owed $41,000 per annum in wage theft. The Independent Workers Union, a new fair dinkum union operating in central Queensland and the Hunter Valley, has lodged complaints for many miners because the CFMEU, the Mining and Energy Union, has not bothered to do so. They won't go after the back pay, the wage theft. I'm aware now of a recent complaint lodged just recently in the last couple of days to the Fair Work Commission, Fair Work Ombudsman, by the Independent Workers Union, seeking for one person alone $211,000 in back pay, $211,000 in wage theft, that this Labor government condones and hides. The CFMEU drove the theft of wages from Central Queensland and Hunter miners. The workers' former protectors in the CFMEU are now their exploiters. They're hurting workers. I wonder, will Labor's administrator allocate the CFMEU funds to make good the miners' wages? One person, $211,000, over 5,000 miners losing up to around $41,000 per year of service. And Labor MPs are complicit because it's been a protection racket for their mates in the CFMEU. Labor MPs in the Hunter denied and then ignored my claims put to them in writing. I hand-delivered to Dan Rapicoli's office in Parliament here my letter to him explaining this. Not a peep. Instead, we got lies from Mr Rapicoli in the Hunter. Similar Joel Fitzgibbon. Minister Watt in the Senate has denigrated, ridiculed and dismissed more than 5,000 miners' legal and proven entitlements, and I have been proven correct. Let's return to Monday. Minister Gallagher's word, urgent. This is urgent, she says, administrator for the CFMEU. I add two words, cover up, cover up. Monster Gallagher says Labor's administrator is, quote, urgent. Yet Minister Watt dropped this bill on us late Monday night. What gives? Do you expect us to believe it was drafted on Sunday? They did an all-nighter on Sunday, lots of coffee in the department. Why did Labor drop it on us without giving it to us earlier? Is it to avoid scrutiny? Yes, I can see some senators agreeing. When did the Greens and the Teal Senator Pocock get copies? Because we've had instances in the past where they have got copies of new bills 2 weeks before we have, and it's dropped on us at the last minute. And then Senator Gallagher sought exemption from the normal bills process. And speaking for exemption, Senator Gallagher said, quote, Albanese government says it's a clear path, yet the bill is littered with the word may. It's a very unclear bill. It needs the word will. Secondly, she said, people of Australia are expecting a clear response. With an unclear bill, I echo Senator Sullivan's call for a hearing. And then Senator Gallagher said, we will give you a firm view at the end of the week. Only will you get a firm view with a hearing. We need a firm view and scrutiny of this legislation. We need may to be replaced by will quite often. We need an opportunity for bipartisan input. I'm a former member of 3 unions. I know genuine unions are necessary. Genuine union movement has a long and proud history, going back to Wales and the lodge system in the Miners' Federation, which I was a proud member and participant of. Yet today, so many union bosses have forgotten workers and members. Why? Well, today, workers' protections are enshrined in law, as they should be: safety, wages, conditions, security, retirement, health, and many other provisions. So now the union bosses erode and steal these for personal gain, as the CFMEU and the Mining and Energy Union has done in Central Queensland and the Hunter. Personal gain and power, that's what it's about now, not looking after members. Why? Because they're an untouchable monopoly. Workers need choice. Workers don't have choice. They must join the union in their industry. That's it. No choice. Well, the Red Union in Queensland and around Australia and in New Zealand is giving workers choice. Thirdly, the Fair Work Commission and the Fair Work Ombudsman have failed to protect miners and failed to protect workers. The Fair Work Commission has overseen and approved the theft of wages from casual coal miners in the Hunter Valley. As a boy, I lived in Central Queensland and the Hunter coalfields. My dad was in coal mining. I graduated with a mining engineer's degree, an honours degree. Then I decided I better go and learn something, so I worked at the coalface. I came across Bill Chapman, the legendary president of the Northern District of the Miners' Federation, a wonderful man. I actually sided with him in an open-air meeting at West Wall's End No. 2 mine when I worked on night shift there. My dad was complimented highly by Bill Chapman at my father's retirement, because my dad and Bill used to argue a lot but they respected each other because Bill was genuinely concerned about workers. And I knew Matty best before he died. I worked with him. I played football with him. He was my football coach in Central Queensland when I played rugby league. He was a genuine union delegate who had respect from workers and managements and fellow union bosses. He called out safety issues when they were abused. I'm proud to support real unions that work in workers' interests. I worked as a mine manager with the CFMEU union bosses. We developed a landmark award that I instigated, and I instigated many previously undreamt of provisions because they were for the benefit of the workers and the benefit of productivity. I worked with the union. The CFMEU in Victoria, the rank and file during the COVID mismanagement, erupted in a mutiny against vaccine mandates and lockdowns. The members realised their union bosses did not care and they revolted. Labor then abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Now, Senator Watt said Australians expected Parliament to deal with criminal allegations inside the recalcitrant union promptly. How? Looking at this vague bill. Where's the trust? It's been smashed. Labor supports, as I said, the CFMEU because of donations, wedded to CFMEU donations, dependent. And then yesterday we heard Senator Pocock, a Teal senator, said, we need to be cleaning up the union. Has he forgotten that he supported the abolition of the ABCC? The CFMEU has assisted in theft from miners, as I've explained. They're now exploiting miners. And the Labor Party has been complicit. Both Joel Fitzgibbon and Dan Repicoli reportedly get campaign donations from the CFMEU. Then we get Labor's fabrication.
Minister. Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I just wondered if Senator Roberts could be asked to refer to people by their proper titles.
Thank you, Senator.
Labor fabricated an imaginary loophole, which the miners in Central Queensland and the Hunter Valley told me was a fabrication, and I worked out it is. Then they pretended to close the loophole with its Closing the Loophole Bill. All it needed was an enforcement of the Fair Work Act and the Black Coal Mining Industry Award. Minister Watt, Minister Burke, his predecessor, Mr Fitzgibbon, Mr Repicoli are complicit in this wage theft, the largest in Australia. Labor enabled casuals...
Senator, please resume your seat. Minister.
Senator Roberts is reflecting very directly on a range of people, including ministers who represent the government in this chamber, and he should withdraw it.
It would assist the chamber that you were certainly straying into impugning members of the parliament.
To assist the chamber, and for that reason I will withdraw. But a Labor-enabled casuals in coal mining. The Black Coal Mining Industry Award prohibited casuals on production. It still does. Labor changed the coal long service leave provisions legislation to include casuals under Prime Minister Gillard, Labor Prime Minister. I'm told that Anthony Albanese read the bill into Parliament early in 2011. That's what enabled this wage theft. Sorry, Mr Albanese, the Prime Minister.
This is happening reasonably regularly throughout your contribution. If you could please make sure that you do refer to everyone to whom you are referring using their correct title.
Certainly. Labor has forgotten workers. It's actually helping union bosses to exploit workers, union bosses from the CFMEU. Minister Watt knows of the wage theft because he advised us of the Mining and Energy Union's application for a new enterprise agreement. We advised him the application confirms our work, and yet there has been no Mining and Energy Union application for back pay. Why? Because when it was part of the CFMEU, they deliberately conjured up illegal enterprise agreements. And we've had no word from Minister Watt regarding the investigation of the wage theft that the Senate required thanks to my amendment to a bill earlier this year. We do not believe that Minister Watt is fit to oversee the CFMEU administrator. It's a furphy. Look at the other unions, health and safety unions, stealing from the lowest paid workers in Australia. SDA union bosses corrupt. The Fair Work Act covers union bosses' greed, theft and abuse. Look at Craig Thompson. We're tired of the cover-ups. Now here, let's get on to the root cause. It's publicly revealed in the Australian Financial Review 12th of April this year. David Marin Guzman, their journalist, wrote an article headlined, CFMEU push to take control of the Labor Party. Quote, John Setka is planning to use the militant construction union's hundreds of delegates and members to boost the CFMEU's influence on internal Labor politics in the Victorian and federal parliaments. Another quote, such a large membership drive could give the CFMEU significant control over Labor pre-selections and party conferences, which elect the party executive and vote on policy, even the party premier in Victoria. That's what's going on here. It's a power play. And then we see Labor Premier Stephen Miles in Queensland he's being accused of silencing the Crime and Corruption Commission. Mark LeGrand, who spent 10 years as Chief Investigator at the then Criminal Justice Commission in the wake of the 1989 Fitzgerald inquiry, told The Australian there was no point having a Royal Commission if it could not report on its investigations. Labor wants to shut down the reporting. I could go on with more quotes. Then we have Robert Gottliebsen telling us of the dire predicament of Australia's productivity decline. Falling productivity. Yeah, that's the key to wage rises. And the CFMEU is guilty of destroying productivity. When productivity falls, it kills industry, kills the future, kills jobs. You add that to the energy prices, the industrial relations policies, the inflation, the productivity decline. It's killing the economy, killing national security and standard of living. This is more than just about the CFMEU administrator. This is about trust. We see in Queensland, the Labor Party and the union movement are not two separate entities. They are one entity. Minister Grace, when she lost her seat when Campbell Newman took over last decade, she went straight into a job at $180,000 a year at the Queensland Teachers Union. And then we see when she got back into power, when Labor got back into power, she slid straight back into working directly with the Labor Party. The whole time she worked with the Labor Party. We see the Labor government in Queensland outlawing the Red Union because it's competition for the Queensland Teachers Union and the Queensland Nurses Union. A monopoly in the industrial relations, no accountability. And then we have provisions such as, I draw people's attention to 323B in the new Act, Clause 1, Clause 2, which I haven't got time to go into at the moment, but these are things that we're focusing on. Section 323C, Clause 2, Section 323D, Clause 1. So loose, so vague, so open. We need accountability. We need competition amongst unions for better service to members. We need higher sustained wages now and in the future because an industry that is healthy will pay higher wages. That's a proven fact. Protecting union monopolies will continue union demise and lead to lower wages. Choice is essential. Look at the players in this. Chandler McLeod Group, part of Recruit Holdings, the world's largest labour hire company, working with the CFMEU and the Mining and Energy Union in the Hunter and Central Queensland. Federal government itself uses billions of dollars worth of labour hire. The Fair Work Commission has approved these awards. And BHP, who forced people to change from BHP people in permanent employment to Tesla labour hire with a big pay cut, thanks to the union, and then forced to go to Chandler McLeod with another big pay cut. We need open scrutiny. We need a hearing, not the window dressing. We need to be sent to committee or at least get a hearing on Friday. We're thinking of an amendment requesting the administrator to investigate coal mining wage theft as per one union report and organise for the CFMEU finances to cover that. But it's not part of the bill, so we won't be doing that. But we want to amend the bill to allow disallowance of the minister's regulations. We want to see criminal charges, and we want to see the watchback brought back and comprehensive reform to industrial relations.
Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. And it's my pleasure to be making a statement in relation to this Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Bill. And the opposition is wanting this bill to be dealt with as fast or as quickly as possible, I should say, because this is a major issue impacting the economy and the Australian way of life at the moment. Now, the driver of this problem is the fact that the government is generally driven by vested interests. And this is the same charge that Alfred Deakin made 100 years ago when he said the problem with the Labor Party is that it's not there to govern for the people, it is there to govern for narrow vested interests, in this case the trade unions. And the CFMEU has been a major donor to the Labor Party, and its constituent arm, the major super funds it's associated with, have also made significant payments through to the ALP's associated unions. And the enormous flow of funds has bought policy in Australia. These organisations buy policy from the Labor government, and in buying policy, they are buying the outcomes that are good for the union, not the outcomes that are good for the Australian people. And that is a consequence of the Labor Party's history and its present structure, whereby its members of Parliament in the Senate and in the House are reliant upon these organisations for support, for their pre-selections, for campaign financing and for manning the polling places. This is the consequence of the structure of the Labor Party. And it is a cancer, frankly, because the people that pay the price for this, of course, are the Australian people. And the price that the Australian people are paying for the CFMEU buying the policy of the national government is a 30% tax on construction costs in Australia. So every time an apartment is built in Australia where the CFMEU is associated, there is a 30% premium paid to the CFMEU. Now, we are living in a period where under 40s feel more frustrated than ever about the political system. And one of the major things that people are concerned about under the age of 40 is access to housing. The fact that the average worker feels that the house that would be an entry point for them, maybe an apartment in a city, is out of reach, is a disgusting blight. And the death of the Australian dream is in part due to this 30% tax which is levied on all Australians by the Labor government and its best friend, the CFMEU. Yeah. This is the corrupted priorities of the government hurting all Australians, particularly younger Australians who will only be able to access the Australian dream if we correct course and we are able to build more houses at a reasonable price. That is where we are. So I just wanted to be very clear what is at stake here. This is not an obscure issue. This goes to the heart of one of the major problems facing the Australian people, particularly younger people. And younger people ought to know that it is this model of government that is causing so many people to feel that the Australian dream is in fact out of reach. Now, on this 30% issue, which has been addressed by the Master Builders Association, the CEO, Danita Warren, who has said, we have always said that the 30% increase occurs on construction sites because of the activities of the CFMEU. That's what the Master Builders say. I was visiting, in fact, a site recently in Sydney where it was very clear to me that these activities are causing a massive slowdown and an increase in cost in construction. Another developer here, Mr. Disawadi Mandango, has said that there are guys on site attending and it's all about enforcing the no ticket, no start type arrangements. And he goes on to say, which means if you're not in the union, you don't get to work on site. On large sites, there may be anywhere between 5 and 10 of these guys walking around, and that's a cost that gets built into the system, and it's a significant cost. So the country is paying the price for these people to walk around construction sites, which is a payoff to the union, which is presiding over a massive drop in productivity. Labor productivity has fallen 18.1%, almost 20% in the construction sector in recent years, far worse than other parts of the economy, apparently in large part because the CFMEU is being blamed for these massively inflated costs. And if you look through the EBAs, you will see that wherever the CFMEU is involved, that the output is lower and the costs are higher. So at a time when the Australian dream is slipping away, putting the CFMEU in charge of the housing agenda is a very twisted priority, which makes me think whether in fact the government will live to regret their judgment as one of the first acts when they came to this particular parliament, which was to abolish the Building and Construction Commission. And as Minister Watt was able to achieve his great dream of doing that, whether that will come back to haunt the Labor Party, because in fact the ABCC was perhaps the only institution capable of trying to rein in some of this appalling behaviour which is hurting younger Australians. So if we turn to the remedies here, we've got Labor's bill, which is a start, but something which needs to be significantly amended if it is to do the job. The bill as it stands gives Minister Watt complete control over administration, and given his past statements in defending the CFMEU over many years, I doubt that that is a good judgment. I doubt that that is in the public interest, and that is why the Coalition has recommended amendments to the bill, and we've also sought, as Senator O'Sullivan has said, to have a hearing and an inquiry into this bill, because it's so important that we get this right. I mean, the abolition of the cop on the beat here really is an unbelievable outworking of the last couple of years. I mean, it has been a bizarre parliament to be a part of, in fact, because not only have we rolled back tax reforms of previous parliaments, we've also rolled back, or the parliament has rolled back, integrity and governance improvements, including this, and also in the broader construction sector. So we believe that reinstating the Building and Construction Commission would be a very good start. We think that this is an important institution, and we do think that putting in place the ensuring integrity provisions is also absolutely important here. Now, the other bizarre element is that the government in this parliament has opened the door for the CFMEU and the CBUS Super Fund to be part of the Housing Australia Future Fund. So after having abolished the Building and Construction Commission and now establishing an enormous slush fund for housing, which builds no houses but spends millions of dollars on administration, which has a number of union hacks on its board, they are now opening the door for this organisation to be doing business with the CBUS Fund, which has 3 CFMEU trustees on its board. Now, I note that this morning the Prudential Regulation Authority, APRA, has said that it will apply licence conditions onto the CBUS Super Fund and another super fund which has CFMEU trustees on its board. Now, I think that is very good that APRA has decided to act, and it has taken APRA, I would say, a long time to move here, but the government seems disinterested in looking to protect workers' savings where there are CFMEU trustees on the boards of compulsory super schemes. They also seem to be relaxed about the idea of the CBUS Fund partnering with the Housing Australia Future Fund. Now, the CBUS chair, Mr Wayne Swan, who's also the president of the Labor Party, is the only super fund official who has publicly committed to invest with the Housing Australia Future Fund. Now, it strikes me as very curious, because the last time I looked, Mr Swan was not the Chief Investment Officer of the CBUS Fund, he was the chair of the fund, but apparently he can commit $500 million of members' funds to co-invest with the Housing Australia Future Fund. So why would we be giving the people, the CFMEU and the CBUS people, taxpayer funds and partnering with this organisation when we know that these are the people that are making housing so much worse in Australia? These are the people that are charging a 30% premium on housing in Australia, making the Australian dream disappear from sight. So this is another example of the government's twisted priorities and its fidelity to being a government for vested interests. So ultimately it comes down to a trifecta of failings on housing. the CFMEU tax of 30%. Labor has also presided over enormous inflationary pressures in the housing sector. Rents went up by 7% in the last data set. And then there has been a litany of failures on housing policy itself. Now, there's been a reshuffle of the ministry in recent weeks, which has seen a new housing minister come into play. But the new housing minister has the same problem as the old housing minister in that she has committed to the same failed policies. So the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is a multi-billion-dollar boondoggle, which has built no houses but spent millions of dollars on administration. Then you've got the housing targets, which will be 200,000 or 300,000 houses short because of ballooning costs and inability to get skills and a range of other factors. And then you've got a complete fail on supply. I mean, you cannot solve this housing challenge without building more houses. And Labor's two supply policies on the housing targets and the Housing Australia Future Fund have both failed. And then you look at what Labor has offered on the demand side to help first home buyers. They've offered this bizarre shared equity scheme, most of which have been offered by state governments for years, have been extremely unpopular, and in fact, in some states, they've now been abolished by state Labor governments. And no one wants to live in a country where the government owns half your house. And so that is why they've been very unpopular policies. And that is all the government is offering. Oh, there is one more policy, a tax cut for foreign fund managers to build to rent houses. So the government has waved the white flag on supply. They've waved the white flag on trying to level the playing field or tilt the playing field for first home buyers. And their remaining tax policy here is one that seeks to give a tax cut to Vanguard, BlackRock and maybe even Cbus. They can find a way to structure themselves as a foreign fund manager. Now, with Wayne Swan at the helm, maybe they'll find a way to do that. But that is where we are on housing. It has been an absolute disaster in terms of the policy, a disaster in terms of rampant inflation, which Australia has almost uniquely in the Western world, in the liberal democratic world. And then you have this 30% premium from Labor's best friends in the unions, which is causing the cost of construction to be uneconomic in so many cases. And ultimately, young people will work this out. Young people will work out that unless the country is going to find a way to build more houses, then the housing crisis will never be solved. And with the CFMEU running the government, the Labor Party will never be able to solve Australia's housing crisis. And what that means for young people is that the Australian dream will be further and further away. And why does that have to be the case? All because Labor has an internal problem where it must run its government for some narrow vested interests. If only Labor could think about the long-term interests of the nation and think about what's important to people, not what's important to the union movement, CFMEU and the like, then I actually believe that they would be able to solve this. But this is a structural problem that the government have. They only get out of bed every day for these rent seekers. They are making housing a nightmare in Australia. This bill is a starting point. We think it should be improved. In any event, it needs to be dealt with very quickly because the nation cannot afford to pay for this 30% premium on housing any longer. Young people can't afford it, and the lead time to building houses is so significant that the 30% premium staying there for any longer than it needs to means that Australian dream is just going to disappear out of sight.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And how did we get here? I mean, how did we get here at this moment when everyone is shocked and amazed at the actions of the CFMEU? How can we be shocked and amazed when we know that this has been happening for years? We have known that the CFMEU was out of control for years. While the Australian Building and Construction Commission was in existence, it ran 35 court actions against the CFMEU. Not because they were biased, as has been claimed by those on the other side, but because the CFMEU were aggressive, intimidated people in the workforce, disrupted the workplace, discriminated, boycotted and practised unlawful conduct. Indeed, time and time again, we heard evidence of this behaviour through Senate estimates. I was on the committee. I questioned the ABCC multiple times. And despite knowing this, and despite having the evidence through Senate estimates and through the courts, what did Labor do when they got into government? They abolished the ABCC. What did they do to protect workers, to stamp out workplace bullying? They abolished the ABCC. That's right. So instead of taking action against the bullies, they got rid of the policemen. They got rid of the ones actually protecting workers, managers and employers from intimidation and harassment. I mean, on what planet? How does that make sense? And now, what do we learn now? Not thanks to the government and any strong action on their behalf, but thanks to investigative journalists, and it's not every day that someone in this place thanks the media, but today we can do that because the media have taken the blinkers off. Through their investigations, we learn that the actions the ABCC took were right and legitimate. We learn that the CFMEU has done all that they were accused of doing by the ABCC and found guilty of doing by the courts, but we also learn they've got involved in organised crime. They've employed bikies to intimidate and harass people. They've decided the $19 million in fines that they racked up since 2016 is just the cost of doing business. Imagine that. $19 million of members' money. Members who are largely blue-collar workers, who have paid their union dues, supposedly because they want to work in a safe and respectful environment, but instead, $19 million of that money, the union has decided is worth being spent on paying fines for illegal actions that actually risk the lives and livelihoods of those very same blue-collar workers. Take, for example, the report on the ABC yesterday from a health and safety worker who was sworn at, threatened and physically abused for trying to do his job. A health and safety worker. I thought unions were all about protecting the safety of the workplace. I guess only if the inspections are done by one of their own. And when I say one of their own, I mean one of the CFMEU, because we've also seen reports recently of CFMEU members bullying and harassing members of other unions. How's that for solidarity? And despite all this evidence of a union out of control, despite all the fines applied by the courts, so not the ABCC, but by the courts, found guilty in the courts, and despite the CFMEU continuing to be found in breach even after the abolition of the ABCC, with all that guilt, proven guilt, guilt of bullying, harassment and intimidation, Labor came to government and took action to protect the bully. And now the bully's been outed, now that it's not just the courts showing exposing the bully, now the bully's been exposed in the public domain, what do Labor do now? They feign outrage. We had no idea, they claim. Where were you during Senate estimates? But the veil is very thin. Just this week, Jennifer Hewitt, in an excellent column in the Financial Review, said, and I quote, "The shock evinced by Labor governments at the crime, corruption and thuggery alleged in the construction industry surely deserves a special prize for acting," end quote. And I agree. And now the new minister, who it's remiss of me, I've failed to congratulate him on his promotion, but now I understand why he dropped the ball in the last 6 months on his previous portfolio of emergency management, why we're still waiting to see the results of round 2 of the Disaster Ready Fund, because he clearly was too busy auditioning for his current job. He spent the last 6 months auditioning for that job that he's eyed for years, for his dream job, to be Minister for the Unions. Minister to deliver for the unions, for Labor's largest funders. And now he finds himself having to look like he's cleaning up a mess of Labor's own making. But the way he's drafted this legislation, as long as he looks like he's doing it, it seems to be good enough for him. Because what else has he done? He seeks to appoint blame on employers. In some reports that we've seen recently, Minister Watt has said that for every bribe paid, there had to be someone paying it, so we should look at them. What? I mean, totally ignore the fact that the poor someone who's been bullied, intimidated and threatened into paying, tantamount to the old standover tactics and protection rackets of the old New York, often portrayed in Hollywood movies. You know, the poor bodega owner who either pays for protection or gets vandalised and traumatised on a weekly basis. So Watt is saying that the bodega owners are at fault for paying for that protection. Is that not victim blaming? Seriously. So through this horrid, sordid mess, we see Labor's true colours. They talk the talk about safe and respectful workplaces, but have absolutely condoned the reprehensible behaviour of the CFMEU for years, abolishing the very body that was established to help stamp out the bullying and intimidation. They talk the talk about supporting victims and whistleblowers while attempting to shift blame onto them. And then, with this bill, we also see, and like so many other actions they've done during this term of government, they talk the talk on transparency while ensuring everything is cloaked in a veil of secrecy. Because, yes, while this bill does propose appointing an administrator to come in and clean up the mess that is the construction arm of the CFMEU, there is no transparency. There is no requirement for said administrator to have to submit progress reports. There is no public accountability. How will we, in this place, and indeed how will the public know that the administrator is actually being effective? How do the public have any confidence that the CFMEU, after the up to 3 years of administration, will be released as a straight, well-functioning union that prioritises workers above intimidation and harassment? And, as has been common practice of this government, they're demanding that this very hastily drafted bill be passed forthwith, without adequate time for scrutiny, without inquiry, but at least we are currently having debate. And despite this haste, we are applying our scrutiny to this bill. And in the short time that we have had the bill, we've already identified some really key flaws, and we will be proposing amendments. So if the government is serious about getting this bill through, and if they are serious about cleaning up the CFMEU, and if they are serious about transparency and good governance, they will accept our amendments. Because our amendments make this bill and the administration process more accountable and more practical. For example, our amendments will return transparency to the process. We will make the process fit the rhetoric. We want to ensure the administrator provides written reports to Parliament. We need to be able to see the progress being made. We'd like to see the administrator appear before Senate estimates so they are accountable. There should be clear KPIs, a clear objective statement that the administrator must achieve before the administration can end. Because currently the bill establishes an administrator only for up to 3 years. I mean, it's taken decades for the corruption to set in. It may take longer than 3 years to clear it out. But, and under this bill, the minister can end the administration at any time with no defined achievement that the administrator must make. So you want us to leave in the hands of the union's key champion in Minister Murray Watt to decide when the administration can end. So when the media circus has moved on, when union thuggery is no longer on the front page, when the public's attention is turned to the next headline, maybe after the day after the next election, if, and I hope it doesn't happen, but if this government is returned to power, Minister Watt can quietly determine job's done, nothing to see here, pick up the phone, thanks administrator mate, your job's done, we don't need you anymore, off you go, you can go home. Meanwhile, we here in this place and those watching on at home will have no idea whether anything has actually changed. If this bill is not amended, that could be the outcome. And if that happens, how long will it be before there is a return to the thuggery, before the bikies are put back on the payroll, before the standover tactics return to the construction industry, and before again we are faced with lengthy delays and cost blowouts because of union thuggery? And because if all of that happens, you know there won't be an Australian Building and Construction Commission to monitor and watch over and take action against such practices. That's why we need our sensible amendments applied to this bill to ensure that we get this legislation right, because this is too important to get wrong. Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. Well, the mafia has nothing on the CFMEU. That's the kind of statements that I'm getting from building contractors, from workers, from people in the community. This building came together in a bipartisan way to address workplace cultures. We passed legislation, codes of conduct. We are very conscious that we are holding ourselves out as a nation's example. We were here to call out any culture of intimidation, a culture of a fear of speaking out, a culture of discrimination, a culture of helplessness felt by recipients and victims of workplace abuse. And yet, that bipartisan will to call out bad workplace culture evaporates when it comes to dealing with the kind of thuggery and intimidation on other workplaces across Australia. When we talk to industry, when I talk to workers about what's happening on work sites across Australia, they immediately ask for anonymity. That is their first request. They will say that bully boys don't belong. That proves, that request for anonymity, that proves that we have an industrial environment where people are too scared to come forward, too scared to call out that sort of intimidation and thuggery. But through the prism of anonymity, they will tell the stories of what's been happening on the Cross River Rail site in Brisbane. We've seen it on the TV, the scuffles, the fights. What we don't always see is the workers being followed home and intimidated there. What we don't see is parents being sent photos of their children at school and being told this is the insinuation is there will be a consequence for their children if they don't toe the union line. Businesses are being intimidated into using certain contractors and being subject to outright vandalism and delays on their project when they don't get their way. Things like the power supply to the site being cut. Things like toilets being filled up with concrete and toilet paper to undermine all the plumbing work that's been done. Doors being kicked off their hinges to demonstrate that they're not fit for purpose. These are what is happening on building sites, and it has been happening for decades. It's been happening for decades. It is only now been brought to the notice of the public and a demand for a consequence for this outrageous behaviour. The malicious lodgement of ambit improvement notices aimed at tying up companies in legal costs, where they have to go to the courts and have them proven and thrown out, proven as being unreasonable and thrown out so that they don't receive consequences for future projects. In my home state of Queensland, the stories of workplace health and safety inspectors who are on stress and sick leave because they have been bullied so much. How did we get to this situation? And what it does is it undermines every union in this country. Every union in this country who is represented by a union official sitting opposite has been undermined by the unwillingness of people to call out what has happened with the CFMEU. We have watched the current minister, Minister Watt, spend almost his entire time in this place, being the CFMEU's biggest cheerleader. We've seen it at Senate estimates, where he would mercilessly attack the building regulator when they dared to hold his mates, the CFMEU, to account. The number of members of this government who said there is nothing to see, I had no knowledge of what was going on, when it would have taken only the most cursory conversation with a construction site worker, a building contractor, or even their CFMEU mates to know that this was the case. I thought it was extraordinary to see the tattoo that's been emblazoned across the chest of John Setka. That's terrifying. That's not something that should be across his neck. Thank you, Senator. That is such intimidation, and not intimidation for those of us on the coalition side. That is a clear message to members of the Labor government. They are coming back to hunt you. I won't put up for that, and I hope you don't either, because it's not been about fair pay, it's been about payoffs. When the government mandates 30% pay hikes for these well-paid construction workers, what does it do then for nurses, police officers, childcare workers, teachers across the public and private sectors? Well, they're not getting a 30% pay rise. This is not about fairness, it's about payoffs. And Labor has brought forward this bill not because new information has been found out, but because they have been caught out. They've been caught out protecting the CFMEU. And it's been a part of Labor's DNA to turn a blind eye to these intimidations and threats. It's been part of Labor's DNA to wilfully walk past behaviours that at its heart is criminal. And having wilfully turned that blind eye, having wilfully walked past behaviours in clear sight, Labor now asks us to trust them that their minister, the CFMEU's greatest cheerleader, to be the watchdog. We have no confidence that this minister intends to genuinely root out the evil that has existed in the heart of the CFMEU. Labor hasn't only been reliant on the support of the CFMEU. In many ways, Labor has been a product of this support. The Coalition will hold the government to account because we will shine a light into the dark places that Labor has sought to keep hidden. we are proposing amendments to this legislation that the administration must apply to all branches of the CFMEU for a minimum of 3 years. The minister should not have the ability to unilaterally end the administration early. The scheme of administration can only be varied by the federal court on the application of the administrator. The legislation must clearly set out what must be in the scheme of administration. It should not be solely determined at the whim of the minister who has been the greatest cheerleader for the CFMEU. That political donations, political campaigns and advertising by the CFMEU should be explicitly banned during the period of administration. And for the purposes of transparency, the administrator must provide a written report to the Parliament every 3 months from the commencement of the administration about its activities and progress, and appear at Senate estimates. That there must be a new fit and proper person test to be introduced for all CFMEU delegates and officers, and I would hope that would apply to all delegates and officers of all unions. The administrator should be given additional powers to investigate dealings between the CFMEU and other parties, including other registered organisations and political parties. The administrator should be given the power to review and amend the CFMEU rules. There are 3 things that we think must happen. We must bring back the ABCC. It was the only regulator of the construction union, the only one calling out this behaviour, and it still had intimidation, threats, thuggery, cost overruns, and workers going on stress leave, damage of work sites. This was all still happening. So we must bring back an empowered ABCC. We must reintroduce the former Coalition's government's Ensuring Integrity Bill, which Labor blocked in 2019. These are just some of the things that will provide some protection to future workers in the construction industry and ensure that this doesn't bleed further into civil contracting. We are seeing that play out right now. We're seeing that play out right now. It's happened in Victoria. Queensland and New South Wales are the next battleground to see that kind of intimidation, enforcement of subcontractors, overpayments, delays, intimidation expand from the construction sector into civil construction. It's extraordinary that it has happened under Labor's watch, while saying at the same time that there was nothing to see here. Because we owe it to their workers. We owe it to their families. We owe it to their children to stop this culture of intimidation. A culture that is not acceptable in this place. It is not acceptable in any other workplace in this country. But somehow it has become acceptable to cover your face, to shirt front other workers, to stop them going to work, to verbally and worse physically assault them, and then follow them home so you know where they and their children live. This has been documented. And yet, kicking and screaming, Labor has been dragged to finally acknowledge what has been going on for years. 4 years. So we owe it to the workers, their families and their children to stop this culture. But we also owe it to the taxpayers of this country, because every time this happens on site, every delay, the 13 weeks of stoppages on the Children's Hospital in Victoria, every site that has been damaged, has been delayed, it results in inflated costs. And who pays? Well, maybe you think it's the big construction companies, but it is always the taxpayer, particularly on government, public assets that are being constructed. my hometown of Townsville, the stadium overran by 30%. Millions of dollars that was spent on building a stadium. That money ran away from being spent in a hospital, on roads, on other things that the Australian taxpayer deserves. They've paid for. It's their money. And yet where's it gone? It's gone on to cost overruns, bullying and intimidation on construction sites right across this country. Imagine what that would do to the budget. The Treasurer should get very excited about those kind of savings. But mostly we owe it to all Australians who have said they want better. They want better in their workplaces. They want better from their leadership. And they certainly don't want to have us and the Labor government continue to walk past behaviour that is not acceptable anywhere in the world. So we will be supervising and watching the minister, because what he is proposing, unilateral powers, the ability to pull up the administration at his discretion, I worry deeply that this is a tissue paper thin veneer of taking action, not because new information has been found out, but because they've been caught out protecting a union that funds them and that has possibly intimidated people sitting right here in this chamber. I hope that's not the case. So we will continue to provide a bright light to hold the minister to account, and we seek support of others to make amendments to this legislation that will make it stronger, more powerful, to protect the people, specifically in the construction industry. Thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I want to start my remarks by putting on record my support for trade unions in this country and the work they do. I mentioned that in my first speech to this chamber, that trade unions play an important role in our nation, and they've done great things for workers over many years in Australia. And I've been happy to work with many trade unions on various issues. Most recently, Transport Workers Union, Mr Acting Deputy President. There's some very good people like Michael Caine in that union. I worked closely with the Australian Workers Union on manufacturing issues, and Mr Daniel Walton. And he led it up. I worked very closely with the MEU of the CFMEU, the mining division, when I was Resources Minister, and happy to campaign for things like the New Hope coal mine alongside mining union members over the years. And I recognise that the mining union has largely separated themselves from the rest of the CFMEU because of the issues that are needing to be tackled within this bill. It's very regrettable that we are at this stage and having to fix something long after the issues have been widely known across the country. It is somewhat a mess of this government's making. They came to government and abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission, a commission that was clearly needed because the construction arm of the CFMEU was openly flouting the law time and time again. And this is well before any of the more salacious issues arose in recent reports around criminal gangs and mafia-like connections from the CFMEU. But for years, the construction division of the CFMEU has been openly flouting court orders, refusing to rein in their law-breaking tactics on workplaces, and effectively seeing the millions of dollars of fines they'd been imposed on because of those criminal breaches as some sort of cost of doing business. And that was very clear. It's been clear, and it was not like the Australian Building and Construction Commission had nothing to do. They were constantly trying to fight back against this organisation that just seemingly had no interest in abiding by the law. This was all known, everybody knew this, and that's why people like the mining union have desperately sought to separate themselves from the construction arm. The forestry division, I think, is trying to do the same. People wanted to run 1 million miles from the construction arm of the CFMEU, even within the trade union movement. Yet then we had Anthony Albanese elected Prime Minister, and quite the opposite from what other trade unions were doing. He rushed to embrace these law-breaking elements of the trade union movement. The Labor Party took $6.2 million in donations from the CFMEU since Anthony Albanese became leader. How did they explain that? We all knew this. We all knew they were breaking the law, but yet the Labor Party were happy to be funded by people that were openly breaking the law. And most of our issues with this bill, which we support the overall intent of doing something here, something has to be done clearly. Most of our issues with this bill is the simple fact that it's hard to trust a government that has been so closely tied, financed by an organisation they now tell us that they'll rein in, and they can be trusted apparently to reimpose a level of law and order on this element of the trade union movement. I don't think it's unreasonable for those of us outside the Labor Party to just be a little bit cynical about that, to say, look, really, can we trust a minister, a workplace relations minister who's just been appointed, who for years was the attack dog for the CFMEU in Senate estimates and going after people like Senator Cash who were trying to hold this law-breaking organisation to account? That's what Senator Watt did time and time again, Madam Acting Deputy President, over the last decade. And now he gets up and as a temerary say, look, now you can trust me. Give me almost omnipotent authority to re-establish law and order. Well, I don't believe that for a second, and I think what we really need here is proper accountability of this, and ongoing accountability, not just in this sitting fortnight, not just while the glare of the media spotlight is shining bright on these issues. We need accountability over many years to re-establish some level of law and order in the trade union movement. Now, this element of the trade union movement, I should say. And this bill doesn't do that. It doesn't do that because, as I was alluding to, this bill gives the minister enormous authority to do whatever he chooses to do with almost zero parliamentary accountability. And I think this can, I'll go to some of the specifics later, but the general point here can be highlighted by the fact that for some inexplicable reason, this bill exempts a variety of ministerial decisions made under the bill from disallowance. So to explain to the average people what that means is that normally the default provision is that when a minister makes a decision under the delegated authority provided to him or her by legislation, there is always the ability of the parliament to disallow that decision, either chamber of the parliament to disallow such a decision if they choose to do so. So if the minister made a decision, let's say, on a certain amount of where fishing could occur in the oceans under legislation, either chamber could pass a resolution to disallow that decision under the default provisions of the way regulation works in this country. Yet in this bill, the bill says that an instrument made under subsection 1 is a legislative instrument, but section 42, that is the disallowance section of the Legislation Act 2023, does not apply. So why? I mean, for what rationale at all here can there be a justification that the minister does not want to be accountable to a disallowance motion by either chamber? There's no rationale for that at all. Sometimes there's a rationale for that if a decision is of a national security nature or has to be made urgently, and any kind of hold-up by the parliament might create issues. But this is not one of those issues. I mean, this has been festering for years. It's hardly been something of urgent attention for this government. There is no reason why the parliament shouldn't have that review mechanism that it normally retains to be able to disallow a minister's decision. This is just a power grab. That's what it is. It's a power grab. It's the use of criminal activity, exposed criminal activity, a crisis now in the construction sector, being used and abused by this government to just grab more power and try and do so under the the distortion that they are actually doing something good for our national interest. It's absurd, and so that should be changed. That's a very simple change. At the very least, there'd be some level of parliamentary accountability there. But there's also some other things we should clearly do. Why doesn't this bill, after everything we know now, why doesn't this bill ban the CFMEU from making political donations? That seems to make some sense, and it raises questions if the government doesn't want to do it. Why? Why don't they want to do that? They're not going to give them money back, apparently. Again, if they want to really be trusted, if they want to really convince the Australian people that the very people that were the closest to the CFMEU can now be trusted to rein in this fox and protect the hens, well, give the money back. Give the $6.2 million that the Labor Party received from the CFMEU since Anthony Albanese became leader. Give it back. It's tainted money now, clearly. It's been tainted by crime. Give it back. Well, true. You can't give it back to them. They're under administration. We'll at least give it to charity or something. That's exactly right. Don't take the money. But, OK, they're not going to do that. Let's be realistic. They won't do that. Of course not. But we could easily put in a provision here that CFMEU no longer makes political donations while they're in administration. That seems fair enough. If they're in administration, why would they be making political donations anyway? No corporate business would do that. They've got to focus on getting themselves out of this process and should not be involved in politics while they're doing so. They should be clearly focused on their members right now, not on trying to influence politics. There is also the issue here that the minister can, with just a stroke of a pen, take the organisation out of administration. Again, with no parliamentary accountability, no ability to disallow. We think there needs to be a proper, more vigilant process here than simply giving one minister of a government that's compromised by the CFMEU this untrammelled power. There is some very, very reasonable amendments to be made here. And there's also then the suspicion that we have, understandably, that the government here is somehow trying to ram this through with these clear issues in the bill and not expose them to public scrutiny. There should be some hearings on this. We can do that quickly. We can make sure we get it through, but the government has not felt the need to act for 2 years. Well, it's been in government and now it wants to pass this within 2 weeks. There's something fishy about that. It should be done properly. It's a serious issue. And there is no reason there shouldn't be proper hearings and proper accountability here, so we can get to the bottom of these particular issues in the bill and make sure we get this right. And it's very important we get this right. Obviously, there's the issue of making sure that people and significant institutions like the CFMEU abide by the law. That is very important in our law-abiding society. And if we allow people just to break the law willy-nilly and not face consequences, then it will destroy our harmonious society. So that is the principal reason we need to act here. But there is also a broader issue here that the conduct of the CFMEU, their tactics, are imposing an enormous cost on Australian society and especially just average Australians. The biggest issue people face right now is simply the cost of living, their ability to be able to buy basic things at the shops, to stay in their own home, pay their mortgages. It's a major, major issue. And there is a connection here because one of the major reasons for this cost of living crisis is our poor productivity performance. And that's been going on for a number of years, but to some extent the chickens have come home to roost the last few years because we have constantly had an inferior productivity performance for some years right now. And meanwhile, we kept spending government money, we kept interest rates low, and eventually, when you have too much money, too much government spending, too much money, chasing too few goods being produced, you end up with inflation. That's the position we're in. There's two ways we can fix that now. There's a hard way and an easier way. Well, they're both hard, but one of them's much harder on Australian families. The harder way on Australian families is we have to have the Reserve Bank keep raising interest rates until the pain's too much and we take out that excess demand from the economy. That's very, very hard for people, and we're seeing the consequences of that now. The much less painful way, it's still a hard way, but much less painful way on the impact on Australian families is to increase our productivity, to produce more goods. So we soak up that excess demand and we don't have to raise interest rates by as much to bring inflation down. To increase the productivity performance of the construction sector in particular has been absolutely woeful. In fact, the productivity in our construction sector is at effectively the same level it was in the year 2000. There's been a 0.2% a year increase in productivity growth, multi-factor productivity growth, in the construction sector for 24 years. For a quarter of a century, for a generation, we're basically at the same level. It's one of the worst performing sectors across the Australian economy. If we could lift the construction sector's productivity performance to that of the economy-wide average, just the average, just get it to the average level and have some moderate increase in productivity performance over time, that would actually unlock $56 billion in savings. $56 billion we could potentially spend to build other things. And if you put that into real things, tangible things that people can understand, $56 billion could build 1,000 new schools. It could build 10,000 kilometres of new roads. And couldn't we need that? We need that in regional Australia in particular. It's horrible at the moment. The road, don't know what's happened there. I don't know if it's connected to the productivity performance, but in the last few years, the basic standard of our roads, like the Bruce Highway, country roads, it's a safety issue right now. We're losing people because of it. We could do that, 10,000 kilometres of new roads. That would be great if we could improve productivity in the construction sector. And it would also help us build 25,000 new hospital beds too, that $56 billion. And again, we sort of need that. We've got hospitals currently having to send people to private hospitals, public hospitals, because they do not have enough beds. They do not have enough space. We could invest in that. So there is a real cost here for not reining in the lawlessness of the construction, the C of the CFMEU. And while this is a belated effort by this government to do this, it is a mess that they have made by abolishing the ABCC that they're trying to clear up. It is very important that we get this right for those reasons, for all Australians to get this right and make sure there is a proper cop on the beat. We could strengthen this legislation. We also need to reintroduce the ABCC if the government was serious in fixing this problem and making sure we have a construction sector that delivers for all Australians and is not corrupted for the political purposes of the Labor Party.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Actions have consequences. I think that's something that we have to remember in this chamber as we are here debating the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024. Actions have consequences. It was this government that abolished the ABCC, and we warned, in the coalition at the time, we warned that that would have significant consequences, that abolishing the ABCC would result in more lawlessness from the union movement in this country. And now, here we are, debating a piece of legislation that this government has been forced to introduce to address the disgraceful behaviour of a union, of the CFMEU. And Australians need to remember that it was this government that abolished the ABCC, that it was this government that abolished the regulatory authority, the cop on the beat, that could have been looking at this sort of behaviour. Not only that, I think, though, there are many in the government that knew of the disgraceful behaviour of the CFMEU and they decided to abolish the ABCC anyway. That is a very poor reflection on those in the government, and they need to remember actions have consequences. The government, I think, is being very creative with the truth when they say that this bill that we're debating here today will entirely clean up the scandal-plagued construction sector. I frankly don't think anyone in Australia believes that the act that they've put on in the Parliament this week, that the party that has taken millions in donations from the CFMEU, at the same time that CFMEU officials were engaged in criminal activity, the threats, the corruption, the bribery, the intimidation and violence that we've heard so much about in recent weeks, are suddenly going to be the government that protects consumers from the CFMEU. Because, like I say, this is the government that abolished the ABCC. And why did they do that, Madam Acting Deputy President? They did it because the CFMEU told them to. As the Shadow Attorney-General has said, this bill that has been presented by the Albanese government is so weak that it itself could have been co-authored by the CFMEU. It provides the minister, a Labor minister, who sits in a party room with all of these colleagues who have benefited from CFMEU donations, with the power to end the administration that the CFMEU will be put under early. And of course, the bill is silent on the Labor Party continuing to receive donations from the CFMEU, despite the obvious conflict that this presents. So, consequences of actions, and while we welcome the fact that the government has brought legislation into this place this week to address the issue that they knew about, the issue that they themselves created when they abolished the ABCC in relation to the CFMEU, we in the Coalition would certainly like to see this bill strengthened up because, like I say, it goes part of the way to addressing these issues. It's not going to go the full way to ridding Australia of the incredibly disgraceful behaviour of the CFMEU, and you have to ask the question, well, why is that the case? The CFMEU's militant and corrupt behaviour is driving up the cost of building in Australia, and that affects all Australians. And my colleague, Senator Canavan, certainly made some pertinent remarks in that regard in his contribution That's Now. But that's why we in the Coalition want to see this bill amended before it is passed, because we think this bill needs to be strong and it needs to be effective if we are going to address this behaviour and attempt to drive down the cost of building in Australia. Because, like I said, we know that that cost is going up and up and up, and the impact that that has on all Australians is incredibly significant. And I'm sure everyone in this place receives regular complaints from our constituents about how high the cost of living is. I certainly do, back in my home state of Tasmania, and so the government should be doing everything it can to address that cost of living concern. Again, I don't think that the government is doing everything to address that concern, but this debate today is not where I will be outlining my frustrations in that regard. I'm sure I'll have an opportunity at some other time. The Shadow Attorney-General, my colleague Senator Cash, has developed a range of important amendments to this bill that the government has presented. So we would like to see these amendments agreed to and actually get a piece of legislation through this chamber, through the other place, which will effectively hold the CFMEU accountable. Like I say, this bill is a start, but it could be vastly improved. We want to see sensible amendments, including that the administration that the CFMEU will be placed under must apply to all branches of that union for a minimum of 3 years. We want to remove the ability of the minister to end the administration early. I think it's important to remember that the behaviour from the CFMEU that we're talking about here is not, casual disregard. It's pretty disgraceful behaviour from union officials. You only have to read the front page of most newspapers in the country over the last few weeks to see exactly what that behaviour is. And we think that the way to deal with this is to place it under a lengthy administration, and that doesn't mean giving the minister the ability to end that administration early if they wish. We also believe the legislation must clearly set out what must be in the scheme of the administration, and this is, again, not something that should be determined solely at the whim of the minister. That is something that should be very, very clearly established in legislation. We also want to see an express ban, an explicit ban on political donations, political campaigns and advertising by the CFMEU during the period of administration. Again, I don't think that that is too much to ask for in a situation where the CFMEU has behaved so badly And we know that the CFMEU is obviously, like most unions, in the business of making political donations to one particular political party, being the Labor Party. The situation we are now in with the CFMEU and the need to pass this legislation is a direct result of the actions of the Albanese government, as I said in my initial remarks, and also because of choices made by Prime Minister Albanese, who I think has shown real weakness on this particular issue. The government, in introducing this legislation, is trying to desperately fix a mess that they created. Like I said, actions have consequences. But this bill that they have introduced, like I say, is weak and needs to be strengthened to ensure that Australia is protected from lawless thugs and corrupt union officials. The Albanese government was warned that this would happen. We warned them that this would happen. I'm sure many other commentators out in the community warned that this would happen, but the government abolished the ABCC anyway, to the cheers of their mates and their donors at the CFMEU. Prime Minister Albanese made the choice to change workplace laws in Australia to directly benefit an organisation which has donated $6.2 million to the Australian Labor Party since he became leader. And of course, that organisation is the CFMEU. The CFMEU knew, and the Labor Party also knew, that by abolishing the ABCC, the Prime Minister and the government were giving effective control of the construction sector in this country to the CFMEU and its militant union officials. And frankly, I imagine the $6.2 million that has been donated by the CFMEU to the Labor Party since Prime Minister Albanese has been leader would have paid a very handsome dividend for them. I mean, they won the last election. Unfortunately for this, all Australians are paying the price. As a result of the Prime Minister's decision to abolish the ABCC and this government's decision to abolish the ABCC, we have seen criminal activity, threats, corruption, bribery, intimidation, violence, bullying, standover tactics, misappropriation of funds and other accusations of lawlessness by the CFMEU in the construction sector. As I said, you only have to look at a newspaper anywhere in this country at the moment to read these reports for yourself. The CFMEU construction division was undoubtedly bad before, but under Mr Albanese, they have taken their lawless activities to a whole new level. Labor's open support for its CFMEU donors means that Australian taxpayers are paying 30% more on major projects. As my colleague Senator Canavan was saying, this has an effect on every taxpayer in Australia. The cost of construction is going up so significantly, and in some way, shape or form, that does hit everybody's back pockets. It particularly hits your back pocket if you're trying to build something at the moment. The government's support for the CFMEU is a direct hit to the hip pockets of Australian families struggling with the cost of living. And as I said earlier, I and many of my colleagues, all of my colleagues I think, are completely unconvinced that the government is taking the cost of living crisis seriously. But certainly in the way that they have sought to address concerns with the CFMEU through this legislation here today, I think that inability to take this issue seriously is on full display. So like I said, Madam Acting Deputy President, we are glad that the government has introduced this bill to the Parliament this week because we do need to clean up this government's mess. We do need to ensure that the CFMEU is dealt with appropriately. But this is a mess of the government's own making. This is a mess that has occurred because the government has not been happy to take a strong hand when it comes to the union movement, has abolished the ABCC, which was the cop on the beat, which was the authority that had the power to stop this sort of behaviour from occurring. And whether it's because they've rushed to get this legislation in here, whether it's because They are still taking the calls of their friends in the CFMEU. The legislation that they have introduced is a start, but it is certainly not enough to appropriately deal with the disgraceful behaviour of the CFMEU. So we in the Coalition will be moving a series of amendments when this bill goes into the committee stage, some of which I have foreshadowed, some of which I have referenced, not foreshadowed, in my contribution here today. And we certainly hope that the government will agree to strengthen this bill. We certainly hope that the government will realise that they need to take this issue seriously when cleaning up their own mess and agree to the amendments that we are proposing, because yes, this is about ensuring that the CFMEU is held to account for its disgraceful behaviour, and I know the overwhelming majority of Australians want to see the CFMEU held to account for its disgraceful behaviour, but this is also about dealing with the cost of living crisis and dealing with the rising construction costs and recognising that part of those rising costs is happening as a result of the behaviour of unions like the CFMEU. So we will be moving amendments in the committee stage, and I certainly hope that the government is open to considering those amendments, but we will have to see what happens when this bill goes into committee later on today, if not tomorrow. Thank you, Mr Deputy President.
Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, the Albanese government has been and will always work for its union masters because the union pays its bills. Therefore, for Labor, the unions must come first. In the case of the CFMEU, its interests come before developers building the road and transport infrastructure we all depend on, before those who invest in apartment complexes, shopping centres and public infrastructure like hospitals, schools, before mum and dad investors, before retirees relying on the best possible returns from their hard-earned superannuation nest egg, before medium, small and family businesses that bring the building projects to life, and the workers they employ who rely on their prosperity for their pay. Before all of them and before the interests of everyday Australians, the Australian Labor Party puts the CFMEU first. Australians would not even be aware that most senators in this chamber, on the other side, are here because of their union links. Those opposite would find it difficult to argue against the claim that at least 70% of the Labor Senate party room has either worked for, is closely affiliated with, a union. In the 2022 federal election, the union spent $37 million on donations, campaign materials and election advertising, including $16 million in direct payments to the Labor Party. A third of those donations were from the CFMEU. The Australian Labor Party's dismantling of the industry watchdog, the ABCC, its go slow on acting on the CFMEU until the public interest made it impossible to ignore, and its connections to the CFMEU explains why this legislation in its current form is designed to put the interests of the CFMEU first. That's why the Coalition will propose a number of amendments to make this bill better and give greater confidence that the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union cannot re-engage in the same behaviour. But it doesn't fix the harm already inflicted on so many. Behaviour that Labor ministers have known for a very long time, but only now decry an abhorrent and intolerable culture in the CFMEU. CFMEU allegations are of systemic corruption and unlawful conduct, including corrupt payments, physical and verbal violence, intimidation, abuse of right of entry permits, secondary boycotts, breaches of fiduciary duty and contempt of court. For so long, powerful political friends paved the way for former Secretary John Setka to become even more fearsome and brazen. Look no further than when the CFMEU recently took on the AFL, seeking to sack its chief umpire and former chair of the ABCC because he dared bring forward evidence of the CFMEU's bullying, thuggery and intimidation to the courts, which found the CFMEU had breached the Fair Work Act in 91% of cases. John Setka threatened to pursue anti-union, anti-worker Australians like him, and we will wait until the end of the earth, he said. We will cost the AFL a lot of money, Setka said, if they didn't meet his demands. Almost every Australian watching that saga play out, I'm sure, was astonished. As Shadow Minister for Child Protection and the Prevention of Family Violence, it was appalling to see in recent sittings the Australian Greens and the Labor Party ignore the CFMEU's shameful treatment of women. The female-dominated textile, clothing and footwear union merged with the CFMEU in 2018, but wanted to back out in February 2024. Their wishes, though, were voted down in this Senate chamber by the Australian Greens and the Labor Party. Other separate matters involving the mistreatment of women were also publicly vented. Minister Watt may be the new Employment and Workplace Relations Minister, but these issues are not new to him, and he and his colleagues would have you believe that this is all new. The clampdown on the CFMEU should have happened years ago. There was evidence for action, there was opportunity for action, but the Labor Party would have none of it. In 2022, the South Australian Labor Party confirmed that the Victorian CFMEU's donation of $125,000 would be returned days after the Setka-led Victorian branch took control of the South Australian branch. In South Australia, they knew it was unconscionable to keep the money, and South Australians would have responded with anger had they done so. That's what drove the return of the money: fear of public backlash, nothing else. The federal government could and should have done the same, but it didn't. And it's still saying it won't. The master builders in South Australia was on to the risk of the CFMEU muscling in on South Australia ever since Labor abolished the ABCC. There's a lot more pressure on people in construction in South Australia to do what the union wants them to do, CEO Will Frogley told The Advertiser 2 years ago. In mysterious coincidence, a decapitated Kermit the Frog puppet was left on the fence of Frogley's family home, and master builders' cars and property were vandalised. The Master Builders Association of South Australia represents over 2,500 builders, specialist contractors, suppliers and manufacturers. Hard-working Australians, hard-working South Australians. Last year, I stood in this chamber to share an example of how the CFMEU was flexing its muscle in holding South Australian businesses to ransom. An agreement brokered by the John Setka-led CFMEU included a swag of bonus allowances at a Wingfield crane firm that included $10 for each day they arrive at work on time, and for wearing the correct uniform. Extraordinary. That's not reasonable, nor is it fair. That same year, the CFMEU spent thousands of their members' money to wrap an Adelaide tram in the union slogan, a union of opportunity, that slogan said. It was a blatant membership drive of the CFMEU and in breach of SA government rules. But the CFMEU carried on regardless. The CFMEU has and always will drive Labor Party policy and action. This bill is Labor admitting they have failed. They were warned in this parliament, by industry, by regulators and by the courts. This bill seeks to reverse the vengeful acts the Prime Minister has made against the ABCC since he was elected, as one of his tasks when he came into government was to get rid of the watchdog, the ABCC. As Jennifer Westacott, former Chief Executive of the BCA, said at the time, Australians should have safe jobs, well-paid jobs and rewarding jobs, but the government's radical shake-up of the industrial relations system will not deliver that. These changes will create confusion and extra costs, make it harder to hire casual workers and create uncertainty for employing anybody. Any government that's serious about cost of living would not do this. As it is, any government that is serious about cost of living would have also acted on the CFMEU and its activities a long time ago. But without accountability, we have seen criminal activity, threats, corruption, bribery, intimidation, violence, bullying, standover tactics, misappropriation of funds and other accusations of lawlessness by the CFMEU. And we've had skyrocketing costs that have seen Australian taxpayers forking out up to 30% more on major projects. And South Australia's had some pretty significant size infrastructure projects too. Perhaps the government there might want to do a bit of work to find out how much extra the CFMEU's involvement in South Australia has added to those major projects. The inaction by the Albanese government until now has had perverse and far-reaching upstream and downstream consequences, even for those not directly associated with the CFMEU. It is one of the many reasons business failures in South Australia soared 70% early last year, and it's expected to get worse. And that failure is replicated right across Australia. Action against the militant CFMEU should have been taken a long time ago. This bill doesn't respond to the appalling actions of the CFMEU. All the Albanese Labor government is seeking to do is to get its own handiwork out of the headlines, out of the news cycle. The Coalition's amendments seek to do more than the Albanese government is prepared to do. These amendments will make the bill better. They include the Minister not having the ability to end the administration early. Any variation to the scheme of administration must be agreed by the Federal Court, not the Minister. Political donations, political campaigns and the advertising by the CFMEU should be explicitly banned during the period of administration. The Administrator must provide a written report to Parliament every 3 months and appear at Senate estimates. A new fit and proper person test to be introduced for all CFMEU delegates and officers. Members should expect no less. The cost of fixing this CFMEU mess should not be borne by the Australian taxpayer. The Administrator should not be given additional powers to investigate dealings, or should be given additional powers rather, between the CFMEU and other parties, including other registered organisations and political parties. With these changes, the Albanese Labor government has the opportunity to do what it said it would and truly crack down on the CFMEU misconduct, but I'm not going to hold my breath, and nor should Australians. This bill presented before us today falls well short of what is needed and what Australians, everyday, hard-working Australians, should expect from their government. This bill and the government's response to the CFMEU confirms that Labor will continue to put their union masters first. And everyday Australians, hard-working small businesses, family businesses, investors, those retirees waiting for their superannuation funds to be maximised so they can enjoy their hard work in retirement, well, let's hope these amendments will be accepted so they don't have to watch yet again the Labor Party putting union masters first and their interests and Australia's interests last. Thank you.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And I rise today to speak to this bill. It's pretty obvious that when it comes to unions, and unions are important, I want to add, unions are extremely important for protecting workers' rights. But what they should not be used for is protecting Labor's rivers of gold. And that is what the Labor Party is all about today. It is no longer the party of the worker. It is the party of the rorter. It's how can we use unions to exploit the Australian worker for our rivers of gold. And it doesn't matter whether they're channeling union fees into their coffers directly, or they channel union fees into their coffers via superannuation funds, or they channel union fees into their coffers via childcare centres. That's right, I said it. Come at me. But that is what the Labor Party is all about today. They do not care about the workers. They do not care about the children. They do not care about the individual. What they want to do is maintain their command and control over the Australian workplace to make sure that they enrich themselves. And I've got to tell you, the Australian people have woken up to this. The Australian people have woken up to this. I mean, we saw it a couple of decades ago when Howard battlers have come across, and we see it all the time. More and more blue-collar workers are joining the coalition and coming over to the right because they can see through Labor. They can see through the games played by the Labor Party and their bullying tactics. Now, it doesn't matter whether it's the CFMEU on the workplace. It doesn't matter whether it's the Prime Minister on the weekend or the Education Minister who have to use names like cooker, anti-vaxxer, climate denier. Anything that impedes or gets in the way of their rivers of gold, the Labor Party have to bully people. They have to bully people. And that's not the way to treat people. That's not respectful. It's not rational. It's not the way democratic debate should occur in this country. But no, what we see are the leaders of the Labor Party showing us their immaturity, their shallowness in how to deal with running a country. And every little step of the way, they are always trying to play games on how they can milk the system in order to enrich themselves and keep those rivers of gold flowing. And that, look, I've got to hand it to you guys. I mean, I've got to admit, I did a Masters of Finance and I failed. I didn't fail a subject, I failed an assignment. It was on superannuation. And this was about 15 years ago when I ripped into superannuation back then. And I called out my own side too. I called out John Howard on this because Costello and Howard should have got rid of super when they got in '96. But they didn't because they got into bed with CBA, who took over Colonial Mutual, NAB, who took over National Mutual, Westpac and Bankers Trust and ANZ and ING. I mean, but superannuation today now controls $3 trillion. If you control $3 trillion, you control industry, right? And it's no wonder when we have the Voice last year, we've got industry promoting the yes vote because we've got this woke mind virus now in our corporate boardrooms. We've got it in the childcare centres, we've got it in our education centres, we've got it in our universities, we've now got it in the corporate boardrooms.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. You'll be in continuance. We've reached the appointed hour. I shall now proceed to Senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times agreed by the whips. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, Outback Australia and Northern Australia are known for vastness and big things. It is unsurprising then that the Outback Way is known as Australia's longest shortcut. The Outback Way will be the great Australian road trip, rivalling Route 66 as it winds 2,700 kilometres through the heart of Australia, from Winton in Queensland via the Northern Territory's Red Centre to Laverton in Western Australia and on to Perth. We should all add this road trip to our travel bucket lists. Imagine meandering through dreamtime hues and nature's ancient architecture, both subtle and sharply striking at once, gently seeking into the outback folklore and tranquillity with every passing kilometre. Drink in pubs from the 1870s that once housed Cobb & Co changing stations, see the Min Min lights at Boulia, visit the Pioneer Women's Hall of Fame and Royal Flying Doctor Centre in Alice Springs. After dipping in the waterholes of the McDonald Ranges, transport back in time with Laverton's Heritage Trail, Heritage Precinct and relics of mining days past. Between these main centres along the Outback Way, marvel at the prehistoric stomping grounds of dinosaurs, sandstone deposits of 350 million years ago, listen to opera under star-filled night skies, visit camel farms, cattle stations, roadhouses, outback art galleries, make paper from native grasses, fossick at gem fields, feast on bush tucker and enjoy a sunset drink at Uluru. This may all sound too good to be true, and it almost is, because while the picture of scenery along the Outback Way is magnificent, actual life along the route is less than ideal when it's closed for several months a year due to rain, flooding, potholes, corrugations, and of course, it is in many places, large places, a dirt road. Sealing the Outback Way needs to be a national priority. Last month I attended the Outback Way Forum with representatives from the Outback Highway Development Council, the 5 councils located on the Outback Way, Boolyah Shire and Winton Shires in Queensland, Alice Springs Town Council in the Northern Territory, and the shires of Laverton and Ngani-Jaruku in Western Australia, and many others who appreciate and understand the value of the Outback Way, not only for Australian tourism, but understand its value to economic growth and efficiency. So I applaud the Council's presidents and mayors for their relentless energy and efforts in delivering the Outback Way. Patrick Hill, President of Laverton Shire, Damien McLean, President of Ngani-Jaruku Shire, Rick Britton, Mayor of Boolyah Shire, Gavin Baskett, Mayor of Winton Shire, Matt Patterson, Mayor of Alice Springs Town Council. Thank you for your collective vision, your dedication, your bipartisan commitment to Australia's tourism, mining, pastoral defence and Indigenous communities. And I acknowledge the passion and contribution of our colleagues from the other place, Rick Wilson and Marion Scrimger, as co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of the Outback Way. And I also acknowledge the excellent work of Mel Forbes as General Manager of the Outback Highway Development Council. The key goal of the Outback Way Forum is to fully seal the 2,700 kilometres that connect Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia. And the Council has lobbied for almost 3 decades to secure over $1.2 billion in federal, state and territory funding to fully develop and seal this life-giving artery through Australia's centre. The Howard Coalition government first secured $10 million funding for the Outback Way in 2006, and the Coalition government contributed a further $678 million again in 2022. The total funding has so far sealed 1,500 kilometres of the total 2,700 kilometre route, but there is still another 1,200 kilometres to seal. The project completion date is 2032. Well, what difference will 8 more years and a further 1,200 kilometres of sealed road make? Well, to quote Utopia, it will build a nation. On a serious note, though, to quote Linda Scott, the President of the Australian Local Government Association, the Outback Way project is an excellent example of an alliance of local governments working together across state and territory borders over a sustained period of time to deliver an extraordinary project for the nation. So the difference that 1,200 kilometres of sealed Outback Way will make will be a third transnational route connecting the east and west coasts through Cairns and Perth through Alice Springs. 1,200 kilometres of sealed roads through our nation's heart will boost productivity and GDP by expanding mining, agriculture, freight efficiencies and, of course, tourism. It provides a corridor for commercial investment and development, creating a network of intermodal hubs and industrial estates. Intermodal hubs that manage shipping containers over long journeys will develop business opportunities across industry. It creates a new transport route to facilitate economic and social development in regional and remote towns and communities. It will enable more suppliers to service remote communities, offering more choice and competition and hopefully reduce price and the cost of living. It ensures products on the shelves of supermarkets when train routes are cut, such as recently in Western Australia. It will enable sustainable social outcomes by availing communities of improved job creation, health, education, safety, emergency access and greater social interaction between communities. It will make towns and communities more attractive to live and work in. It will provide a lifeline for residents and tourists who live and travel these remote routes. It will support Closing the Gap initiatives by providing better access to health and education. It will develop training and employment opportunities for Indigenous residents. It will enhance outback and Northern Australia art trails and galleries. It supports new mining projects such as the BHP $1.7 billion copper nickel mine in West Musgrave, contributing to the electric vehicle industry. It facilitates access to critical minerals, reduces freight times and enhances economic capacity. It reduces travel time to travel in a mining quad from 8 hours to 4 hours along 300 kilometres. It enables additional shifts, productivity, access to market and better driver conditions. It improves reliable access to markets for agriculture with more efficient transportation of livestock and goods. It improves animal welfare with greater access to domestic markets. It is cost-effective where 2 sealed lanes for 1 kilometre cost between $450,000 and $1 million when urban road construction costs approximately $5 million per kilometre. The completion date for the Outback Way of 2032 is upon us, and federal, state and territory governments must continue their support for this nationally significant project, which improves the quality of life for inland Australia, connects communities and creates economic opportunity. The key factors are productivity, sustainability and livability. The landscape of the Outback Way lives in our consciousness through the inspiration of Albert Namatjira. We need to continue this legacy and capture the imagination of all Australians, not just to see the dream, but the reality of a fully sealed Outback Way for the best outcomes of the entire nation. Thank you.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And I rise today to speak about the 1980s, the heady days of the 1980s, and pretty much what was the cultural flavour of the day, which was neoliberalism. And I think it's quite relevant. I'd planned to do this speech anyway, but it's actually quite relevant in light of all the insults thrown at me by the other side over the weekend, calling me a cooker because I want to help parents raise their own children. Because unlike those on the other side who seem to be incapable of rational debate, I think we do have a cost of living crisis in this country, and more importantly, we have a parenting and stay-at-home problem. Because I totally agree that it is very difficult for a one working parent family to actually be able to pay the mortgage today. And that is why I rise to speak, because I actually want to deal with the issue of house prices in this country and the issue of productivity. Now, you may find it strange a Liberal senator getting up and speaking against the neoliberal ideology of the 1980s, but you shouldn't be. Because if you read Robert Menzies' 1942 Forgotten People speech, you will see in his last paragraph he says we should not go back to the old and selfish notions of laissez-faire. There will be more control, not less of it. And that's very important because the role of a good government and a good politician is to protect the people and their families. And it is also the role of a good politician to stand up to the unrestrained authority of the institutions, whether it's superannuation funds, banks, politicians, bureaucrats or corporations. And what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 decades is this rolling over to the institutions, these institutions who are, basically unaccountable. I mean, how many times I've had the words, oh, it's commercial in confidence, government money that's been spent, paid to a company, and the term it's commercial in confidence thrown back at me, I couldn't tell you, but it's too many times because ultimately any taxpayer dollars that have been spent on government, on contracts with the private sector should be totally transparent. But anyway, I want to talk about the financial deregulation of the 1980s and get very specific about some of the things that happened. And what brought me to this is just recently I'm calling for the re-establishment of a public bank. And some of the blowback I get is, oh, we can't have governments running banks. Look at what happened to the Victorian State Bank Victoria in the 1990, I think it was. And I did go back and looked at why the Victorian State Bank collapsed in the late 80s, early 90s. And it was because they went and bought a merchant bank, Tricontinental. And it was the losses from the Tricontinental purchase that actually brought the entire state bank down. Now, if you'd have had proper banking regulations that had prevented the government bank from getting involved with a merchant bank, that would not have happened. And you know, if ever there was a time you did not want to get involved with a merchant bank, it was the late 80s with the heady debt levels and gearing ratios of the late 80s. Who can forget the bonds and the SCASES of the world and some of the astronomical losses that occurred in the late 80s. But that is very, very important to point out, because if we didn't deregulate the financial sector, and I just want to be careful here about what I talk about because it is a question of degree, things like that wouldn't have happened. But the other thing, another aspect of the deregulation was that capital controls were lifted. And what that means is, and by foreign capital controls, in 1985, the four major banks had $8 billion in foreign debt. By 2008, they had $800 billion in foreign debt because there were no restrictions on what the local banks could go out and borrow offshore. And that obviously ended up when, you know, they could go and borrow as much money as they like. They did. And what happened with that $800 billion that they borrowed was they lent it to people who wanted to buy houses. And that, of course, sent house prices up to 12 to 13 times earnings from what was initially in 1985, house prices were around 4 to 5 times earnings. And when you put house prices up to 12 to 13 times earnings, or double the price of a house relative to income, you will invariably end up with two parents going back to work. And of course, that's exactly what has happened over the last 30 or 40 years. We've had two parents now who have to go back to work. And when two parents have to go back to work, that means we have to put our child into childcare. And I want to distinguish childcare. I'm talking institutionalised childcare here. I'm not talking kindergartens. I'm not talking 5-day fortnights or anything like that. When you get 4 or 5, I've got no problem with kids going off to kindergarten for 6 hours a day or 5 hours a day for a few days a week. Indeed, my own dad was president of the kindergarten P&F for a number of years and used to play Santa Claus, and I well remember that as my childhood memory. But there is no doubt that I believe that one of the decline in our educational standards and even in our well-being of our children is because they're not establishing strong bonds with their parents. And I can tell you, as having 3 children of my own, parenting is a full-time job. By the time you pick the kids up after school, run them around to their various sporting activities, get them home, get them in the bath, toilet teeth, feed them, get them to do their homework and then read to them, that takes a lot of time and effort. So the importance of the stay-at-home family is the parent is very, very important, and I don't care whether it's the mother or the father. I myself volunteered to stay at home and did for a number of years. But those capital controls, getting back to the finance side here, banks need to have capital controls. They should not be allowed to lend without any regulation to anyone they want at any time. And I just spoke to a mining company this morning who wants to value add their product here in Australia. And they can't get finance from National Australia Bank because it's too hard. And the big four, well, our major retail banks, are very lazy. They would much rather lend against housing than business. And that's another thing that got lifted, was that there was no restrictions or no directions as to, well, for every dollar you lend against a house, you've got to lend a dollar against a business. And of course, our loan book today has gone from, say, 40-60 housing business to something like 70-30 housing business. So a lot more money is lent against housing than actual business itself. And the last thing I want to touch on with this financial deregulation of the 80s, and something I've had a lot of experience with in my financial career, is the use of derivatives. And if anyone gets the time, you should go back and listen to last week's Country Hour, whereby a guy was on the Country Hour on the ABC talking about the derivatives market. In particular, he was referring to the cotton industry. Now, the total value of the cotton crop across the world is about $42 billion. And as this guy went on to say, he said the value of derivatives on the cotton market is much, much more than that. And it's not just the cotton market, it's most other agricultural products and metals. The value of derivatives outnumbers the value of the physical market by a factor of up to 10 to 1. Now, the reason why that matters is that when you have such a large derivative market, and I'll be more specific here, when the deregulation occurred, what it says was if you're going to take out a hedge, you no longer have to hedge it against the physical. You can basically take out uncovered hedges, or what they call, or you can call them naked shorts or whatever you like. But what that meant was that you can now create a paper market in parallel with the actual physical market. And the paper market, and indeed the biggest market in the world, is the US Treasury bond market. But when you create these paper markets, you put the power of pricing in the hands of the banks and the paper shufflers, and you take the power of pricing away from the producers. And that's not fair, because if anyone understands the way markets should work, and this is why I don't believe in free markets. I don't believe in free markets for the same reasons I don't believe in fairies in the bottom of the rose garden. It doesn't exist. What I believe in is the risk-reward paradigm, and that is actually in accordance with the Coalition's values of risk, reward for effort, because it's the people who get out of bed and put their nose to the grindstone that should be rewarded. So what we really need to do is have a look. We actually need a Senate inquiry into the financial deregulation of the 1980s, in particular in regards to unhedged derivatives, in regards to what banks can and can't do, and in regards to the way we go out and use foreign debt to basically inflate house prices whilst ignoring our underlying productivity issues. Because the financial deregulation of the 80s was accompanied by the Button Plan, which sent our manufacturing offshore. It was accompanied by the Dawkins Plan in 1990 that set our children to university so they could graduate broke and brainwashed. It was accompanied by later with compulsory superannuation, which of course centralised $3 trillion of wealth into the hand of fund managers. Yet again, these people that skim off $30 billion a year aren't actually risking their own capital. So if we want to actually deal with the housing crisis in this country, if we want to deal with getting our children a loving home life and a good education, we need to deal with the financial misregulation that goes on in this country. Thank you.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. As some of you may be aware in this place, that the Greens have a bill currently before the Standing Committee on Indigenous Issues called the Truth and Justice Commission Bill of 2024. The aim of this legislation is to create a commission that will take an honest look into this country's past and then take a look into the future. It's about the truth, facing the truth, so that real progress can be made. And sometimes that truth is both painful to tell, but also painful to hear. When we have faced the truth, when this country has started to understand its own past, what we will need to do with what we have learned and where we will go from there. An important step is also the next chapter of treaty. We'll probably need more than one treaty, and the work is already in progress in some states and territories. We will need formal agreements between First Nations people of this continent and the states, and also with the Commonwealth of Australia. The road to that destination starts with truth-telling, and there will be a long, winding path that requires determination and political change, alongside political will. Now let's be honest with ourselves and recognise the difficulties. Let's look at the experiences of First Peoples or Indigenous peoples from across the world. Policymakers, academics, and people who care about these issues sometimes look to countries like New Zealand and Canada in considering their approach to treaty with their First Peoples. When we look at the experiences overseas, we see all we need to think about how First Nations and settlers distribute land through federal treaties. Putting the states aside for now, when you look at treaty processes in both New Zealand and Canada, there are three major challenges Australia will have to face in developing a federal treaty. The challenges are about representation, language, and constitutional enshrinement. Firstly, the representation of different Indigenous nations' perspectives, particularly on the distribution of land, which is very complicated, especially when Indigenous cultures don't have a neat and tidy representative structures that non-Indigenous institutions can easily understand. The process is even more difficult if non-Indigenous institutions don't want to understand or, in fact, try and interpret this through their power. Secondly, settler colonial language is usually privileged in treaties, and Indigenous languages are diminished or misrepresented. Concepts used to describe the distribution of land, including sovereignty, are English cultural conceptualizations, and Indigenous cultural conceptualizations are often left out of the picture. Once again, the problem is worse if non-Indigenous institutions see an advantage in ignoring the different ways of thinking, using their power to challenge our authenticity and ultimately our sovereignty. Thirdly, constitutionally enshrining treaties can be complex. There are overseas cases, particularly from New Zealand, where constitutional enshrinement has actually hindered arbitration of land claims, because both Indigenous and settler perspectives may actually change in the future. On the other hand, the lack of constitutional enshrinement can enable greater politicisation of land claims, which we've seen, particularly here in Australia, over time. So it seems that based on overseas experience, we have to make sure that our treaty negotiations include Indigenous ways of thinking and knowing, not just Indigenous participation in negotiations. It's not fair to have a playing field where one side of the game writes the rules. A treaty can only be negotiated when both parties are on equal footing, but also that they have equal power. The government will need to be flexible in a way that it has never been before. And I'm not sure, even during my time in this place, couched in my reality, that this is even possible. And we will need to think seriously about how treaty will interact with colonial settler-based institutions, particularly the Constitution. Enshrinement may not be the answer, it might be part of the answer if we can isolate parts of an agreement that will stand the test of time. I'm talking about this now because I want to start a conversation that hasn't really begun at the federal level yet. The most important message is that Australian institutions must be open to their way of thinking, and even the languages of the First Peoples of Australia, if we want to move into a shared future where people know where they stand. They also must do this with the utmost respect and not some hatchet job that's been pulled together, and as I said, just with Indigenous participation. We cannot have a watered-down, whitewashed version of the truth, our pre-colonial history that started, as we say, 65,000 years ago, not at 1788. Some of us already know that story. In fact, we've been educated in our institutions on that story. The story of now belongs to all of us. We have 3 chapters of history in this nation. It is the Indigenous chapter as the first chapter. It is our colonial settler, British history that we share. And it is our multicultural chapter that is our chapter of now. We cannot have an agreement that is made in the way of treaty for the sake of having one. We need to do it, and we need to make sure that we do it properly. We need investment from all sides, not just bipartisan agreement. We need all people in Australia to be on this journey with us. Because if we are not invested in what we call reconciliation in the future, it will be set up to fail. And we cannot let that happen. Mob have a saying in this country. It is the saying that says, "Do nothing about us without us." And this is true when we talk about truth-telling. It is time for the institutions of Australia to hear, not just with their ears, but listen with their heart about the truth of this nation. It is important for all of us to share in that legacy, because this is Australia's history. And as we move forward in the work that we do collectively, it is important for us to share that as proud Australians. It is important for us to recognise, respect, and to do better in the way that we endeavour to be inclusive. It is bound up within our culture of love and care for each other, the reciprocity that First Peoples have as part of the law of this land. And here in the Senate, when we talk about the work that we do on behalf of all Australians, it doesn't matter which side of the chamber you sit. We have that in our vision, but also in our action. And it's important that when we do this, we remember why we are here. We reflect on that moment of being able to stand in this place every morning for an acknowledgement of country before we start the day. We acknowledge that this land belongs to Indigenous peoples, First Peoples of this nation. And it's about starting how you mean to go on, how you mean to continue, not just through the day, not just through the weeks or the months in this place, but the years. And the turnover of faces that we will see in both chambers of this place. We need to have a legacy. And that legacy must be bound in our contribution and our collaboration for justice. That is what laws in this nation represent. The laws of whether you talk about native title, whether you talk about NDIS, whether you talk about childcare. All of these things are about a just response from a system that we all enact and we all interact with every day. Some of those outcomes are dire for First Nations people, and it's the reason we have a Closing the Gap agenda. But we also can't progress in this nation without truth and without treaty.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much. Unless this country cracks down on those flaunting the rules on foreign investment in Australian homes and land, we will never get out of this housing crisis. Unless we can see a true picture of its extent, we will not know where to crack down on it. We are getting significantly different pictures on the state of foreign ownership from different authorities. However, it's been established that in the 2022-23 financial year, there were 5,360 properties bought by foreign investors. This comprised of 2,640 new dwellings, 1,823 established dwellings and 897 purchases of vacant land. This gives rise to serious concerns about house and land banking locking Australians out of the market. I was informed years ago about foreign investors dumping money in the housing market to avoid paying tax in their own countries. As I said, the figures are different. Apparently the ATO's figures on foreign housing is about half that of what New South Wales figures are, so something is not adding up. I talk about a crackdown because it's evident the Foreign Investment Review Board and the Australian Taxation Office have not allocated the necessary resources to obtain a clear picture and strictly enforce the rules. Australia's housing and rental crisis shows little to no sign of coming to an end. In March this year, the national rental vacancy rate set a new record low of 0.7%. More than 122,000 Australians are experiencing homelessness on any given night. Homelessness services are overwhelmed by demand. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare last year reported that more than 273,000 Australians were assisted by homelessness services in 22-23. Another 108,000 people sought help but couldn't be assisted because of a shortage of accommodation, staff and services. Research from Roy Morgan published last month showed that more than 1.6 million Australian mortgage holders, more than 30% of the total, are at risk of mortgage stress. Many first-home buyers have been forced to sell up because they can no longer afford their mortgage payments. A lot of these properties are being snapped up by foreign investors. Chinese investors alone have been buying them at a rate of $9 million a day. Australians can't buy investment properties in China, but Chinese people can buy them in Australia. How is that fair? The proportion of the value of Australian residential real estate owned by foreigners is approaching 10%. These are homes that have been denied to Australian owners. Foreign purchases are contributing significantly to the heat and volatility of the housing market. A lot of foreign investment is by international students, and we've got over 700,000 of those in the country, funded by wealthy families back home who are allowed to buy foreign investment homes, established housing, but must sell before they leave the country, which isn't chased up or followed up by the proper authorities. They are only meant to be able to buy established properties. There is quite a lot of evidence out there the verb is not effective in enforcing the rules, and many of these properties remain in foreign hands when they shouldn't. Other countries are also experiencing housing crisis, but some of them are effectively addressing them with new bans on foreign ownership. New Zealand has done it, Canada has done it. Here in Australia, the opposition has announced a temporary 2-year ban as policy. It's always gratifying to see the coalition come to the party of One Nation's policies. It's been our policy to permanently ban foreign ownership of residential property to increase the supply of housing available to Australians. It's our policy to give foreign investors up to 2 years to sell these properties to Australian buyers. Common sense will tell you is that if you're going to flood the market for foreign investors, we have a housing demand shortage of approximately around 650,000 houses in Australia. That's how short we are. We're allowing foreign investors out here to bid on this housing, then it drives up the price so Australians can't afford it. Why are we allowing this to happen? And we have rules in place that any foreign investor must go to FIRB to get approval to buy a house. That's not going to happen, because if they want to go to an auction, what are they going to tell FIRB? So they go and buy it. It's not followed up. Put the money into the process and make sure they do their job. The last time I heard, FIRB only had 6 people working in the office, and you've got this number of housing. It is underwhelmingly underpaid and can't do the job. And the states don't want to see it, because the states are actually making that much more money out of stamp duty at the demise of the Australian people. Shame.
Senator Bilyk.
Thank you. On a Thursday in late June, I woke to the sad news that the co-chair of the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, Stefan Romaniw, OAM, had died. This came as a shock to me, as it did to the broader Australian-Ukrainian community. As a member of the Australian-Ukrainian community by marriage, and as the former chair, then deputy chair, and now the current chair of the Australian-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group, I've known Mr Romaniw for over 15 years. He's been a leading light in the campaign to defend Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and his efforts started long before the tragic events of the 24th of February 2022. He worked hard to garner support for Ukraine from both Labor and coalition governments and the Australian community. In 2001, Mr Romanyw's service to language learning and to people of culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds earned him a well-deserved Medal of the Order of Australia. On every occasion I met with Mr Romaniw, he was warm and friendly. He always greeted everyone with a big smile, but when you met him, you could be in no doubt that behind that smile and his disarming demeanour was a persistent and tenacious advocate for his country and homeland. I feel privileged to have known Stefan, to have worked with him and to call him a friend. I offer my deepest condolences to the Romanyw's family and to all in the Australian-Ukrainian community who knew, loved and respected him so much. I extend those condolences to the staff and the committee of the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations and its affiliates, in particular its co-chair Katerina Arigiru and the Ambassador of Ukraine, His Excellency Vasyl Miroshnichenko. In the spirit of solidarity with Ukraine, I'm sure Mr Romaniw would like me to end his speech with these words: Slava Ukraini. The second issue I wish to speak on today is in support of the 15% pay rise for approximately 200,000 early childhood educators. As a former early childhood educator myself, probably the only one in the Parliament with hands-on experience, I know that educators have been fighting for decades to be properly paid for the skill, qualifications and professionalism that goes into their work. I was one of those in that fight. Back in the early 1990s. Those of us who have worked in the sector understand that these workers are more than just childminders, and I've been advocating for decades for early childhood educators to receive pay that recognises their skills, qualifications and professionalism. They do more than just feed children, play with them and wipe their noses or change their nappies. They delivered a structured program of learning that sets children up for life with the social, physical, intellectual and emotional skills and capabilities they need. Being an educator is one of the most important jobs in the country, and they need more than just our thanks. A pay rise for educators is not just good for these workers, it also helps to attract more workers to a sector that is crying out for skilled staff. This means more children will get the quality early learning they need, and more parents, especially women, will have the opportunity to engage in the workforce. So while this is good for workers, it's also good for children, good for parents, and good for Australia's economic productivity. Now, sadly, while Mr Dutton and those opposite agree through gritted teeth that high wages for educators is a good thing, at the same time they're trying to paint it as inflationary. The fact is they have never valued or fought for Australian workers, and they have certainly never valued early childhood education either. Those opposite in government describe government support for early childhood education as a money pit, communism and the hand of government reaching in and taking away our children's youth. It goes a long way towards explaining why, under the previous government, childcare fees went up by 41%. It also explains why early childhood educators were the first workers in Australia to lose JobKeeper support during the COVID pandemic. Last year we made childcare cheaper to help ease the cost of living for families. And as I've said, I'm delighted that the Albanese Labor government is funding a 15% pay rise for over 200,000 early childhood educators, because that directly benefits 1 million Australian families. And I cannot thank those working in the early childhood education sector enough for what they do. Being properly valued and fairly paid is well overdue. And only this morning I had a delegation of United Workers, early childhood educators, come to see me and tell me how thankful they are for the pay rise. But my response to them was, we are thankful to you. We are thankful to you for continuing to do the job. As I said, it's been nearly 40 years since I started this cause, and it's taken 40 years to get any change.
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. Notwithstanding our weak Prime Minister and this woeful Labor government, we do live in the greatest country on earth, and we are privileged to have a strong democratic system. However, not everywhere is as privileged, and recently we have seen massive electoral fraud come out of last month's Venezuelan presidential election. As a senator for Queensland, I've been contacted by many members on the Venezuelan community who are deeply distressed at the election steal at that presidential election. It is clear that the opposition candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, won the election after having gathered more than 83% of the voting tallies, showing that he'd actually won 67% of the vote, and that the dictator Maduro had won just 30% of the vote, contrary to the 51.27% reported by Maduro and his government. Gonzalez and his team anticipated an election steal months before the country went to a vote, and it was this brilliant planning and scrutineering by Gonzalez and the opposition activists that has brought this electoral corruption to light for all the world to see. Venezuela is one of the richest countries in the world due to its oil resources, but under the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro and his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, Venezuela is now one of the poorest countries in the world, with over 9 million Venezuelans living in exile. I stand with my coalition colleagues, domestic and international independent observers, and all Australians in sharing concerns at these unsettling findings concerning electoral fraud. The Coalition stands with the people of Venezuela who are peacefully exercising their democratic right to vote, which is fundamental to any liberal democracy. Maduro is a corrupt dictator who has stolen the election while his socialist cronies rob the country. We urge the authorities in Venezuela to publish the detailed electoral results for all polling stations in the interest of transparency and accountability. Acting Deputy President, Queensland under Labor is becoming one giant crime scene. From the Cape to the border, every day Queenslanders are experiencing crime. Whether it's 55 cars a day being sold under Labor, or just what we saw in the last few days in Drayton, a community on the Darling Downs, just up the road from where I live. 2 15-year-olds and a 17-year-old desecrated over 300 graves. It was an estimated $500,000 worth of damage. It's going to take the local community and the local council months to fix the damage caused by these vandals. But yet, under Labor, how were these vandals treated? There's no court appearance, there's no community service, there's just a caution. A slap on the wrist with a bit of wet lettuce. This is what is happening in Queensland. Everybody is becoming a victim of crime, whether you are actually alive or dead, because of the softness of the Labor Party on the perpetrators of criminal acts. It is the policy of the Liberal National Party that if you commit an adult crime, you will do adult time. And in this instance, the community of Drayton and the community of the Darling Downs would want the book thrown at these 3 vandals. Because it is so wrong that under Labor in Queensland, vandals who commit the vandalism of such sacred sites as a cemetery only get a slap on the wrist, should send a message to all of us that in 73 days' time, Queensland has a choice to vote for a Labor Party who will let the criminals roam free, or vote for the Liberal National Party who will put them behind jail and make sure that the victims are put first and not the criminals.
Time's expired. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. When we think about leadership, we often picture someone at the top of an organisation, giving orders or making important decisions. But leadership is so much more than that. It's about responsibility and making a positive impact, no matter your position. For young women, leadership starts with self-belief. It's about having the confidence to trust your voice, your ideas and your instincts. In a world that sometimes tries to tell us what we can or cannot do, real leadership is knowing that your perspective matters. It's the courage to stand up for what you believe in, even when it's difficult or unpopular. It's about picking yourself up when you face setbacks and continuing to move forward with determination. Every challenge you overcome makes you stronger and more capable. Leaders learn, adapt and grow. Which brings me to a remarkable initiative in my home state of Tasmania, one that nurtures the next generation of leaders, the Southern Tasmanian Netball Association, STNA, Junior Leadership Program. Established in 1998, this program has seen well over 190 young members graduate, many of whom have gone on to take leadership roles within their clubs and the association itself. Earlier this month, I had the privilege of addressing a group of these young leaders, aged up to 16, at the STNA Centre at Creek Road in Newtown, who are currently participating in the program. The topic of my talk was women in leadership. It was inspiring to see the level of engagement and passion these young women brought to the discussion.
The Junior Leadership Program equips participants with a diverse set of skills that go well beyond the netball courts. These include coaching, umpiring, health and nutrition, sports injury management, mental health and wellbeing. The program also covers broader topics such as netball in the media, the importance of culture, and of course women in leadership. This holistic approach ensures that these young leaders are well prepared for the challenges that they may face both in their sporting, working and personal lives. During my presentation, I emphasised the importance of resilience, understanding and collaboration, qualities that are essential for any leader, whether in sports, politics or any other field. I also set a fun, time-limited, interactive leadership task designed to help the participants to show their ability to adapt and problem solve and to think about their own leadership style in practice and how they effectively can work together. One of the most encouraging aspects of the Junior Leadership Program is its focus on practical experience. Participants are given the opportunity to help organise key events for the Southern Tasmanian Netball Association, including the Sombrero Premier League Grand Final night and the STNA Winter Roster Grand Finals. These experiences are invaluable, providing young leaders with hands-on experience in event management and team coordination, skills that will serve them well in any future endeavours. I would also like to highlight the program's commitment to celebrating the achievements of its participants. On the 30th of August, these young leaders will gather for the Junior Presentation Night, where they will receive their graduation certificates. This is not just a formality. It is a moment of recognition for their hard work, dedication and growth throughout the program. The Southern Tasmanian Netball Association Junior Leadership Program is a shining example of how sport can be a powerful vehicle for leadership development. It is programs like this that help build the foundation for a stronger, more resilient community. And I say to these young women, as you think about your own leadership journey, remember that you don't have to wait to be given a title or a formal role. You can lead in your everyday actions, whether it's supporting a friend, standing up for what's right, or striving to make your community a better place. Leadership is within you and it's about making a difference wherever you are. I'm incredibly proud to support this initiative and look forward to seeing the continued success of these young leaders as they take their next steps in life. Thank you.
Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And I want to begin by putting on the record that I've spent many years arguing with Coles and Woolworths around supply chain challenges, fatigue management, waiting times at distribution centres for our truck drivers and safer, sustainable rates. A lot of water has passed under the bridge since then, and I'm happy to say I work closely with both Coles and Woolworths to improve supply chain efficiency and safety. And for the record, I was the Deputy Chair of the recent Senate Select Committee inquiring into supermarket prices. But it is enormously encouraging to know Australian industry is now at the level of maturity where certain participants in the supply chain accept that they are all responsible for achieving a safe, sustainable and viable road transport industry. One of the ways the government is helping Australians battling with the costs of day-to-day living expenses is through the quarterly survey of supermarket prices undertaken by Choice, which is funded by the federal government. While the team at Woolworths have pointed out some methodological issues with the Choice survey that was released in June, they did provide their own useful comparison. I want to share it with the Senate. That survey revealed that a basket of comparable goods cost $41.19 with Woolworths in New South Wales and $40.52 at Aldi, also in New South Wales. These comparisons are important. They're important to help families get value for money when doing the grocery shopping. They're also important in busting the myth about the input cost that Aldi blame for putting pressure on grocery prices. Don't get me wrong, I have had my differences with Woolworths, as I've said, but over the years, they do the right thing by the workers, both in their stores and further back in the supply chain. Just over a year ago, branches of the Transport Workers Union throughout mainland Australia were forced to take protest action outside Aldi stores after waiting 14 weeks for Aldi to respond to claims served on them by the union relating to safe, fair supply chain principles. And I was proud to join a number of those protests. In fact, rather than sign a charter with the TWU on supply chain accountability, like both Coles and Woolworths did, Aldi decided to take the union and their workers to court and try and silence them. Not once, but twice. Fortunately, they failed both times. Now, let's be clear about what Aldi were not prepared to sign up for. They refused to agree to being accountable for safe, fair work throughout their supply chains. They refused to agree to transparency over transport contracts so that no transport worker would fall through the cracks. They wouldn't agree to allowing transport workers to have a collective voice, which will allow transport workers to speak out on pay and safety. They did all this to try and suppress the rights and wages of transport workers while claiming to save Australian consumers money. A miserable 67 cents for a basket of 14 goods in the June survey. Those opposite in the Greens political party need to bear this in mind when they promote their populist nonsense about divestiture. If current large supermarket chains are prohibited from buying more stores, that leaves foreign supermarket chains as potential buyers. Otherwise, the stores would be forced to close. That's what this lot over there in the Greens want to do. This would have a disastrous impact on local jobs and cause massive inconvenience to local shoppers and communities. Gorillas like Aldi and Walmart compete based on exploiting their hard-working retail and transport workers. When wealthy companies profit off the back of razor-thin margins in the transport industry, it puts lives at risk, with drivers and operators being forced to try and meet unrealistic deadlines and to cut corners in safety to stay in business. For years, Aldi not only ignored truck drivers speaking out on safety, but repeatedly took action against them for doing so. For our truck drivers, Aldi's treatment was literally a matter of life and death for many. Many of them were under deadly pressures thanks to Aldi. Fortunately, the passage of the Albanese government's Closing the Loopholes bill put paid to a lot of Aldi's conduct. The passage of that vital legislation and the publication by Woolworths of their June survey should put paid to the notion that it was the cost of labour that was driving up profits in our supermarkets. The passage of this legislation brings with it greater focus on companies that do the wrong thing. There is now a united bargaining committee that includes TWU delegates from transport, SDA delegates from warehouse and retail, and TWU and SDA officials representing the entire workforce in place to negotiate with Aldi. This unprecedented team marks a big step forward achieving crucial changes at Aldi, and I welcome and look forward to the feedback.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Multiracial, yes, no problem. Multiculture, heck no. Multiculturalism does not work. It does not work. It is a failed experiment that has only served to dilute what is great about Western culture and fracture social cohesion. Now, to say this is not to attack migrants. I myself am a migrant, but my family did not migrate to Australia in order to reproduce a foreign culture, as multiculturalism encourages migrants to do. My parents came to Australia because the culture was already closely aligned with the culture of my country of birth, and we recognised the uniqueness of these shared cultures, and we knew that it would provide us with the freedoms and the opportunities which are not afforded elsewhere. Now, I believe that the Australian culture is superior to all others. Obviously, I love Australia, but sadly not all migrants share this view. Now, the West made a grave mistake when it embraced moral relativism, which then, as a natural consequence, led to cultural relativism. By rejecting objective truth, we lost any basis for observing that some cultures are more preferable to other cultures. Rather than taking pride in our culture, we assured migrants that they could live in Australia without adopting our culture. Far from enlightened and progressive, this is a grave mistake that destroys our social cohesion and fractures our nation. Rather than a multiracial society sharing a wonderful culture of freedom, prosperity, etc., we have become a multicultural society that cannot even agree on a flag, let alone the core values. We now have migrants who arrive on our shores who not only do not share our values, but who in some cases actively oppose those values. Now, all of this can be traced back to the Whitlam Labor government, which adopted multiculturalism as official policy. They accepted people from cultures at odds with ours, and they promised that they would be free to persist with their counterculture once they got here. The eventual result, as is obvious by now, is that parallel societies began to form. And worse, certain groups began to show contempt for Australian culture and values while demanding respect for their own. Progressives will no doubt label me as a xenophobe or maybe even worse, but you know what? Open your eyes. See what is happening all around Australia, in our suburbs, in our cities, and not just here. See what's happening all across Europe as well. All cultures are not the same, and that's a fact. They're not the same. Western culture has been uniquely prosperous, and it is not by accident. The truth progressives cannot admit is that the West has been built on a Christian foundation. The sooner we insist those coming to Australia are aligned with our values and embracing of our culture, the sooner we will have social harmony. The prophet Amos once asked, "How can two walk together unless they are agreed?" It was obviously a rhetorical question. They cannot. Right now, we are a nation pulling in many different directions, and if this continues, we'll be torn apart. The sooner we admit to the folly of multiculturalism and insist that those joining us align with our values, the sooner that we will get back to being the lucky country that made us so appealing in the first place. Now, far-left Marxists have infected our institutions and halls of power with their mission to destroy our nation. These people, with their hatred disguised as tolerance and their evil intentions masquerading as social justice, loathe Western civilization, our traditions, our history, and our Christian foundations. These Marxists are intent on undermining family, undermining culture, and multiculturalism has been one of their preferred and most effective weapons. If we really care about Australia, we will do all we can to preserve our culture and boldly assert once again that Australia is a great place to live. If you are fortunate enough to live here, then you are responsible for embracing and promoting the Australian way of life. And if you cannot do that, then perhaps Australia is not the place for you. Pack your bags and leave. Thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Senators, Madam Acting Deputy President, you and I have both been in the Senate now for almost 5 years. Actually, I think we may have reached our 5-year milestone a few days ago. And for the last 5 years in this place, you will have heard me on many occasions talk about the issue of BHP and its in-house labour hire provider, Operations Services. I have been, as Senator Sterle might say, been banging on about this for 5 years now, because for 5 years I have been calling out the dodgy practices and relentless attacks on workers by BHP through their Operations Services. And I am here today, with no surprises, to do the same thing again. I am banging on about BHP and Operations Services because, again, they are attacking workers. That is because despite the government's passing the government's legislation, same job, same pay, despite that fact that workers at their mine in Queensland were awarded the pay they deserve under these laws, BHP and Operations Services are once again fighting tooth and nail to stop their workers from receiving fair compensation. Now, we on this side believe in a simple, fair rule. If you work the same job, you should get the same pay. Yet at BHP, Australia's largest and most profitable mining company, they seem to think that they are above this law, and it is now law in this country. They have consistently exploited loopholes to underpay workers, relying on dodgy labour hire arrangements to cut costs at the expense of hard-working regional Queenslanders. This isn't just a question of dollars and cents. It's about dignity and respect and fairness for those workers. BHP's strategy of creating its own labour hire firm and naming it Operations Services and using a couple of workers in Western Australia to sign up to an EBA for Operations Services that then would apply to thousands of workers in regional Queensland was a blatant abuse of power, and it really is high time that we call it out for what it is, plain and simple. For years, BHP used Operations Services to create a second-class workforce within its own operations. And they did this, they signed up this EBA in another state with a couple of workers because they could, because they had a government and laws under the coalition that let them do that. Well, that's not what they have anymore. Now they have a federal government who is committed to making sure that we can ensure that people who work the same job get the same pay. Now, these workers work the same they have the same uniforms, perform the same tasks, and have the same hours as their directed employee counterparts, and yet they receive tens of thousands of dollars each year. Now, when there's a case like this and it goes to the court, many people will understand that there's an opportunity for these decisions to be appealed, and they even go to the High Court sometimes. Now, this case is going to go to the High Court, and what we've decided to do as a government is to intervene in the case. We are intervening in this case, in the same job, same pay case, because we want to support the workers. We are intervening on the side of the workers against BHP because we support same job, same pay. There has been many cases across the years similar to this case that have gone all the way through to the High Court. Of course, who can forget Skeen v Workpac, the labour hire case that went all the way to the High Court. Now, of course, it was up to the government of the time to also intervene in that case. And what did the coalition do? Well, they intervened in the case, they took it all the way to the High Court, but they intervened on the side of employers. They intervened against the workers. They intervened to stop same job, same pay being law in this country. That is the difference that workers in regional Queensland have under this government. A government that is willing to intervene on their behalf to protect same job, same pay. I'm here today again, 5 years later, calling out Operations Services and BHP for this dodgy behaviour. But I'm so proud that finally they have a government that is on their side and literally standing next to them, shoulder to shoulder, in the High Court to protect them.
Thank you. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. You know, it's great that the government recognises the vital importance of early childhood education. Early learning matters. It sets up kids with skills for life. Early childcare education, it isn't a child-minding service. It's an incredible way to get children learning and active and becoming extraordinary human beings. Like Whitney Houston sang, I too believe the children are our future. But Houston, we have a problem. Let me tell you about Natalie and Tanya, two mums on the northwest coast of Tassie who need family daycare services and could not find any. They understood the unmet need and started businesses to provide for their children and the community. And they're amazing and really good at what they do. And the local community benefits, the economy grows, and the kids are better off. Both sites are run by amazing women, fully qualified early childhood educators. Both sites are in an environment that is completely safe for kids and overwhelmingly supported by the community. These two sites cater for 50 children aged between 4 months and 12 years old. Nearly 90 families, Natalie has a waiting list of 287 children, and Tanya has so many that she gave up. She closed the waiting list. She didn't want to disappoint anyone. They're so good, you'd think they'd be marked for expansion. But you'd be wrong. The government wants to shut them down because the Tasmanian Education and Care Unit's rules insist on one centre per property only. If two centres share a property, whether it's to keep their rent costs down or to be more efficient in how they provide services, they're breaking the rules and have to close. In theory, the rule exists to protect children. Both Natalie and Tanya have set up their sites to run two fully independent centres. The rules state the sites must be split into two separate legal properties or close one of the centres. But it just can't be done like that. What about cutting their intake in half and complying with the regulations that way? Natalie is adamant cutting the service in two means the whole facility is not viable. I spoke to the parents sending their kids to these centres who brought home what this government-enforced closure would mean for the region. One of them told me if Tanya's centre closed, she would have no choice but to quit a job that puts food on the table and eases the daily struggles. Another told me about the huge surrender to allow somebody to look after their child, choosing Natalie because of the amazing standard of care she offers. Even if Natalie and Tanya could go back running just one centre on the sites that they have, which families do they cut? How do they let go half the children in their care knowing they don't have any other options? And there are no other options. The wait lists for these centres are incredible. Staff shortages are commonplace. And it's the same everywhere, not just in Tassie, but across the country. The official wait list for childcare in this country is unpublished. Doing my sums and talking to local Tasmanian providers, there's at least 3 children to every vacancy that needs to be filled. Kids are missing out on vital early childhood education. Childcare is education, it's not a babysitting service. And while the children are being educated, the parents can go out and earn. It's a win for the kids. It's a win for the parents, a win for the economy and a win for the future generations of Australians. And yet in my state, they want to close down these places. There used to be 6 providers of family daycare like Natalie and Tanya centres. Now it's just the 2 of them. Others were forced to close rather than run the risk of falling foul of regulation. These rules are made by faceless bureaucrats and sanctioned by ministers, and they can be fixed by ministers. Regulators can only impose the regulations they agree with. If the minister's regulations are dumb, that's just the way it goes. If we don't do something, there will be none left. The federal government has called for innovative models of childcare. There are just 2 examples waiting to roll out to remote and rural areas. It's a model where Tasmania has and can continue to show how innovative and entrepreneurial services can work. This means more kids in excellent, beautiful, nurturing environments. I'm asking for the state government to look at the model shown by Natalie and Tanya and encourage more dual educator sites. I'm asking the federal government to recognise this innovative Tasmanian model and not penalise Tasmanians for innovative local solutions. But most of all, I'm asking to keep Natalie and Tanya's centres going so they can provide a great start for the children and keep the adults in work.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Electric vehicles equipped with vehicle-to-grid technology represents a revolution in energy management. But we find ourselves held hostage by outdated regulations and an overly cautious approach from the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO. The question we must ask ourselves is this: Australians have committed to achieving net zero, but are we allowing old paradigms to hold us back? To reach this goal, we must expand our use of renewable energy while simultaneously shoring up the grid's stability. Both of those things aren't always mutually possible. The Realising Electric Vehicle to Grid Services project, a trial run by Dr. Bjorn Sternberg of the Australian National University in Canberra, stands as a model of what's possible. A glimpse into the future where EVs with vehicle-to-grid, V2G technology, strengthen a resilient, flexible energy grid. During the REVS trial, a fleet of just 16 cars responded to a transmission line failure signal by discharging a small portion of their batteries into the grid within seconds. Now imagine this wasn't just a small trial, but the norm across Australia. The potential is simply enormous. The Electric Vehicle Council predicts 1.5 million EVs will be on Australian roads by 2030, and at least 250,000 of these will be vehicle-to-grid enabled. When you extrapolate the fact that, on average, EVs have a battery capacity of approximately 45 kilowatt hours, and the average household uses around 20 kilowatt hours a day, this means every V2G enabled EV has the power to power 2 households for a whole day or 1 household for 2 days. A scenario that would never be called on, but is there. The case for every vehicle in Australia to be certified as V2G enabled just gets stronger. So why would Australians buy a wall battery when an EV is just a battery on wheels? However, we need rules and regulations relevant to our green future. AEMO, the grid operator, is addicted to investing hundreds of billions of dollars in transmission lines which don't even address the real issue. The issue is shifting a surplus of power from the middle of the day to later in the day when it's needed most. More transmission won't do that. The problem isn't the quantity of energy produced, but the timing of it. Building more transmission infrastructure doesn't solve this issue. It just increases the costs for energy users. The technology for V2G integration has proven itself, which has allowed EVs to both power up and discharge back into the grid. The more they do more than just move us around from place to place. They can power our homes, support our grid, and balance our energy needs. While we wait for standards and codes to be released, this potential remains largely untapped. Imagine a future where vehicles could provide the energy needed for frequency control services, stabilising our grid during critical moments. This is not a fantasy. The REVS trial showed that this is a tangible reality. The vacuum of indecision caused by AEMO's overly cautious approach threatens to let this opportunity slip away. Australians are not waiting. Over 50,000 EVs were sold in the first half of this year alone, an increase of 16.5% from the previous year. This tells me that consumers are ready, the technology is ready, but our regulations are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van. Senator, we can move to, we're almost there, so we'll now proceed to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. On his most recent trip to Western Australia, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese kept highlighting how many times he's been to WA, my home state. He said, "You need to be here in Western Australia. People who are living in the Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra triangle don't get WA." Well, if there's one thing I do agree with the Prime Minister on, it is that point. But could it be true? Could the Prime Minister finally be taking Western Australia seriously and not just using us for our votes? On one hand, the Prime Minister emphasises the importance of being on the ground and hearing the concerns of Western Australian locals, yet on the other hand, he has turned his back on WA farmers by ending the live sheep exports. And now the Prime Minister has announced that he'll be returning to Western Australia with his cabinet to really listen. He is returning with a cabinet that only has one minister from Western Australia, the lowest representation in 50 years. And now the Prime Minister wants to bring over his East Coast heavy cabinet to do more listening. It seems the only thing that this government does is listen and then do the exact opposite of what Western Australians are actually asking for. Under the previous Liberal government, not only did we listen, but we actually did something. Western Australia got a fair cut at the GST, and we had the highest WA cabinet representation since 1908. The Coalition gets Western Australia, and we have a strong record of that. Western Australians will push back on this government with their vote at the next election, have no doubt about it.
Senator.
Thank you.
Mr Acting Deputy President. A couple of weeks ago I attended a family day in Burnie to support Saputo Burnie maintenance workers. 24 members of the AMW and CFMEU are currently on strike, seeking pay parity with their colleagues at the Victorian sites of the company. These workers have now been on strike for over 6 weeks, seeking the 23.5% parity wage claim with their Victorian colleagues, which has been denied by the company. 2 years ago, Saputo took control of the Kiwa site in Victoria from a joint agreement with Murray Goulburn. Overnight of owning that site totally, they increased the wages of those employees by 25%, as what they said was it was only fair. Yet that policy doesn't apply to Burnie, a more technical factory and higher skilled workforce. Saputo refused to accept that difference and have offered a single-figure pay increase. The skill level of the maintenance crew at Burnie and the technical requirements of the site are in fact both greater than the Victorian site. The age-old argument that it's cheaper to live in Tasmania is long gone. Last week the workers took their plight to the Tasmanian Parliament to send a message to Saputo in the form of a motion which was fully supported by all sides of Parliament to recognise the skills of their team in Burnie and pay what they pay their Victorian workers. If the wages costs were an issue, then the higher wages in Victoria would have those sites closed long ago. In fact, the Saputo business model is well proven and supports those higher wage costs very profitably. When I had a look at Saputo's website, it talks about their values, and it says the values of Saputo Incorporated are at the heart of the company's corporate culture. Through our growth, we remain committed to these values as they have contributed to our success. They go on to say, trust, respect, competence and loyalty of our employees have enabled us to become a recognised global dairy processor. In addition, entrepreneurship is at the root of employee relationships, both internally and with our new business partners.
Time has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's been 10 months of Israel's genocide in Gaza. 10 months of unimaginable savagery live-streamed on our phones, of slaughtered children, of families burning in tents, of body parts blown to bits and shoved into plastic bags. So enough with your empty words on Gaza, Labour. This genocide is the greatest shame of our time, and Israel has been allowed to slaughter Palestinians day after day after day after day. And allowed by whom? The United States, the so-called chief ally of Australia, or maybe more aptly, the puppet master that continues to send 2,000-pound bombs to Israel to drop on tents while paying lip service to a ceasefire. And allowed by this Labour government, which refuses to sanction Israel. Instead, Labour lets Israel run riot, violating international laws, bombing nations across the Middle East. Labour loves to talk about commitment to rule-based international order and humanitarian law. Well, where is this commitment when it comes to Israel? Where is the condemnation when they bomb Beirut or strike Iran? Why don't the rules apply to Israel? And I really have had it up to here with your rubbish and false accusations about the Greens, so Labour can cover up their inaction on Israel's genocide in Gaza, while smearing those who are speaking up for justice for Palestine, hiding behind so-called social cohesion to attack and silence anti-genocide protesters is just plain disgraceful. The slaughter could end today if the US and Australia really wanted it to end. They have the power to cut off Israel's support, and yet they refuse. So we will never forget, and we will never forgive.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Raise Our Voice program is a program designed to enable young people from across Australia to have their speeches prepared and read in this building. These young people are encouraged to talk about a single issue they have identified in their community, why it is important and what they would like to see done in the future. And this speech is prepared by Oliver Westman. Oliver is a current student at CSU in Port Macquarie, and he's studying his Bachelor of Education, and he's originally from the seat of Page on the North Coast. The following are his words. I'm privileged to be literate, educated and informed, but I understand this is an immense privilege in the world. I grew up in Grafton on the north coast of Australia and witnessed disadvantage in areas of life we do not consider as a society. Following my recent attendance at the National Leadership Forum, I saw a significant gap in our parliament. Legislation, information and other formal documents released by our parliament are extremely long, full of complicated jargon, and therefore fail to be accessible to the disadvantaged, underprivileged and uneducated people in our communities. Now, I understand parliamentary documents are required to be this way to avoid loopholes and misinterpretation from occurring, and I'm not suggesting we fundamentally change this. However, I do suggest we introduce equivalent summary documents that are factually and impartially outline the intention and contents of these documents. Half a page, in plain English, translated for all Australians, I know would be more engaged with our country's affairs if they had access and ease to do so. I, alongside my colleagues, intend to create a database where all these parliamentary documents are summarised simply. This is a small change for a big percentage. Thank you, Oliver.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. Now, we've all heard the name Landcare, and over the past 35 years, Landcare groups have done an enormous job in protecting and enhancing our environment. As co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Landcare, I've had the pleasure of engaging with many volunteers across Australia and have seen the positive environmental and agricultural impacts these groups have. From collecting rubbish and planting trees to caring for rivers and supporting the habitat of threatened species, volunteers are actively caring for their local communities every single day. Landcare originated in Victoria in 1986 through the initiative of former Premier, the late Joan Kirner, and the late Heather Mitchell, the first female president of the Victorian Farmers Federation. 3 years later, Landcare was established nationally by Bob Hawke, the former Prime Minister, and his government, who were staunch supporters of the movement. And this friendship continues today in this building. Landcare supports over 6,000 groups and more than 140,000 volunteers, all playing their part in sustainable agricultural practices and conservation, with farmers and activists, environmentalists all working together. In celebration of Landcare Week, Landcare Australia unveiled a new $300,000 community grants initiative. This program is open to all Landcare and community groups across Australia to deliver projects that will address priority issues such as restoring wildlife habitat and purchasing plants and equipment. I encourage all groups to apply before September 30 deadline. Let's all celebrate the work Landcare does across Australia, and let's thank every single volunteer that's involved. Regardless of where you live, find your local group and join the movement. Current and future generations will be better off, and Mother Nature will certainly thank us in return.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much. Well, for years now, I have been trying to actually introduce legislation into this parliament that I think is very important to the Australian people. In light of what happened with the Voice, and that 60% of Australians actually threw it out, they didn't want the Voice to parliament. So I introduced a native title bill, and that was to actually bring a, let's see, where it has benefited the Aboriginal people, prosperity, have we had outcomes from it? But no, that was voted down. And I've also tried to bring in about puberty blockers and of course the gender mutilating surgery, so we needed an inquiry into that. And of course just today the COVID mandates to try and stop that, because Australians don't want to be forced to have mandates, and give the parents rights over their children whether they have this vaccine or not. But here we have the worst government that I've actually been in, and I was first elected in Parliament in 1996, and all I get back, not talking about the debating, not talking about the issues, what's important to the Australian people. So all I get thrown back at me is either you're racist, conspiracy, stunt, or even fear-mongering. Well, that really goes down to what they are. No consultation, nothing whatsoever. And actually, this government is also the one that nearly 100 bills have been guillotined with the support from Senator David Pocock and Jackie Lambie. They actually, and Lydia Thorpe and a couple of other crossbenchers, so they actually do support the guillotining bills, important bills that are important to the Australian people. You are so gutless, you're pusillanimous grubs, that you cannot actually, just debate the issue on behalf of the Australian people and that we can have the debate to find answers to it. If that's your answer, is that it's a stunt. Every time I put up something that's in line with what the Australian people want, that tells me you're pathetic in your job and you shouldn't be holding the position as government of this country. You have no regards for the Australian people.
Senator Hansen, your time has expired. Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, family violence, we know, is more prevalent in regional, rural and remote Australia, but it's a problem everywhere and in all communities. In regions like Coffs Harbour, family violence has risen 70%, and yet the Albanese government ended a grant to a local family violence service. We'll be seeking answers as to how many other family violence services you have ended funding for and why. The Albanese government promised 500 frontline workers, but its delivery has fallen woefully short. The Labor guarantee was 352 frontline workers on the ground by the end of June, and they've delivered only 156. The Prime Minister said in November 2022 he was taking immediate action. That simply isn't true. Family violence has risen nearly 17% in Western Australia, 15% in my home state of South Australia. Tasmania has seen double-digit rises, as has the ACT and Queensland, not far behind. The Albanese government's long-awaited cashless debit card report confirms impacts were mostly negative. Much of the areas known to fuel family violence were going in the wrong direction. It confirms what locals, though, already knew. Alcohol consumption was up, public intoxication up, alcohol-related violence and gambling up. A comparison of the draft and the published report shows a distortion of the local voices. So much for transparency. On accountability, the latest Closing the Gap report has no family violence data. It's missing on alcohol consumption increase, gambling spend and on increases in emergency department presentations. That would be no data on which to know what to do or where to do it. Family violence is an issue for all Australians, and the evidence should not be misrepresented for any reason, and particularly for political purpose. You failed on all of those things. Your doctoring of the voices of people in the CDC Senator report Little, is disgraceful and dangerous.
Has expired. Senator Payman.
Deputy President, during the winter break, I embarked on a journey of over 7,500 kilometres visiting 12 regional towns and communities where West Australians told me that the government's live sheep export phase-out package does not go far enough. Let me tell you about Judith, a generational sheep farmer near the small town of Pumphrey's Bridge, 164 kilometres southeast of Perth. I visited her farm, and you know what she said to me about this transition package? She told me, transition to what? She can't just start farming cattle. It will cost her $2 million to just upgrade the fencing alone. She can't just sell to the abattoirs. They're turning sheep away because they're at capacity. She can't just grow crops. Her farm fields are perfect for grazing, not for crop harvesting. And the impact doesn't stop at the farm gates. It cascades down to the shearers, truck drivers, crutches, earmarkers and small businesses. These people rely on the farming communities for their survival. Max from the town of Esperance told me the 4-year phase-out should be at least 8 years, if not 10, as the inquiry recommended. I heard the same thing in Kennan from Mayor April and local farmers like Ian and Justin. They said that the $107 million package is nowhere near enough and that $300 million would be a more realistic figure to help communities transition to new forms of farming and vocational training. To put this into perspective, the wise men and women of the East might understand sheep farming is to Kennan what coal mining is to the Hunter Valley. It's the lifeblood of these communities. There are valid arguments for both for and against live exports, but my primary objective now is achieving a fair outcome for WA farmers. I implore the Minister for Agriculture to join me in visiting WA sheep farmers and listen to the voices from the ground.
The time for debate has expired. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the new Minister for Employment, Senator Watt. And if the minister's looking for some savings, I've got some ideas on where he could start. Every year, this government turns over millions and millions of dollars in public funding to a plethora of private job providers who have a track record of nothing but failure. These private providers are a disaster by every metric, except for profiteering off the pain and suffering of income support recipients. But time and time again, this government has let those providers off the hook. They're off the hook for hounding people for their pay slips. They're off the hook for pushing people into pointless, time-wasting training sessions. And they're off the hook for abusing and threatening the people that this government forces into their control. But does the government let income support recipients off the hook? Of course not. Private providers can fail upwards time and time and time again, and they never face a consequence. But one missed phone call and this government will kick someone receiving job seeker out onto the streets. It's disgraceful. Mutual obligations is a failed system. It's deployed by a failed private sector that still receives millions and millions of dollars of public money every year. So I implore the new minister to be decisive, to stand up to this shameful industry and to abolish mutual obligations once and for all.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, nobody is more vulnerable than a newborn baby, yet in a nation that prides itself on championing a fair go, not all newborns are equal. An infant who survives an abortion is a genuine miracle. But instead of being nurtured, doctors and nurses in many states are not required to render care. How inhumane is that? On the lawns of Parliament today, there is a powerful display of baby booties that have been lovingly knitted and placed in honour of the thousands of Australian babies born alive after an abortion but left to die. Yes, that does happen. Babies survive their own abortions and they're left to die in Australia. I visited the display to talk with supporters and was obviously moved by the sea of booties. It was sobering to think about the numbers of babies that they represented. Between 2010 and 2020, 4,929 babies were killed through late-term abortion in Victoria and Queensland, and some of them were even killed at full term. In Queensland alone, 132 babies survived their own abortions over the last 3 years but were left to die without any legal right to care because Queensland guidelines explicitly said do not give life-sustaining treatment. These are Australians that we will never meet, who will never get to contribute, who were brutally killed in utero because we said that they have no human rights. I hope and I pray that the Born Alive bill, which I co-sponsored with Senators Canavan and Antic, will return to this chamber sometime soon, and I urge my fellow senators to support its passage. One can only hope. Let's make Australia a country where every child is given a fair go, and let's make Australia a country where we're not okay as a culture with killing our babies. A culture that's okay with this is a culture that is destined to fail. It is a culture on the precipice of coming to an end.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, in the shadow of the corruption and thuggery that's now been revealed in the CFMEU, in the shadow of the inherent weakness on display in this Labor government in the last 2 years, kowtowing to its paymasters, and by its paymasters, obviously, I don't mean the taxpayers of Australia, I mean the union movement. I think it's worthwhile reminding everybody of the elephant in the room about the union movement, and that's just how few Australian workers they actually represent. Under 10% of the private sector workforce, under 10% of the private sector workforce is a member of a union. On the latest figures, it's down to about 8% of the private sector workforce. And if you take out some heavily unionised industries, white-collar, particularly white-collar industries, if you go to the blue-collar part of our workforce, it's actually down closer to 5 or 6% of our private sector workforce actually believes that the union movement supports them, because the union movement doesn't. And we've seen that revealed today in the last few weeks in the corruption and thuggery inherent in the CFMEU. And we'll see it if we just cast our minds back in history about the inefficiency that the union drove into the mining sector of Western Australia that took very protracted disputes to actually clean up. Disputes like the Robe River dispute, where in the final washout it was revealed that 2 in 3 jobs were actually not needed. 2 in 3 jobs were basically paying the unions.
Senator Brockman, your time has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Last week I went with my partner Tim. Yeah, good old Tim. We went to the Launceston Salvation Army and we volunteered to do breakfast. I flipped eggs and bacon until 150-odd sandwiches were made, and Timmy served coffee out the front. And breakfast at a cafe is something that we all do. And the Salvos give those in Lonnie and other towns who are in need a cafe they can walk into and feel accepted. Without the help of volunteers, volunteer organisations and small business support, the homeless and those in immediate need will lose access to important help that these services provide. Despite 1/4 of Aussies volunteering in Tassie, volunteering is still in decline, and this is not just a Tassie issue either. It's Australia-wide. Volunteers are important. Volunteering is valuable. And without the Salvo serving a regular breakfast, there will be people on the streets starving. My family has a long history of doing what they can when they can. We used to go to cemeteries and do clean-ups. We used to take care of the graves and have afternoon tea there while we were at it. We'd also volunteer through other church activities and parents and friends and organisations through the school. I'm passionate about my community in Tassie, but I want you all to be passionate about your patches as well. Without volunteers, community events may close. Connections to community are lost and valuable ties fade into the past. An example of this is Evandale in Tassie, the annual Penny Farthing Championship. It's in jeopardy because of no volunteers to help run it. And you know what? That'd be an actual shame. The championship is a volunteer-run and led event. It's operated for over 40 years and the volunteers just aren't there anymore. National events and local events are at risk, and more importantly, community connection is at risk. Find your niche, find your place, find your passion, but go out and volunteer today. It's important.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about housing and specifically the government's build-to-rent bill and a really constructive joint proposal to improve the bill from the Community Housing Industry Association, National Shelter and the Property Council of Australia. As it currently stands, they're concerned that the bill will not significantly increase the supply of homes we so desperately need. Their proposal to lower the MIT withholding rate to 10% with some strong conditions attached would deliver 105,000 new rental homes, including 10,500 affordable homes managed by community housing providers, and at a minimal cost to the government over a 10-year period of $9.3 million in foregone tax. Given the government is facing a shortfall of some 300,000 homes under its 1.2 million over 5-year housing accord target, this additional supply would be very welcome. And that's not even looking at the shortage of more than 650,000 social housing properties across the country. This proposal will help put downward pressure on what we have seen, the skyrocketing rental costs across Australia. It could immediately unlock 1,200 additional affordable rentals. This is critical at a time that we're seeing NRAS properties leave the system. And really importantly, it could also deliver better conditions for renters. This is taxpayer money with conditions attached to it. The certainty of 5-year leases for these rentals. The protection of no-cause evictions. I know the Greens don't love this build-to-rent policy, but when you've got community housing providers coming together with residential developers to propose something workable, something constructive, I think it's worth considering, and I would urge my colleagues in here to take a serious look at it, whether or not it's worth supporting.
Senator Pocock, your time has expired. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Young Australians deserve the very best education to reach their best potential. Today's disastrous NAPAN results show there is a national crisis in Australian schools, compounded by Labor's failure to deliver the evidence-based teaching reforms which every child and their family deserves. 1 in 3 students are failing NAPLAN just as they did last year. 31% of all students in years 3, 5, 7 and 9 can't read properly. 30% are not meeting proficiency standards in writing and spelling. Nearly 40% do not understand the correct use of grammar, and some 32% are failing maths. Given the average Year 10 student is a year behind in their learning compared with 20 years ago, the decline is serious, and these reforms are critical in every Australian classroom. Delivering a back-to-basics education sharply focused on literacy and numeracy, underpinned by explicit teaching and a knowledge-rich, common-sense curriculum, is critical to raising school standards. We know explicit instruction, the teaching of phonics, and other proven teaching methods works. To deliver anything less is frankly negligence. Getting back to basics also means ridding the classroom of indoctrination and other activist causes. Our nation's hard-working teachers and other educators deserve much greater support, evidence-based teaching resources such as lesson plans so they can excel in the classroom and save hours of work each week. The Albanese government has failed to deliver the national school reforms it promised, and Australian children and their families are paying the price. Rather than put students first, Education Minister Mr Clare has become embroiled in a school funding war, a mess of Labor's own making. I also condemn the Australian Education Union, which recklessly and irresponsibly opposes evidence-based teaching reforms. It is time Mr Clare did his job and delivered these reforms that every child deserves.
Senator Sheldon.
Well, last week I joined Qantas workers around Australia in cheering the new Qantas Chair's decision to revoke nearly $10 million of Alan Joyce's final bonus. I can hear the cheers around the chamber. Now, however, it's almost a year since the High Court ruled Qantas has legally sacked 1,700 people, and Qantas has still not reached a settlement. Now, it makes you wonder if the criminal culture at Qantas is changing quickly enough. Now, the Transport Workers Union has also announced it's lodging a same job, same pay application for Jetstar cabin crew. Thousands of Jetstar cabin crew are underpaid by more than $10,000 per year because of Alan Joyce's labour hire loophole. Now, thanks to closing the loopholes bill, the Albanese Labor government passed earlier this year, the union has applied to end that rort. At the hearing on the bill, we heard from Sarah DeWilt, a Qantas flight attendant, who didn't realise she was employed by a labour hire company rather than Qantas until 4 months after she started flying. She said, you are cleaning up the vomit on the floor alongside somebody else. You're working a 19-hour duty and keeping your eyes open and keeping each other awake the same as everyone else, wearing the exact same uniform, recognised in public walking through the airport, and then just to accidentally find out. But let's not forget the Liberals and Nationals voted against closing the loopholes. Shame. They came in here and did Alan Joyce's bidding and voted to keep the loophole open. The loophole that sees thousands of Qantas and Jetstar workers ripped off every single day. Shame. And worse still, they've vowed to bring it back. Now, over this side, the Labor government is behind Qantas and Jetstar workers being paid fairly every step of the way. All the power to you.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Your time has expired. We're not quite at question time. Yes, we are. Thank you. We'll now move to question time. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last week, the Prime Minister posted a photo on social media imitating the iconic So Fresh music CD series with the title So Helpful, Cost of Living Relief, accompanied by the words, new album just dropped, boom. In place, the top songs of the album cover were government policies, and instead of artist-picked photos, picture bubbles featuring the faces of smiling Australians. Thankfully, The platform's automated fact-check system now displays the warning that comes out to point out that many of these policies cited do not actually fully come into effect until much later. Minister, if the Prime Minister's post deliberately misleading Australians, and if this is so helpful, claim completely tone-deaf to those doing it so tough.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Wong.
You were hoping for a bit of hearing.
Well, I have to say, Senator Cadell, what I would remind you of is that there is one side of this parliament who has been very focused on delivering to Australians who are struggling with the cost of living. It is the Australian Labor Party. It is the Labor government. There has been one side of the parliament who has been focused on obstructing benefits to Australians in trying to handle the cost of living, and that is the coalition. That is the reality. When we have brought in measures to try and help Australians with the cost of living, which is hitting Australian families and Australian pensioners, we understand that. When we've brought in those measures, we have been met with opposition from those opposite time and again. And if there were one area where you really want to see that, of course, it's in the area of wages, because those opposite had a deliberate design policy of low wages for 10 years. 10 years. And not only that, they voted no less than 48 times against new industrial relations laws, claiming they would return Australia to the Dark Ages. I wonder who said that. The Dark Ages. They would close down the economy. They would leave supermarket shelves bare, and remember that? The bare supermarket shelves, because people might get a pay increase. And they claimed that any increase in the minimum wage would wreck the economy. So, Senator Cadell, you're a decent man. And I'd say to you, maybe you can explain to your colleagues why decent wages are an important part of ensuring Australians can deal with the increased cost of living. And perhaps you should talk to some of your frontbench colleagues who come from this scorched earth mentality that says, actually, those workers, they should just make sure their wages stay low, because that way the economy
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cadell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. We've heard all week about the devastating effects of current cost of living crisis for all Australians. A survey conducted by the Council of Life Insurance found that 2/3 of Australians are concerned that cost of living pressures will affect their ability to pay for cover, and almost a quarter are considering cancelling their policies because of the cost of living pressures. Does the Prime Minister really believe that Australians honestly view the government's efforts to address the cost of living as so helpful, and it should be treated as a joke?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Wong.
What the Prime Minister believes is that the government should ensure that wages are moving again, and after a decade under you, they are. What the Prime Minister is focused on is delivering the tax cuts, which delivered a tax cut to every Australian. What the Prime Minister and his colleagues have been focused on is how we improve, lower the cost of childcare. What our government has been focused on is the ways in which we can assist Australians with the rising cost of living. And the difference between those of us on this side and those of us on that side is twofold. First, you opposed so many of the measures which have delivered and are delivering some contribution to cost of living pressures for Australians. For example, energy. But on top of that, you have your senior financial spokespeople talking about the $300 billion plus Labor spending, as they call it.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Your time has expired. Senator Cadell, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, this isn't the first example of your government misreading the mood on the cost of living issues and attempting to mislead the public. Isn't the government's excessive boasting, along with its willful misinterpretation of Reserve Bank statements, all an attempt to be so helpful to Labor's vote rather than help struggling Australians?
Minister Wong.
Well, what I'd say to you is, we are very aware. We are very aware of how Australians are finding how hard Australians are finding meeting the cost of living. Of course, we understand that. We are out there in the community. We understand how hard this is for so many people. But you actually do something about that by putting in place policies which seek to increase wages, by delivering more tax cuts to more Australians, by delivering energy price relief, by delivering cheaper medicines, by delivering cheaper childcare. None of these are things you would do. So you come in here and you cry crocodile tears about the cost of living. You say how dreadful it is, the cost of living, but your policies would be to oppose the measures that we are putting in place to assist people and to cut government spending,
thank you, Minister.
increases
The time
to wages
for
and
answering has
pensions.
expired. Senator Marielle-Smith.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science, Minister Farrell. I refer to the Albanese Labor government's commitment to deliver a future made in Australia that delivers secure, well-paid jobs in regions and outer suburbs across the country. What has the Albanese government already done to start this important work?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Smith for that question. A very fine senator from South Australia who's doing a wonderful job for the people of South Australia, and thank you for a question, finally, this week. The Albanese Labor government has been committed to supporting Australian manufacturing industry from day one. We established the $392 million Industry Growth Program with the Minister for Industry and Science, that wonderful fellow, Minister for Industry and Science, Minister Husek, recently announcing the first grant recipients to support small and medium manufacturing businesses. One of the recipients is Cauldron Molecules. It received $4.3 million to develop a world-first hyper-fermentation facility just outside Orange in regional New South Wales. Their technology aims to bring down the cost of biomanufacturing across a wide range of products: food, feed, fibre and fuel, the 4 Fs. This government's support of Cauldron will help to keep other Australian manufacturers at the cutting edge, making a wider range of products at competitive prices. Cauldron have proved their technology works in a lab, and this grant will help show that it can work in a 10 kilolitre pilot facility. After that, they plan to scale up to 100 kilolitre facility that can deliver commercial volumes to their customers. This government's approach is already delivering a growing manufacturing industry. And listen to this, there are more than 70,000 more workers in secure, well-paid manufacturing jobs since we came to government. 70,000. There's no time, 70,000. There's no time to waste, and that's why this government is getting on with the job.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for outlining the ways the Albanese Labor government is strengthening the nation's manufacturing capability and delivering secure, well-paid jobs across the country. A future made in Australia is about turning great Australian ideas into growing local businesses. What is the government doing to help foster more great ideas that can create the iconic Australian businesses of the future?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Smith for that very incisive question, because the Minister for Industry and Science announced this week a new national science and research priorities, which place science at the forefront of our industrial transformation, connecting science, research and manufacturing to secure our future at a country that makes things here. One of the key ways that the government fosters this connection is through the Cooperative Research Centres program. One example is the Australian Vintage Limited, which received a $3 million grant in January 2024 to support research and innovation in no and low alcohol wines, which have the potential to be a huge growth area for the Australian wine industry, particularly in that great state of South Australia.
Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for outlining the ways the Albanese Labor government is growing innovative and world-leading Australian businesses. Why is this government so determined to rebuild Australian manufacturing, and how does this compare to the Liberals and Nationals who oversaw a decade of inaction towards Australian manufacturing?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and once again thank Senator Smith for her question. Sadly, when the Liberals and Nationals were given the chance to support workers, they have repeatedly chosen to play politics. Again, we're seeing the unholy alliance of the Coalition and the Greens. They've teamed up with the Greens to block affordable homes for Australians, and now they're teaming up to block high-paying jobs for Australians. Whether it's capping gas prices or delivering better wages and lower taxes for manufacturing workers, every time we hear the same response from the Liberals and the Nationals, no, no, no. And now, when it comes to supporting a future made in Australia, a future made in Australia. I'm not defensive, Senator McKenzie. I'm out there. I'm forward-leading, and once again, the Liberals and the Nationals are turning their backs on Australian workers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator Gallagher. Minister, it has been reported that a national shortage of saline intravenous fluids has now reached disaster levels. These fluids are absolutely critical to the emergency healthcare provided to patients in Australian hospitals. This is an issue of national importance. When did the government first become aware of concerns for Australia's supply of IV saline?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I was just seeing if we had any update from the Health Minister's office. I'm not aware of the date. I am aware that the government is working as it would normally do. Well, Senator McKenzie, she asked when did the government become aware, and I'm saying that the Minister for Health.
McKenzie,
I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that I don't have
Minister
the
Gallagher,
exact
please
date.
resume your seat. Senator McKenzie, I've already called you to order. This is not your question. As I said to you yesterday, either sit in here in silence or leave the chamber. That's your choice. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you, President. I was just checking to see if we had an exact date, which was the actual question that I was asked. I will come back if I can provide that to you, but I am aware, and the Minister for Health is across this and being briefed closely by his department on how to manage the shortage of IV fluids, and that is work that is being done across states and territories to manage the supply of IV fluids within their jurisdiction, and that the Commonwealth and the jurisdictions and other professional bodies have initiated a national IV fluid working group which consists of state and territory representatives, private hospitals and the AMA to work collaboratively on IV fluid supply issues and to coordinate the national response. There have been a number of outcomes to that meeting which I am happy to go through, but we cannot compel sponsors to increase manufacturing of supply of medicines in Australia. However, the TGA monitors and mitigates medicine supply issues and has approved several alternative supplies from overseas under Section 19A of the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to supplement the local production and supply of other registered products.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first
thank
supplementary.
you very much, President. Well, it is my understanding that the government should have been aware since May that there was an impending shortage of IV fluid in Australia. So can the Minister actually outline what actual actions the government has taken and what actions were taken at the time it became aware of the IV fluid shortage to guarantee supply of these essential fluids to ensure Australia's healthcare system remain functional?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I'm very happy to do that. I understand that across Australia the shortage of saline products has been ongoing since early 2023 but has recently worsened. This is in part due to the major sponsor Baxter experiencing delays in procurement of overseas registered saline since May-June 2024. A delayed shipment for another supplier has also contributed to the worsening shortage, and in addition sponsors have reported a further increase in demand in recent months as jurisdictions began experiencing low stock levels. So there have been a number of
steps that have been taken, including the ones that I just outlined in answer to your previous question, which was around the role the TGA has taken to approve additional suppliers, asking IV fluid suppliers if they need assistance in addressing delays in shipping and unloading containers at docks, asking Baxter and other sponsors of Australian registered IV fluid if any regulatory actions could assist with increasing supply, increasing national coordination of monitoring of supply, publishing a web statement and information about the shortages and overseas registered alternatives.
Thanks, Minister.
And I have some more, which
Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Thank you very much. Doctors in every hospital across the country have reported being told to ration their supplies of IV fluids, restricting the amount that is used for their patients. Minister, will your government commit to a coordinated and urgent national response, not just monitoring, to this crisis? Are you delegating leadership on this issue to the TGA or a monitoring committee that was set up last Friday?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Will. I've answered this question. There is a national response being led with the Commonwealth and jurisdictions and the professional bodies to coordinate the shortage of IV fluid supplies. It is not unusual where there are shortages that health professionals are asked to manage the supply while more supply comes on board, as you would expect. That is actually part of a response to a supply shortage. There are a number of steps that have been taken, but you would expect the TGA to be one of those that would be taking steps, of course, so I don't think you can diminish the role of the TGA. There are a number of steps being taken, including nationally consistent clinical guidance to support appropriate prioritisation measures to manage demand. So, as you would expect, and as these things are managed in the health system all the time, these are being led. There is a nationally consistent response and it is appropriate, and you shouldn't be driving fear and a scare campaign.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President.
Order. I've called another senator to ask a question. Senator Ormond-Payne.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Minister Watt. This year's NAPLAN results are the consequence of over a decade of chronic underfunding of the public education system by both Labor and Liberal governments, and Australia now has the infamy of having one of the most inequitable education systems in the OECD. Australians' NAPLAN results show us that all Australia's kids need a fully funded education, something that is currently not being offered by this Labor government, despite their statements to the contrary. It's now over a decade since the Gonski Review told us we have an equity problem in our schools, and this government went to the election promising that they would fully fund our public schools. Why then is this Labor government now seeking to lock public schools into another decade of underfunding?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Ormond-Payne. Well, the short answer is that we're not planning to lock public schools or schools in general into another decade of underfunding. Quite the contrary. What we're actually putting forward is the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement with the states, which would contribute $16 billion from the federal government in additional funding for public schools. And as I reminded your colleague yesterday, the only way public schools in Australia are going to get more funding is through a Labor government. It's not going to happen through a Greens government. It's certainly not going to happen through a coalition government because they'll actually get less funding. What they'll get from the Greens is more complaints, more memes, more rallies, more whinging, but they won't get a single extra dollar. The only way they're going to get an extra dollar is from the Albanese Labor government, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing through our Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. Now, I think all Australians would be concerned to see some of the NAPLAN results that we've seen coming through. But what these results do show is that literacy and numeracy standards have remained steady, with around 2/3 of students considered to be strong or exceeding in most domains and year levels. And like last year, this year's results show that nearly 1 in 10 school students do need additional support to meet minimum standards in literacy and numeracy. But that's not the case across the board. Almost 1 in 3 students from poor backgrounds need additional support. 1 in 3 First Nations students, 1 in 4 students from remote locations, and 1 in 2 students from very remote locations require additional support. And so what that shows is that the education of your parents, where you live and your background has a massive impact on your likelihood to start behind or fall behind at school. Now, I think it is really unfortunate that we had a decade of coalition government that did nothing about it. And it's particularly shameful that the Nationals did nothing about it, because they say that they support rural and regional Australia, which we know has greater disadvantage from an educational point of view, and they did nothing about it at all.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Orman-Payne, first supplementary.
The NAPLAN results show a stark difference between students in private and public schools. However, the main takeaway, as Minister Clare has noted, is that family income is actually now the biggest determinant of how a child performs in school. With public schools responsible for educating the vast majority of students who experience socioeconomic and educational disadvantage, how can the government justify continuing to grow the proportion of federal money spent on private schools while decreasing the proportion on public schools?
The time for asking has expired. Senator Watt.
Well, thanks, Senator Orman-Payne, and I actually just made the very point that you were making in my previous answer when I did point out that educational disadvantage does exist even more greatly in particular parts of the community, whether it be students from poor backgrounds, First Nation students, remote location students, for example. And that is exactly why we need to see more funding provided to our schools, in particular our public schools, and that's exactly why the Albanese government is doing that through our Better and Fairer Schools agreement. And I would imagine, Senator Orman-Payne and all of your colleagues, given how much you say you care about funding for public schools, I would imagine you would support our Better and Fairer Schools agreement, which is providing $16 billion in additional funding for public schools. Or will this be another example where we see the Greens get up and lecture us about how we should do more on this or that and then not support what we're doing? On housing, you say we should do more, you vote against it. On education, you say we should do more, you're probably going to vote against it. You are total hypocrites.
Thank you, Minister.
And we won't take your advice.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Orman-Payne, second supplementary.
Teachers in Australia are overworked, underpaid and are tied up with administrative responsibilities that keep them away from teaching. Yet Minister Clare has suggested further short courses for teachers, and the schools reform agreement proposed by Labor would require teachers to do more surveillance, more monitoring and more testing. Why won't Labor just fully fund public schools and help stop the exodus of burnt-out and undervalued teachers?
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Minister Watt.
Well, thanks, Senator Orman-Payne. And again, we're not doing what you're suggesting. We're actually doing exactly the opposite by putting up $16 billion worth of extra funding under our Better and Fairer Schools agreement. And Senator Orman-Payne, I think last time you asked me a question like this and you took the side of teachers, I reminded you that almost my entire family are teachers, and I'm well aware of the pressure that they face. And I know Senator Orman-Payne is as well. I'm well aware of the pressures that they face, and that's exactly why they deserve our support, and that is why they're getting the support of the Albanese government through more funding. The funding that we're providing through our Better and Fairer Schools agreement will go exactly towards the types of things that you're talking about to ensure that teachers are paid the way they should be, are provided with the resources that they should be, that we have additional support provided for students who do suffer from particular educational disadvantage. And as I say, it's about time that you supported something positive that a Labor government is doing in areas you say you care about, rather than continuing to whinge and achieve nothing at all.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Green. Order. Order.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Sport, Senator Gallagher. Australians have been glued to their TVs, sometimes in the early hours, watching our athletes compete on the world stage in Paris to achieve a record-setting medal haul at the Olympics. From the pool to the track, the rapids to the velodrome, our athletes did us so proud, finishing 4th on the medal tally. Can the Minister please report to the Senate on the success of the Australian Olympics campaign, and how is the Australian government supporting our athletes?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Green, who is a mad sports fan, for the question and for the ability to reflect on the success of the Australian Olympic team. Australians sent 460 athletes to Paris for the 2024 Olympics, and it's an honour to be able to celebrate their success here in the Senate today. Across 33 sports, our athletes gave their all for their sport and their country. And back home, we gave our sleepless nights and early mornings in front of the TV cheering them on. As the PM said when he greeted our athletes this morning, every single one of these athletes has done us proud. Not everyone had a medal around their neck, but every single one of them was worth their weight in gold. Every single one of them has done our country proud. Jess Fox and Eddie Ockenden represented Australia with pride at the opening ceremony as flag bearers. Jess secured her place as the undisputed Queen of the Rapids, winning 2 gold medals and being elected to the International Olympic Committee's Athletes Commission and the Brisbane 2032 board. Noemi added to the Fox family medal haul with gold in the canoe slalom. Our Dolphins absolutely dazzled in the pool with lots of silver, gold and bronze, incredible team spirit in the relays and fearlessness, and Moesha Johnson, who swam 10 kilometres up and down the river. Anna Mears was amazing as our chef de mission. I would have thought this would have received some more bipartisan support, frankly, and I'm sure she wouldn't play favourites, but I have no doubt she would have been proud of our cyclists and gold in the men's team pursuit. And Anna's defence of our breakdancer Ray Gunn showed the world Australians' unique brand of loyalty, and Australians' dance floors will never be the same again. Australia now has a couple of weeks to catch up on sleep and get ready for the Paralympics.
Senator Green, first supplementary.
Well, thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. Undeniably, our women athletes were the story of the Paris Games. The fantastic Fox sisters on the Rapids, our incredible women swimmers, Nina Kennedy in the pole vault, Saya Sakakibara carving up the BMX, and Cairns-born Arissa True in the skate park. What impact have these women had on the future of women's sports in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. Of Australia's 18 gold medals, 13 of them were won by women. The women at this Olympics were incredible. 55% of the team were women, a huge improvement on the 0 women that were taken to the 1924 Paris Olympics. Nina Kennedy became the first Australian woman to win Olympic gold in a field event. Saya Sakakibara dominated on BMX, and Arissa True, a Cairns local, ruled from the skateboard. I can't wait to see these 2 Queenslanders at Brisbane 2032. 7 of the gold medals were won in the pool, and 6 of these medals were won by women. Emma McKeon has now overtaken Ian Thorpe with the most gold medals of an Australian athlete in Olympics history. We are making record investments in women's sport, but the impact that each of the 256 women athletes have had on the future of women's sport is worth more than any financial investment.
Thank you, Minister Gallagher. Senator Green, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. Our athletes have done us proud, and they are an inspiration to the next generation. In the lead up to Brisbane 2032, how is the government supporting our athletes? And why is it important that we continue to support grassroots sport as well as high-performance facilities that our athletes need to continue achieving at the level that they have in the Paris Olympics?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Thanks, Senator Green, for the supplementary, and for all of those athletes that attended and represented the country on Australia's behalf to the Olympics. Started their sport at a young age, and we saw photos of them often as they were showing their event on the TV. So it is important, as Senator Green said, that we make sure that we are continuing to support grassroots sport, because this is where young kids get involved and supported and on their way to becoming elite athletes or just enjoying the participation in the sport of their choice. There has been a record investment in this sport in this budget, almost $500 million over the next 2 years as we prepare for LA 28, the largest Olympic and Paralympic sport investment ever. We've also made that record investment into the AIS here in Canberra, the biggest since the early 80s, so $249 million to make sure that that facility can do the job it needs to do. And on top of that is a $200 million Play Our Way fund for women and girls.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. The 2024 NAPLAN results are out and call into question the entire education process for Aboriginal Australians in the Northern Territory. These children, to whom our nation owes a duty of care, record worse NAPLAN scores in Year 9 than in Year 3. Minister, please explain why Aboriginal children in the Northern Territory go backwards the longer they stay in school.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator, for your question. And thank you for joining me this week when I reached out across the aisle, actually, to all parliamentarians from every party to try and close the gap in many of these areas, including education and education attainment. Clearly, one of the things that we've tried to do in terms of Northern Territory, for example, and just recently we had Minister Jason Clare come up to the Northern Territory to work with the NTG around education and boost all of the public schools across the Northern Territory in an agreement that I know he's trying to reach across the country in all the states. We certainly are very disappointed in terms of the NAPLAN results. One of the things that I know with regards to Alice Springs, for example, getting kids to school is firstly our biggest challenge. We have seen the many difficulties that we've had, in particular in Central Australia, but it is mirrored across many of our regions, even in your state in Queensland, where we need to work harder in terms of getting First Nations people even to school, let alone trying to pass the examination, the simple examination, at such a young age with NAPLAN. I commend the Education Minister for the work that he's doing in this space, Senator Roberts. I know we have a long way to go, but we are certainly trying to do that in terms of our work in the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. The percentage of Aboriginal children in the Northern Territory who NAPLAN classified as needing further assistance was 90%. 90%. In Queensland, it's only 56%, and Queensland is a standout failure in this round of NAPLAN. Minister, can you assure the Senate that every cent of federal government money dedicated to the education of our Aboriginal community is spent appropriately?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McCarthy.
President, and thank you for the question, Senator. Well, I can certainly assure this Senate that I will be working very hard in the role that I have as Minister now for Indigenous Australians across party lines. I do want to see great improvement in the lives of First Nations people, but in particular children, in particular our children. And I certainly will do that, Senator Roberts. And I'm more than happy, obviously, to keep working with yourself in terms of the issues that are going on in Queensland. Can I just point out again, though, with regards to the funding that we are providing, 2 weeks ago, as I said, Minister Clare did sign an historic school funding agreement. Under the agreement, the Australian Government will invest an additional estimated $736.7 million from 2025 to 2029 in Northern Territory public schools. I'm certainly happy to be able to look at further information in regards to Queensland.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Greens are assisting this government in suppressing any inquiry into federal government assistance given to the Aboriginal community. We heard Senator Cox's comments in the chamber yesterday on many topics, including native title. Minister, if you continue to block inquiry into and audit of the use of funds given to the Aboriginal community, how can you assure the Senate that there's no corruption, waste and cronyism occurring?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Can I just ask for consideration of whether that's an appropriate supplementary to a question about NAPLAN results in the Northern Territory?
Thank you. I'm advised, Senator Wong, and I remind the chamber that Senator Roberts' second question did go to funding, and so it does flow from the first supplementary. So, thank you, Minister. Order.
Quite a bit longer than
Kettle's boiling again.
Yeah.
Please continue, Minister.
Thank you
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Roberts. Can I just firstly say, in regards to comments around Senator Cox, Senator Cox is very dedicated to working to improve the lives for First Nations people. So I would caution any slur against her work in that space. What I would say is this, though, Senator Roberts, is the...
Order.
What I would say, though, is the government has invested more than $110 million in initiatives to support First Nations children, students and organisations. You know, we are committed to strengthening formal partnerships arrangements in line with closing the gap, Senator Roberts, the priority reforms. You met with the co-chair of the Joint Council, and that was Pat Turner, in reaffirming that commitment, and I look forward to working with you and others on that.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
The question was one of irrelevance before Senator McCarthy sat down.
Senator Roberts.
I asked, how can you assure the Senate?
Senator Roberts, one, that's a debating point, and two, the minister's finished her question. So thank you. Before I go to you, Senator Cash, I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of a delegation from the Women's Parliamentary Group of Timor-Leste, led by Ms Sancha Tillman, and I note also the presence of Ambassador for Timor-Leste too. And on behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Cash, over to you.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last week, the High Court spent several days hearing a claim made by the Gumatj people in relation to the Gove Peninsula in Arnhem Land. This is a case about the just terms compensation under the Constitution. The Gumatj people are claiming $700 million in relation to one small part of the Northern Territory. If they are successful and the ruling is applied in other places, the Commonwealth may have to pay billions or even tens of billions in native title compensation. How much, if anything, has the Commonwealth set aside to pay for this contingency?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Can I, if I may, President, first just say to the delegation from Timor-Leste, bem-vindo e tudo bem. You're very welcome here. In relation to the question from Senator Cash, obviously this is a matter before the High Court. Her question goes to a matter that is not only before our most senior jurisdiction, but is, of course, a hypothetical. I'm sure she would be unsurprised. Well, Senator, you and I both know that...
Senator Cash, you've asked your question. Minister Wong, please continue.
You and I both know that it's not the practice in this place for us to prejudge what might occur in matters before the court. And you and I both know as well that this is a matter that any government would have to deal with, and would have to deal with a judgment of the High Court. So my answer to you is I certainly won't be speculating in the way you seek to.
Order. Minister, do you wish to continue?
I certainly won't be speculating as the...
Minister, have you finished? Or Senator Cash, I have called you to order a number of times, and I would request that I can hear what you're saying very clearly, and it is disorderly, so I'm asking you, I appreciate that you're not using a very loud voice, but equally Senator Wong is not using a loud voice, so that means the whole tone of the chamber needs to come down, including interjections. Minister Wong, please continue.
I simply would say that I would assume as the Shadow Attorney General, as the Shadow Attorney General, she might actually respect the judicial process. You might actually I know that this might be an alien concept to you, Senator. But we have a separation of powers, we have a judicial process, and as the person who aspires to be the nation's first law officer, I would have thought you might show the judicial process a little more respect. But we know that we know what you are doing here. What are my advice to you, Senator? Why don't you show the High Court some respect?
Senator Cash, for supplementary.
Budget. Thank you, Minister. Has the Commonwealth done any modelling on the budgetary and economic impact of an unexpected $700 million compensation bill? And if so, what are the impacts?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
I refer to my first answer.
Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. So, could you please inform the Senate what contingency plans are in place if the Commonwealth is suddenly liable to pay hundreds of millions, if not potentially billions, in compensation, given it's the taxpayer who'll be picking up the tab?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Order. Order. Senator Gallagher. Minister Wong.
I refer to my first answer.
Senator Payman. Order. Order. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing Minister for Agriculture in the Senate, Minister McCarthy. Over the winter break, I visited regional sheep farms and spoke to sheep farmers who have grave concerns about the live sheep export phase-out package. One of those sheep farmers was Judith from the Wandering Shire, who stressed to me the lack of support from the government to outline exactly what comes after the end of live sheep export. These are towns of generational sheep farmers that rely solely on this industry, and now they're being asked to transition out of it with no detail on what's to come next. So Judith asked me, transition to what? We have transition packages for coal mining communities where it's detailed exactly what they're transitioning to, but that is not the case in this package. So on behalf of Judith and all WA sheep farmers and communities, I ask the Minister, transition to what?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Payman for her question. Well, certainly ending live sheep exports by sea marks a considerable step forward for animal welfare and capitalises on onshore opportunities in sheep meat processing. Senator Payman, obviously the other side are not interested to know.
That's right.
They obviously don't care about the farmers in Western Australia.
That's right.
We are supporting...
Minister, please resume your seat. Order. 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 I remind the opposition there is plenty of opportunity for you to ask similar questions. This question has been asked by Senator Payman, Senator Mackenzie particularly. Order. Senator Brockman. Senator Ayres. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. I should not have had to stand up. I called order at least 7 times. I remind the opposition there is plenty of opportunity for you to ask similar questions. This question is being asked by a senator who has limited opportunity to ask questions during the week, and I ask every senator in here to listen in respectful silence. Please continue, Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator Payman, we've obviously now legislated that trade will end on 1st of May 2028. The $107 million transition support package, which you are asking about, and I know you're interested to know, will provide the opportunity for individuals, communities and businesses to be resilient, well-positioned and ready when the trade ends. We're certainly working with the WA Government to roll out that support, and the transition plan includes implementation based on independent advice, the provision of certainty, time and support for the transition, ongoing management of and measures to enhance sheep welfare, and also, Senator, transition oversight and continued engagement with domestic stakeholders and trading partners. With this certainty and a 4-year lead time, affected producers can make decisions appropriate to their circumstances.
Thank you, Minister McCarthy. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, will the Agricultural Minister commit to putting more money on the table and extending the transition time from 4 years to 10 years, as recommended by the independent inquiry, to help our farmers transition to new industry?
Senator McCarthy. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator Payman, the $107 million investment is substantial investment in terms of the transition. In fact, Senator Payman, and if the others want to hear opposite, that is the most that we've been able to put, given the decline from the others across the chamber in terms of the support for the industry.
Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. But that roughly equates to $25 million a year, and in comparison to upgrade a fencing for a farm, it costs about $2 million. So in the grand scheme of things, more needs to be done. But my second supplementary question...
Senator Payman, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie, you are out of line. You completely drowned out the senator who has got the legitimate right to ask the question. You completely drowned her out. Please reset the clock, and Senator Payman, please begin your question again.
Thank you, President. Will the Minister for Agriculture meet with WA sheep farmers when Cabinet visits WA in September?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator, for your question. Clearly, the Minister, like me, has just started in her portfolio, and I have every confidence that she's reaching out right across the country in her portfolio area, and will no doubt do the same in Western Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, President. My question today is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Can the Minister please tell the Senate how the Albanese Labor government is working to ease cost of living pressures through strong and sustainable wage growth, rolling out a tax cut for every taxpayer and energy bill relief for every household? I would also be interested to hear about the almost 1 million jobs created over the last 2 years, which is a record number of jobs created in a parliamentary term.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Senator Pratt for her question. And she, alongside other members of the government, is working every day to deliver for Australians in the face of a cost of living crisis. And under this government, compared to what we inherited from those opposite, inflation has halved and wage growth has doubled. But of course, there is much more work to do. We have to continue to tackle inflation. We have to continue to provide cost of living relief. We have to continue to roll out the tax cuts for every taxpayer. And of course, we have to ensure a decent wages for Australian workers. A decent wage system is central to our work to ease the cost of living. 2.6 million low-paid workers are getting their third consecutive pay rise, and the minimum wage is up $143 per week. And there's really only one group in Australia who are opposed to that, and that's those sitting opposite you. The only people who actually don't want the wage increases that workers are getting as a result of the government's reforms are those opposite. In addition, we will fund a 15% wage increase for early child education and care workers. As the Senator said also, nearly 1 million new jobs are being created, and Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Because we all know that Australians are doing it tough, and this government is focused on how we deliver relief without adding to inflation. This includes by making childcare cheaper. This includes providing $300 of energy bill relief. This includes a freeze of the cost of PBS medicine. This includes expanding bulk billing. This includes the increase in Commonwealth rent assistance. This includes increases to paid parental leave, HECS relief for everyone with student ed, fee-free TAFE, and strengthening the food and grocery code to drive down grocery prices. What do they do opposite? Well, they voted against so many of these.
Thank you, Minister.
Australians
the time
know
for answering
they
has
have no
expired.
credibility.
Senator Pratt, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Both the Prime Minister and Treasurer have spoken about responsible economic management, both now and with an eye to the future, in particular putting forward Labor's plan for a future made in Australia. So, can the Minister please outline how the Albanese government is working to grow our economy, create good jobs, all the while setting up a prosperous future?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And if I can just finish off on cost of living relief, let's remember every time they come back in here to talk about cost of living, this is the lot that voted against cheaper medicines. This is the lot that voted against getting wages moving. This is the lot that voted against energy price relief. This is the lot that voted against housing help. So whenever they come in here and talk to about cost of living relief, we should all remember that the primary drivers of assistance to Australians, higher wages and lower costs in a whole range of sectors, more to do. But remember, what is not helpful is your opposition to it. What is not helpful is you saying, we don't want Australians to get energy price relief. We don't want Australians to get decent wages. We don't want Australians to get cheaper childcare. We don't want Australians to get more bulk billings or cheaper medicines. You have no credibility when it comes to cost of living.
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator Pratt, second supplementary.
President. Minister, why is decent pay such an important part of the Albanese Labor government's efforts to help ease cost of living pressures, and how does this approach differ to what has failed in the past?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Wong.
Thank you. The Labor Party and the Albanese Labor government are the party of decent wages. The coalition is the party of low wages. The party of low wages. The party that believes that low wages are good for the economy. Remember, a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy. If there's ever anything that shows the difference between the parties, it's those of us on this side who want decent wages for working people, decent wages for working Australians, who understand that cost of living relief must include increases in wages that you oppose. Those opposite, they want low wages as a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy. Deliberate design feature of the Australian economy. And, you know, as much as Senator Cash wants to yell at me across the chamber, we all know whose side she's really on. We all know she'd want to bring back work choices if she really could. Senator Cash would absolutely bring back work choices if he could. You have never stood for decent wages.
Wong. Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. In November 2023, the Iranian ambassador posted anti-Semitic comments on social media which, in media reports, were condemned by an unnamed DFAT spokesperson. What action did the government take in November 2023 to ensure a foreign official would not continue to spread anti-Semitic hatred in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, in relation to the date in question, as opposed to the more recent one, I will get further information about the nature of representations which were made at the time. But I would say to you, Senator, I've made very clear public comments about the most recent comments by the Iranian ambassador. I said that this language was repugnant and hateful and it has no place in our country. I said that publicly, and so did the Prime Minister. It was a terrible example of unacceptable language, and the ambassador has been left in no doubt about our position, and this matter has been handled appropriately by the department. I would say to you, Senator, because I've seen some of your colleagues in your public remarks, we retain diplomatic relations with countries not because of their interests but because of ours. We retain diplomatic relations so that we can advocate for Australia's interests and for Australia's citizens, some of whom at times are in trouble or incarcerated in the countries in question. That is why we have diplomatic relations with countries, notwithstanding that we have very different views on many issues. But I again say those remarks were repugnant, and I want to express again I understand how distressing they were for members of Australia's Jewish community, and I hope that they know that those of us in the government and this parliament stand against that sort of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. In February this year, DFAT was alerted to complaints about the Iranian ambassador contacting Australian citizens online in a manner which made those Australians feel unsafe and that they were being monitored by the embassy. What action did the government take in February this year in response to those concerns?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister.
There have been a range of actions taken, including by the Department of Home Affairs, from memory, outlining the remedies and protections available under Australia's foreign interference regime, which are available to Australians. My recollection is there has been engagement with the community on that, and I think you have asked me this question before. I will get further information from you, if you wish, about those past activities, Senator Chandler. I again restate in here, we are very clear about our multicultural democracy. We are very clear with all concerned that we will defend that. And part of that is people are free to express their political views peacefully. Part of that is people are free. Australians should be safe from intimidation and coercion. They should be allowed to operate and exercise their voice in this country without fear of intimidation from any party.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. More than 10 months after the government was first alerted to anti-Semitic hatred being spread on social media by the Iranian ambassador, why is the ambassador still this month inciting hatred and calling for genocide without greater consequence than being asked to meet with a DFAT official? What is the government doing to ensure this dangerous and divisive behaviour being undertaken in Australia ceases?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
As I said to you, Senator, I think it is very clear from the public comments made by the Prime Minister of Australia and the Foreign Minister and others, our views about the ambassador's comments. They were repugnant. This has been appropriately managed by senior people within the department. The representations are made. As I said in my primary, we maintain diplomatic relations for our interests, not because we agree with the views of the regimes at times with which we deal. And I would remind this Senator that Australia has had diplomatic relations with Iran since 1968. I join with you and others in our public condemnation of the ambassador's remarks and in our articulation of our support for Australia's Jewish community in the face of them.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Affairs, Senator McCarthy. The government has said that it is committed to working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians, state and territory governments and the Coalition of the Peaks to close the gap on a range of outcomes, including health, education, justice and jobs. Can the new Minister please explain how the government's approach will help to close the gap in employment outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Ghosh for the question and look forward to getting over to Western Australia in the near future. Certainly, as the new Minister for Indigenous Australians, I'm deeply committed to work in partnership with First Nations communities and organisations and state and territory governments to improve outcomes for First Nations people. At the 2022 election, we promised to get rid of the failed Community Development Program, or CDP. It failed individuals and communities and left people stuck in cycles of poverty. President, I had my first meeting as Minister with our First Nations reference group for the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, continuing the important work of my predecessor, Linda Burney. The group has incredible knowledge and experience in remote employment and economic development, and they're providing important advice to the government on the implementation program, which will help close the gap in employment outcomes and boost economic opportunities in remote areas. It will be tough. We are doing this, though, in partnership with First Nations people. We know that by working together we will get better outcomes. The Remote Jobs Program will create 3,000 jobs in remote communities. It is the first stage in meeting our commitment to replace the CDP with real jobs, proper wages and decent conditions, including superannuation, annual leave and sick leave. The new Remote Jobs Program will mean Indigenous Australians can have access to the benefits and dignity of work no matter where they live. This will be life-changing for many people in remote communities because we believe in remote communities they deserve, like all Australians, access to the benefits and dignity of work.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Can you please detail how the new jobs program will work and how the program is being designed in partnership with First Nations Australians?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, Senator. The Remote Jobs Program will initially create 3,000 jobs with proper wages and decent conditions. It is the first stage in the transition to replace the CDP. The program is about self-determination through economic and community development, jobs that local communities want and need to grow remote economies. The new Remote Jobs Program will build up local skills for the local care economy, services and maintenance. We know that the old CDP program was a failure and it simply didn't deliver for remote Australia. We've been trialling and testing new approaches to job creation in remote communities to help inform how we best replace CDP. We're working with Indigenous communities to design and implement the programs communities want. The Productivity Commission highlighted the importance of listening, and that's what we're doing, but we're also putting communities in the driver's seat to create local jobs and businesses.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Having meaningful and secure jobs is foundational for economic development and enabling First Nations peoples to build better futures for themselves, their families and their communities. Minister, can you please expand on what else the government is doing to continue improving employment outcomes for First Nations Australians?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Yes, the Albanese Labor government is committed to working with First Nations people to deliver improvements in employment outcomes for First Nations people, so Indigenous Australians can have access to the benefits and dignity of work no matter where they live, to create a better future for themselves, their families and the next generation. We're boosting employment opportunities for First Nations Australians. More than 300 people have enrolled in the Health Worker Traineeship program as part of our commitment to funding 500 First Nations health workers. Over 14,000 First Nations students have enrolled in fee-free TAFE courses. We progressed work to expand Indigenous ranges by up to 1,000 jobs as part of our plan to double the number of ranges by 2030. And we're getting on with delivering our Remote Jobs and Economic Development program to help close the gap in employment outcomes and boost economic opportunities.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Forsyth.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek to take note of answers to questions asked by coalition senators. Deputy President, when I contact constituents in my home state of South Australia via phone canvassing or in meetings, the issues raised with me, number one, number two, number three, are the cost of living crisis, concerns about inflation, the impact on household budgets of things like power prices, the concerns from small business about the impact of power prices, the rising costs of insurance, the impact on industry, particularly those energy-intensive industries, about the rising cost of prices. In my home state of South Australia, despite all of the rhetoric from this government about their transition to cheaper renewables, South Australia pays the highest price for electricity in Australia at 45.5 cents per kilowatt hour, which is amongst the most expensive in the world. So with these pressures on businesses who employ Australians, these pressures on households, people need a government, a Prime Minister, a leader who takes the issues seriously and who they can trust. And so the response was vicious, to say the least, when this Prime Minister tweets a ill-thought-through copy of a pop album cover to try and promote what he believes is good news from the government, and people say, "You're a joke." They also wonder who they can trust when they see the Prime Minister standing in front of a press conference and saying that the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Australia didn't say the things that she very clearly did say about the inflationary impacts of government spending. When the Prime Minister directly contradicts not only the words but the policies of the Independent Reserve Bank of Australia and its governor, he calls into question some of the underpinnings of Australia's economic system and the integrity of one of our key public officials. It is no wonder that in the press, in news articles in days following, we see comments like, and I quote, "Denial and blame shifting was the name of Albanese's game," end quote. And it's only because of the role of the Parliament and holding the Prime Minister to account that he has now backtracked on those claims. So Australians, whether they are mums and dads at home, or people running a small business employing other Australians, or large firms seeking to manufacture things here in Australia, they cannot trust Prime Minister Albanese and his policies or his words. And we see that particularly in the area of the cost of living and the cost of electricity in the energy policy. I have risen in this place previously to explain why the words and the policies of both Minister Bowen and Prime Minister Albanese are at odds with global experts from people like the International Energy Agency and the OECD as to the impact of seeking to achieve net zero by 2050 based on a renewables-dominated energy system. Despite the words mouthed by Mr Bowen and Mr Albanese, evidence from overseas, both in terms of engineering and economic analysis, borne out by the lived experience of other nations, show that the pathway this government has Australia on is making a bad situation worse. The OECD analysis highlights that where we're at the moment, with rising power prices, is just the start of a trajectory which will be unaffordable for advanced economies if the transition is based on renewables only, which is the current plan of the government. And independent experts here in Australia have highlighted that the true cost of the Albanese's approach will be in the trillions of dollars rather than the billions of dollars which the coalition is proposing, with the change to our energy system to include baseload power from clean, modern nuclear reactors. And the lived experience of nations overseas, including, for example, the province of Ontario, is that with the majority of their power from nuclear, they are paying 13 cents per kilowatt hour compared to South Australia's 45.
Senator Grogan.
Collection of South Australians we are. What is the collective noun for a South Australian?
An excellent. An excellent.
Senator Fawcett, I appreciate your commentary about the things you hear from South Australians. I also hear from South Australians that cost of living is a significant issue. And I think we all know that. We're seeing very tough conditions out there. But our primary concern in the government is tackling inflation, because that has an impact across the board. That has an impact across the board. And we are looking to deliver strong wages and sustainable wage growth for workers. And we're doing that in a range of ways. Systemically, over the last 2 years, working towards improving the wages, improving the job prospects, and helping people move ahead. The gender pay gap is something we've been really focused on, and we've made some great headway in that area. And only last week we announced a 15% increase in the pay of our early childhood educators. A critical bunch of people who do a spectacular job. And for years and years and years, they've been pushing for a pay rise. But nothing's been forthcoming. So we're delighted to see that come forward at this point in time. Because if we are going to deal with our economy going forwards, we need to be able to support women going back to the workforce, because women still take up the vast majority of responsibilities in terms of staying home with small children. So these measures are making a difference. These measures are absolutely going to make a difference to people's place in the economy, how people survive. But there's a whole range of other people that we need to be looking to support. And this government, not you guys, not ever you guys, but this government, we have advocated for the low-paid workers, to the Fair Work Commission, and we've managed to achieve some increases in those pay rates, 52% in 2022, and 8.6% in 2023, and 3.75% in 2024. And when we're talking about cost of living pressures, when we're talking about people being able to keep a roof over their head, put food on their table, then one of the critical aspects to that is the wages that they are able to earn. And as for those opposite, 48 times you voted against industrial relations reform, 48 times, because you've never cared about people on low and middle incomes. Top end, absolutely, right up your alley, but they're not the people who are struggling at this point in time. People who are really struggling are those people who rely on minimum wage, those people who are working in lower paid jobs. And that's where we've been focusing to try and ensure that those people can indeed keep a roof over their head and food on the table and have prospects and opportunities to earn more money, keep more of what they earn, and to see a future where they can see jobs not just for themselves, good jobs, well-paid jobs, but jobs for their children and their grandchildren. And our future that we have plotted out for Australia gives that. Growth in jobs, growth in industries, a future made in Australia, which would just secure for us a very positive future for the people who are working today, the people who will be working tomorrow, and the children of those future generations. Looking forward, protecting the whole community, moving all of the levers, from everything from our fee-free TAFE to lowering medicines to ensuring that Medicare is there for everyone and is all about the health care that you need, not how much money you've got in your pocket. Looking at the entire economy, shifting our society to a more future-focused, supportive environment is what is going to make a difference. And I think when we talk about the issues on the ground for people, we need to be helping them see the future. We need to be supporting them in the things that they desperately need to make ends meet and to see the future and to see the hope and the prosperity for the direction that the Albanese Labor government has put in place. Thank you.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Well, Senator Grogan, I can't help you with a collective noun for South Australians. I can think of a few for Labor governments, but I can't mention them in this place. But this was a very telling question time, we saw a complete failure once again from this government to take seriously what Senator Fawcett did so clearly enunciate as the issue, the only issue that we hear about day in, day out, which is the cost of living crisis. And what do we see from those opposite in terms of their own questions? Their Dorothy Dixes. We saw them talk about Future Made in Australia, a slogan with absolutely nothing behind it. We saw them talk about the Olympics. Reminds you a bit of bread and circuses, doesn't it? Bread and circuses. That's what this government does. Doesn't do actual policy. It doesn't do any of the heavy lifting required in the economy to take pressure off struggling Australian families. It does bread and circuses. When asked about cost of living, they roll out the same trite answer they've been rolling out for, I think, over a year now. If we went back to question time a year ago, we'd hear about cheaper childcare and lower cost of medicines. And the Australian people don't buy it. They don't buy that this government has done a thing to try to improve their standard of living, to try and take the pressure off them in this cost of living crisis. Because you know what? Few hundred dollars in terms of energy bill relief. But people's energy bills have gone up by thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. I have talked to individual small businesses whose energy bills have gone up by $10,000 a quarter. Senator O'Neill, how much do you think, through you, Mr Deputy President, how much do you think your assistance helped a small business whose energy bills have gone up $10,000 in a quarter? A family whose mortgage repayments have gone up since you came to power, Senator O'Neill, whose mortgage repayments have gone up $15,000 a year, whose price of groceries has gone up 12%, whose price of electricity has gone up 22%. We have gone, in my home state of Western Australia, under a state Labor government and a federal Labor government, from having the cheapest electricity pretty much in the world, one of the cheapest electricity prices in the world, to one of the most expensive. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. As Senator Fawcett so eloquently outlined, the cost of electricity in South Australia has gone up extraordinarily, even though, according to those opposite, under their policy of renewables only, they should have the cheapest electricity in the world. Well, guess what? It's not. Guess what? It's not. And people are understanding this. The Australian people aren't mugs. They aren't stupid. The Australian people aren't being bought off by the Bread and Circuses Act from this government. They know real economic management is about making sure you do everything you can to put downward pressure on interest rates. Inflation, downward pressure on inflation. Inflation and interest rates are economy destroyers. They are standard of living destroyers. That is why, under this government, contrary to their rhetoric on wages, we've actually seen real wages falling under this government as the cost of living, as the prices of groceries, of petrol, of electricity, of mortgage repayments skyrocket. And every Australian family knows that. Every Australian small business knows that. We've got record business closures. We've got record numbers of businesses going into administration. Record number of small businesses whose owners cannot take money out of the business. They're still paying their staff, but they cannot take money out of the business because of the economic management of this Labor government, because of the burden of interest rate rises on their business and the destructive and corrosive effects of inflation.
Thank you. Senator Brockman. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And look, cost of living, I really would like to think that those opposite who ask questions and make contributions like we've just heard from Liberal National Party senators, that they really did care, because that's the impression that they're trying to create. But people who are listening to this broadcast all across Australia and people up here in the gallery, I think are a bit onto them. They're onto the lunacy and the pretence that is embedded in what we've seen from those asking questions today. When things go wrong, Australians need a government that's going to care about them. Now, you can have all the words about, I see your pain, it's terrible, I'm going to, you're suffering, I get it. But that's only part one. Part two is you actually have to do something about that. You can't just wave at it and walk on by. You actually have to respond. And that is why the Labor Party is responding in a financially responsible way, but still a significant way, to help millions of Australians while we get through this tough time. Now, of course, inflation is a very big problem, and it's a problem all around the world, and it's still higher than we'd like, but it's on its way down. And it's less than half of what it was when Labor came into government. And while we've been trying to manage that in a really economically responsible way, the Labor government has delivered the first back-to-back surpluses in almost 20 years. So there's always this balance that's really important, to see what's happening to the Australian people, to share in that journey of success and challenge, and to respond in real ways that are responsible, both fiscally and also in terms of helping people with what they're challenged by. Now, when it comes to energy, hey, I've got an energy bill comes in, I'm feeling it, everybody's feeling it. But this lot over here, who are bleating and moaning, saying they understand, the minute they had a chance to do something about it, voted against any relief for Australians on energy. So there's the words, they care about it. The minute something's on the table to help Australians, they voted against it. We've got Senator Hume, who sits in this chamber, out telling everybody, oh, the government's overspending $315 billion. They shouldn't be putting that money in. They certainly shouldn't be putting that money in. That means she doesn't want any help to go to the Australian people, because that $3.5 billion that we have announced to help Australians right now in this financial year with the cost of air energy is something that they are bleating and moaning about. They do not want the government to spend that money. Senator Hume is on the record as saying, instead of showing restraint in their fiscal policy to be in line, restraint in your fiscal policy means do not give Australians the help that they need. That is what they really mean when they say that. There are 10 million households around Australia that are getting more than, flapping gums and expressions of care. They're going to get $300 rebate on their energy bill. There's 1 million small businesses. They'd be waiting a real long time to get any help from the Liberal National Party, but 1 million small businesses. And even if they were just a sole trader, that's 1 million Australians in business. If they've got 2, we can multiply that out pretty easy. If we've got 3 more, helping small businesses through this challenging time with an energy rebate. But Jane Hume says, don't spend that money. Oh, we care, they say, but do not spend the money that will give any relief. The same thing we're seeing with rent assistance, $1.9 billion. They don't want us to spend that. Do something, they say, but don't help Australians. Cheaper medicines, $469 billion to help Australians who are general patients, have no more than $31.60 to pay. And if you're a concessional payment, we've locked up $7.70 for 5 years. So if you need to get medicines, you know you can budget for that and manage that. That is responsible government in the Labor tradition that cares for people, delivers a surplus, puts pressure on inflation and doesn't leave you hanging with a whole lot of words, but actually puts money in your pocket to help.
Thank you, Senator Neal. Senator Chandler.
The Islamic Republic of Iran regime...
Oh, sorry, set the clock for 3 minutes. Thank you. Sorry.
The Islamic Republic of Iran regime and the terrorist groups they arm and fund make absolutely no secret of their desire to eradicate Israel and to spread dangerous and violent anti-Semitism around the world. That is the very behaviour which we have been warned by our security and intelligence agencies that we must be on alert for. It is absolutely unacceptable to have a foreign official openly espousing such dangerous anti-Semitic hatred in the Australian community. And it is extremely disturbing that the Iranian ambassador has been doing so since October 2023, and the only response has been to have DFAT officials ask him not to do it. At Senate estimates on the 26th of October 2023, I first raised the Embassy's activity on social media with DFAT and the Minister. I asked, is DFAT aware that the Iranian Embassy in Australia has been posting alarming anti-Israel and pro-Hamas content to their social media page? The answer from DFAT was that they haven't been monitoring the Iranian Embassy's social media, but said officials have regular discussions with the Iranian ambassador to make it very clear what our position is in relation to the Gaza conflict, including in relation to what Iran does and how Iran should stay out of it. In February this year, I again raised the ambassador's disturbing social media activity with the department and with the minister. The department again wasn't aware of the social media posts, but on notice responded and said, Australia does not tolerate, under any circumstances, attempts by foreign regimes to disrupt peaceful protests or to try to push violence or suppress specific views from being expressed. That was February 2024. In June 2024, I again raised the regime's social media activity and promotion of violence with the department, this time in the context of the Embassy's social accounts, posting a letter to university students praising anti-Israel protests and labelling students as having formed a branch of the resistance front. I asked if DFAT agreed that the IRI regime is purposefully attempting to provoke pro-Hamas protests in the West to sow discord and potentially create violence in our communities. The response from DFAT officials was, I don't think that's our assessment to make, and deflected questions to Home Affairs. Now, how is it, after raising these issues so many times with the government, the response is still to have a mid-level official meet with the ambassador? As I've said, the IRI regime has shown time and time again that it has no qualms about provoking and carrying out violence. And they've got away with this and increased their power and influence because rather than taking firm action in response to the promotion of violence and terrorism, the West sends the message, often via anonymous briefings to the media, that we can't take action because we're worried about how the IRI regime will react. While it is not in the power of Australia to control the actions of this regime in the Middle East, it is in our power to send a clear message that if you're a guest in Australia who repeatedly promotes violent anti-Semitism, then you have no right to be in this country any longer.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move that the Senate take note of the response to my question on NAPLAN testing in the Northern Territory and thank the Minister for her clear answers. In reviewing the results from this year's NAPLAN this morning, one thing stood out. The results showing 90% of Aboriginal children in the Northern Territory were classified as requiring further assistance, double the national average. Even more troubling was the result showing Aboriginal students tested more positively in Year 3 than they did in Year 9. This means the longer an Aboriginal student spends in school in the Northern Territory, the worse their educational outcomes become. Clearly, the education system is failing Aboriginal children. The reason why is not understood, yet this problem has existed for years. The Minister can't be held responsible for the result of this NAPLAN. The poor result is a collective failure of the Parliament. This year, the federal government will spend $5 billion directly on Aboriginal programs. Inquiry into the continued failure in the provision of services to the Aboriginal community is being blocked through actions of Aboriginal industry lobbyists here in this chamber. Those in this chamber who exploit and perpetuate disadvantage for political gain have voted down repeated attempts from Senators Hansen and Nampa Price and Karen Little to understand how so much money could achieve so little benefit. One Nation's reward for caring about Aboriginal welfare was for Senators Cox and Ayres to last night call One Nation racist and use other labels. It's not racist to want every Australian child to have access to education, no matter the circumstances of their birth. It's not racist to make sure every cent we send to these communities is spent for the benefit of the community. Labels are the refuge of the ignorant, the incompetent, dishonest and fearful. Labels are the resort of those lacking data and logical argument. I look forward one day to working with Senator McCarthy to achieve better outcomes for Aboriginal communities. And I look forward in this chamber to less name-calling and more constructive dialogue, meaningful dialogue for the people we're supposed to represent.
I put the question, those for the question say aye, against no, the ayes have it. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of the answers given by the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Senator Watt, to a question without notice I asked today relating to public schools. Over a decade ago, we had a review into education in this country, into our primary and secondary education, and that review told us that we had an equity problem. And that review provided a roadmap for how we developed a needs-based, sector-blind funding model for our schools. It's now over a decade since that review. And in that time, we've seen the funding to our private school system increase at double the rate of funding to our public schools. Over a decade after that review, we have 98% of our private schools are still overfunded, according to the Schooling Resource Standard, and only 1.3% of our public schools are at the minimum standard of funding. That's another generation of kids who've paid the price, and another generation of teachers and principals in our public schools who've had to carry the burden of that under-resourcing. This week we've seen the public release of NAPAN results, and no one should be surprised at what they tell us. They tell us that we now have an equity problem on steroids. The gap between the kids at the top and the bottom are getting wider and wider. And the kids who are most impacted are those who are socioeconomically and educationally disadvantaged. Rural and regional kids, kids living in remote locations, young people with a disability, First Nations kids, kids who are housing insecure and whose parents are on income support, families where parents and carers haven't had the benefit of a tertiary education. This is the system that successive Liberal and Labor governments have entrenched in this country. We now have the most inequitable education system in the OECD. And this is after a decade of having a roadmap on how to fix it. So it's understandable why teachers and parents and carers of kids in public schools were hopeful when Labor went to an election saying that they were going to fully fund our public schools. And yet, since they came to government, it's been disappointment after disappointment. Instead of getting on with the job when they got into government, they had another review. We've had 30 of those or more since the first Gonski report. We know what the problem is. If you systematically underfund a sector for over a decade, it's not surprising that results go down or stagnate. If you systematically deprive the kids who need the most support of the biggest increases in funding, it's no surprise that their results don't improve. The minister likes to keep saying that all of this funding needs to be tied to stuff. Well, teachers are drowning in testing and surveillance and reporting and admin. And all of that increased accountability and surveillance and admin hasn't done jot to improve kids' results over the last decade. So it's hardly surprising that we're sceptical that without the adequate funding, it's going to change it going forward. The Greens went to a federal election saying that the federal government needed to lift the contribution to public education in this country to 25%. It's not a big ask. You give 80% to private schools. Teachers want increases in funding, principals want increases in funding, the unions want an increase in funding, and the minister is holding states to ransom with a dud offer of 22.5%. It's not good enough, it needs to be improved, and you need to get it done.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to take? Are there any notices of motion for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. And on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I give notice of my intention at the giving of notices on the next day of sitting to withdraw business of the Senate notion of motion number 1 for 13 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Jervis Bay Territory Rural Fire Rules 2024 made under the Jervis Bay Territory Rural Fires Ordinance 2014.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill.
Thank you.
I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Lodged by Senator Henderson relating to general business, notice of motion number 562, postponed from today until the 15th of August. And committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 12 on today's order of business.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. And I'll start with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew? Or I can come back.
No, it's okay. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, proposing a reference to the Economics References Committee, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Cadell. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Cadell, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Cadell and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm. Minister.
Thank you, President. I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to the consideration of the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the motion.
Senator Cunningham.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thanks, President. The Coalition, of course, will be opposing this motion. The Senate needs more time to consider and properly scrutinise this bill. And given Senator Cash has advised Minister Watt, we're unable to support this motion because we're in the middle of negotiations with the government to strengthen this legislation and make it fit for purpose. It's unreasonable to demand a guillotine tomorrow, considering there's still work to do. We're all negotiating in good faith on how the bill should be changed.
Thank you, Senator Cunningham. Minister Watt.
Statement.
Is leave granted?
1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute. I note Senator Cunningham is correct, and I think it's a matter of public record that discussions have begun between the government and the opposition about the bill itself. The motion which we're currently debating sets a deadline of 12:15 tomorrow to pass the bill itself. I note that Senator Cash has publicly said today that the opposition wants to move this and pass this legislation tomorrow through the Senate, so I invite the opposition to nominate an alternative time tomorrow afternoon by which they would be prepared to pass the bill, in line with what Senator Cash has said. So I invite the opposition to move an amendment to our motion. I invite the opposition to move an amendment to our motion to nominate a time tomorrow, in line with what Senator Cash has said publicly.
Thank you, Minister Watt. So the question is that government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm, order and moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm and moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 20 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 567, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I inform the chamber that Senator Babet will also sponsor the motion. I ask that general business notice of motion number 567 be taken as a formal motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 567, standing in the name of Senators Roberts and Babet, be taken as formal. Is there any objection to that? There being none, I'll call Senator Roberts.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
For 1 minute.
Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The telcos have today decided to delay the 3G switchover until the end of September. The government agrees this is a positive development to ensure every effort can be made to ensure public safety during this process, and given the public interest in ensuring accurate information is shared, our government has set about preparing a response to the committee at an expedited rate. What interests me is the hypocrisy of the coalition on expediency of government responses to committee reports. In 1973, the Senate expressed its opinion that reports of committees should be responded to within 3 months. This resolution has stood for 51 years. It's surprising that those opposite have discovered a sudden interest in the production of government responses, given the hundreds left without any response for years by their government, many by those who were ministers in that government and have now sponsored this motion.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Senator Roberts.
President, I note that co-sponsors of this motion include Senators Canavan, Rennick, McKenzie, Cadell, McDonald and Colbeck, as well as Senator Babet.
Okay, well, I don't think you can expect me to remember that list. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 567, standing in the name of Senator Roberts and others, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 567 standing in the name of Senator Roberts and others be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with the deferred vote, which is item 14. So there is a vote to be taken on the motion moved by Senator Hansen on a proposed reference to the Legal and Cons Affairs Committee. So this occurred yesterday evening at 6:30 p.m. A division was called on the motion moved by Senator Hansen relating to a proposed reference to the Legal and Constitution Affairs References Committee. I understand it now suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute. 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the deferred motion from yesterday evening, standing in the name of Senator Hansen, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go back to deal with the last three general business notices of motion, starting with notice of motion number 564, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend General Business Notice of Motion number 564 relating to an order for production of documents before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted to amend? I believe it is, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 564, as amended by Senator Whish-Wilson, be taken as formal. So, any objection to that? There being none, I'll call Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion as amended.
Thank you. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 564, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson, as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to General Business Notice of Motion number 565, standing in the name of Senator Dunniam.
Thanks, President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 565, standing in my name for today, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Dunniam.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 565, standing in the name of Senator Dunniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And I now deal with General Business Notice of Motion number 566, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 566 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 566, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to General Business Notice of Motion number 568, standing in the name of Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 568 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 568, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I think that deals with formal motions. Thank you, Senators. I'll now go to the urgency motion. So Senator David Pocock has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? I don't believe it is supported. Thank you. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator David Pocock to move the motion.
Thank you, President. I move the motion. Yesterday, the gambling lobby said on radio that their ads were not normalising gambling among children and young people. I think nearly every parent in the country would scoff at that if they had heard it. The evidence shows us that 75% of young people, of children, now think that gambling is just a normal part of enjoying sport. It's what you do. Think about that for a moment. We're currently the biggest losers in the world. You know, we have the Olympic Games do really well on the medal tally. It inevitably flips to per capita medals, which we love to do as Australians. The one thing we are winning year in, year out is losses per capita when it comes to gambling. And now we have research showing that this next generation coming through thinks that this is just normal. What can we expect to happen when they hit 18, when they can actually gamble? Even though we're hearing that 16, 17-year-olds already placing bets. And we have to come to the question of what is sport for? Is sport just another business that can have sponsorships, that can have business models where they flog off what we know is a very harmful product? They have young people looking up and idolising their favourite player and thinking, well, this is just part of this game that I love, is gambling. And talk to parents, talk to young people. They'll name all the gambling companies. They'll be able to recite odds, talk about the odds for their upcoming, their favourite team's game. And I would say, and what I'm hearing from people here in the ACT that I represent, is that this is not the direction that they want to go in. A number of people in this place were at a briefing where a family shared their son, their brother's tragic story about not being able to escape his gambling addiction and not being able to live with himself, and ultimately taking his own life. It was incredibly sobering. It was an incredibly brave thing for that family to do, to share that story in the hope that parliamentarians would take the action that is needed, would take the action that was recommended by this Parliament to this Parliament 14 months ago. 14 months ago. All the major parties, the Greens, Independents, said this is the way forward. 31 recommendations. The one that's being talked about the most is a 3-year phased-in ban on all gambling advertising. And now, 14 months later, we're hearing that the government doesn't have the courage to do that. We're hearing, I think genuinely, very worryingly, the PM, government ministers parrot lines from the gambling industry about all of these things that could happen, some of which we know from international experience haven't happened there. And yet we're still seeing the Labor Party falter, not back the Murphy Review, not back what almost 80% of Australians want. No one is saying, let's ban gambling. You can still have a punt. The apps will still be there for people. They're not going to go and suddenly want to bet with international gambling companies, which is illegal in Australia. What we do know is that this will start to turn the ship around, where you have a total inundation, a saturation of online, of TV, with gambling ads, which is having an effect on young people. So I urge the Parliament, let's put young people first. Let's draw a line in the sand and say we can do this better, and let's work out how that happens, because we have the opportunity and we have the support of the people that we represent.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I welcome the opportunity to speak on Senator Pocock's motion. As senators here will recall, in June last year, the Coalition introduced a bill into the Senate to ban gambling advertising during live sport, including 1 hour before and 1 hour after a game. We did so to respond to strong community concerns which were being raised across this country. I was very proud to introduce the Coalition's bill, and as I said in this place just over a year ago, the time to act is now. That is why the Coalition is taking strong steps to implement a ban on gambling advertising during live sport. We know there is a problem. We are not going to wait for months, as the government has been signalling. We are not going to sit on our hands. Most of the crossbench, including Senator Pocock, backed our bill. However, Labor and the Greens opposed it. What a surprise. And our bill was defeated by a narrow margin. If the Coalition bill to ban gambling advertising during live sport had been supported through Parliament by Labor and the Greens, then it would have been law by now. The Coalition bill also reflected the very strong commitment from the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, who said in his budget reply speech last year, "In our country, footy time is family time, but the bombardment of betting ads takes the joy out of televised sports. Worse, they are changing the culture of our country in a bad way and normalising gambling at a young age." Now, more than a year has passed since the Coalition sought to take action on this issue with our proposed legislation. We are still waiting for the government to work out its response to the "you win some, you lose more" report into online gambling and its impacts, and in some cases dreadful impacts, on those experiencing gambling harm. The government, like on so many other issues, is being typically slow to respond. And frankly, Madam Acting Deputy President, that is not good enough. There has been a lot of media speculation about what is going to be in or out of the government's plans. In typical fashion, we see the government floating ideas, planting stories, and then retreating when the heat gets too much. We don't know what the minister has in mind, other than she is doing ducking and weaving, non-stop speaking out of both sides of her mouth in a way that frankly lets down the Australian people. But what we do know for sure is that this government has slapped a gag order on industry stakeholders. That is the way this government does business. Let's pull out another non-disclosure agreement. Frankly, that is not good for our parliament, and that is not good for democracy. So the Coalition's position remains that we will wait to see what the government actually comes up with in a bill, if we see one at all, rather than jumping at various reports we are seeing in the media. The minister has got to do better than that. The Communications Minister, Ms Rowland, has got to do better than jumping at shadows, planting stories, tying up stakeholders with non-disclosure agreements, and, frankly, kicking this can down the road, which is exactly what is happening. So we will, in good faith, consider any bill that comes forward once we actually see it, if that actually does happen, and until we see any so-called bill and examine it in careful detail, and also consult across a range of stakeholders, we are not in a position to support this motion. But I do thank Senator Pocock for bringing this motion on and raising this very important issue, which I know is an incredibly important issue for so many Australians. I'm very proud of the work the Coalition has done, and I would ask the Minister and the Albanese government to get on with it.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Scrutiny.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. And I will also rise to make a brief contribution to Senator Pocock's matter of urgency before the Senate today. And like a lot of us in this place who have spoken on this very important issue, a lot of us have had family members impacted by problem gambling, and I think it's a very an issue that does deserve serious action, serious attention, and to hear the contributions that we've heard so far, it does concern me that there have been people in this place who've been in the Parliament for many, many years, in fact for over 10 years, and only recently have decided to now jump on the bandwagon of trying to do something about this issue. But it is worth also placing on the record what the government has also committed to and what the government has done whilst it's been in office. At the outset, it's important to acknowledge the government is concerned about the gambling harms that we see and hear about across Australia. We know that Australians want to see meaningful action to address these harms, and the Parliament is united in the need for a comprehensive response to the online gambling inquiry report. Those in this chamber are also aware of the reporting that the government is consulting right now on a proposal to address the harms caused by online wagering. On the issue of online wagering advertising, the government has made very clear that the status quo is untenable. We have gathered the evidence about harms, we have assessed the impacts of various options, and we are now consulting on a proposal, on a proposed model focused on 3 outcomes. The proposal, as it currently stands, is not insignificant, but it does seek to address a number of areas. The exposure of children to gambling ads, the normalisation of wagering and sport, and the targeting and saturation of ads. The need for meaningful action is very clear, and as we've seen, Roy Morgan Insights recently gathered through interviews with around 16,000 Australians for the Alliance of Gambling Reform show that the number of people betting on sport has doubled in the past 5 years. More than a quarter of all men aged between 18 and 24 and a third of men aged between 25 and 34 now bet on sport, and 10% of sport bettors are classified as problem gamblers. Australians lose more than $25 billion on gambling every single year, and that is the highest per capita in the world. That is why we need to get these reforms right to deliver both harm reduction and cultural change. Since being elected, the government has delivered more online wagering harm reduction initiatives in the 2 years than was delivered in the past decade under the Liberals. This includes banning the use of credit cards for online gambling, introducing new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, strengthening classification of gambling-like features in video games to better protect children, establishing mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering, and launching the National Self-Exclusion Register, BetStop, for problem gamblers, of which more than 27,000 Australians have now registered, with 40% of those opting for self-imposed lifetime bans. BetStop is the most effective harm reduction initiative to date in terms of directly helping Australians experiencing harm, and anyone that is listening, I do encourage to visit betstop.gov.au. Advertising reform is complex, but we are making progress. And as a government, we are taking the time to consult and ensure that the reforms are effective and will not have a detrimental unintended consequences. It's also important to consider the multiple channels over which advertising is delivered, not just television and radio, but also digital platforms and social media where advertising can be targeted at vulnerable Australians. We have to take a comprehensive approach, especially since following the last set of gambling ad restrictions, which were introduced in 2018 by the Liberals, there was a 50% increase in the total volume of gambling spots on television and radio, including an 86% increase on regional TV. We have gathered the evidence about harms and we've assessed the impacts of various options, and we are now consulting on a proposed model for reform to online wagering and advertising. The government has been undertaking broad consultation with harm reduction advocates, broadcasters, providers, digital platform and sporting codes, and will continue to engage with stakeholders in good faith. Importantly, no decision has been made on the reforms to online wagering, and will be doing so in due course.
Senator Hansen Young.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of hand-wringing and excuses being heard in this chamber this afternoon. No one in this place can deny the facts. The experts have all told us that the single most important thing that we can do to stop the scourge of gambling is to stop the advertising of it. It is the single most important and impactful thing that this Parliament could do. But rather than doing that, we see this hand-wringing and excuse-making. You know, there's not many things I agree with John Howard on, the former Prime Minister. But I tell you, guns and gambling. And if you want to hear more weasel words and excuses from both the government and the opposition about why they can't make the hard call and have the guts to stop advertising, you just have to think about the amount of lobbying that the Labor Party and the Liberal Party have had from the gambling industry over years. Dinners, donations. The Labor Party is addicted to gambling. The Liberal and Labor parties are addicted to gambling donations. They're addicted to the revenue that is sucked out of the pockets of vulnerable people. And to now hear the glib, snarky excuses from people like Mr. Bill Shorten, as we heard this morning, that this has to be kept going, this parasite of an industry advertising to our children must be kept in place so that media companies can keep operating. Well, cry me a river. This is the exact same government who only 2 months ago threw the free-to-air televisions under the bus with their anti-siphoning rules, bowing to the pressure of the big tech companies to allow sport to be locked behind paywalls. They didn't give two hoots about the survival of free TV then. They didn't give two hoots about the survival of regional television for regional Australia then. But all of a sudden, it's a nice, sneaky, snarky excuse for not doing the right thing. Have some guts. Just like they complained and squealed about tobacco, they're squealing and complaining and excusing
Senator,
about
your time's
gambling.
expired. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Last June, the Win Some Lose More parliamentary inquiry unanimously recommended banning gambling ads on all platforms. Get everyone to agree in this place is very rare, I can assure you. I pay tribute to the work of the late Peter Murphy, chair of the inquiry. Peter was an extraordinary leader who worked through her illness because she wanted to make real change, to make real change and protect our kids. When the report came out, I think there was real hope. I thought there was real hope that her sacrifice wouldn't be for nothing, but sadly, the closer we get to an election, the less courage is on display in Canberra. Clearly, free-to-air TV is too dependent on gambling and ad revenue. If the government had voted for my anti-siphoning amendments and ring-fenced sport for free-to-air channels, that would have seriously helped. But no, you wouldn't. But it's probably not just free-to-air TV that would be applying pressure here and knocking on those ministerial doors. The gambling companies forked out $600,000 in political donations last year, including to Communications Minister Michelle Rowland, who got $19,000 from the last election. They sold our kids out for $620,000 because that's what they're doing today. That's what our kids are worth. And thanks to the former Senator and Transparency Warrior Rex Patrick, we know that the Minister met with executives from the gambling companies 66 times in just 6 months. 66 times. And of course, I bet the AFL has been applying the pressure. They get 40 or 50 million bucks a year from these gambling interests. Australians lose money gambling per capita, more money per capita than any other country in the world, 25 billion in fact. And since the online gambling ads have come on the scene, our kids have become the biggest losers. Now, our kids know the footy team odds better than the names of their football heroes. According to the Australian Institute of Family Studies, 19% of young women and 25% of young men started betting for the first time after seeing and hearing an ad on TV. Research also shows that high exposure to gambling ads increases the chances these kids will develop gambling problems in the future. So I would say to the government and to the free-to-air channels that this money is absolutely filthy, dirty, disgusting, disgraceful money, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You're unconscionable today, absolutely unconscionable. And selling our kids that are priceless for just over $600,000 because that's what you've done. You'd rather take those donations than worry about the future of our kids. You should not be sitting in this place. You should not be a representative in Parliament. I'll say that right now. You are doing nothing but hurting our Australian kids and their families. First from the poker machines and now online gambling, it absolutely breaks my heart. We waited way too long for anything to be done for poker machines, and if we limited the ads, they would still be running. They would be in charge. So the government and the minister need to show more courage and put the Australian people first and our kids.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Your time's expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, I don't support a blanket ban on anything. A comprehensive ban on advertising for online gambling feels like the beginning of a slippery slope to all gambling being banned. We need legislation to control problems like gambling and guidelines in place that will protect people, like we do for alcohol and cigarettes, but a blanket ban is not the solution. Once you become an adult, you decide what you will and won't participate in, whether others like it or not. I know the damage gambling can cause, but I still don't support an absolute ban. I have family members and friends who struggle with gambling addiction. Some of them have an element of control over that addiction, and others know they can't control it, so they keep themselves away from their gambling vice. But even with a level of control over their gambling addiction, they are still addicted. I know people who play online pokies on their iPad instead of going down to the RSL, away from the internet. They still keep the dopamine hit when they win, but the games are not draining their bank account, so the financial burden is controlled. Others will blow any spare cash on the pokies as soon as they get the chance, or there's those who have TAB accounts and won't share how much they have won or lost. They make sure bills are still paid, but whatever is left at the end of the week is fair game. There is a social aspect to gambling too. How many of us know groups of friends who go to the club together for a few drinks and put $20 in the pokies or play Keno? We all know these people. Hey, it might even be you. Do you want choices you make as an adult to be analysed like this? Or would you like to be able to choose how you spend your time and your money?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hodgkins-May.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Gambling is destroying lives. Gambling is costing our country billions, and gambling is tearing families apart while it feeds off their misery. So why then are we back here in the Senate debating the existence of gambling ads in Australia? Why is the Labor government refusing to listen to the majority of Australians who are desperate to see an end to harmful and destructive ads on their televisions? And why is this Labor government so afraid to adopt recommendations from its own inquiry led by Peter Murphy, which called for gambling ads to be banned across all media and at all times within 3 years? Instead, more than a year on from this inquiry, gambling ads continue to bombard us via every medium. When our kids sit down to watch a game on a Friday night, they're dealt gambling ad after gambling ad, creating a whole new generation of gamblers in this country. Meanwhile, Minister Bill Shorten treats us like mugs and spends his breath arguing that gambling isn't the same as tobacco. But on what basis? As with the link between smoking and lung cancer, gambling harms are well known. Apart from the massive financial losses, they are cascading physical and mental health impacts, suicide, inability to work and a myriad of other issues. Just as the tobacco industry profited off people's misery, the gambling lobby does, as it preys on kids and families, costing Australians a whopping $25 billion every year. Just as tobacco kills people, gambling kills people. It kills people and it destroys families. So I return to my initial question. Why is the Labor government not prepared to adopt their own recommendations and ban gambling ads? Who is the government afraid of? Anything less than a comprehensive plan will be considered a comprehensive failure by the Australian public who deserve better.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to begin by saying I applaud my fellow Independent Senator David Pocock on his incredible efforts on the issue of gambling ads. It is an issue that heavily impacts my constituents in Western Australia. According to CQ University in Sydney, WA has a high proportion of gamblers than the rest of Australia. Gambling awareness advocate Tim Costello suggested in May that over a third of problem gamblers had perpetrated or suffered from domestic violence. The pervasiveness of gambling advertising in society is having a profound effect, especially at sporting events. When I attend the Dockers games, not only do I see sporting bet ads at the stadium, but you can even pop down to level 1 and place a bet during the game. And you know what? When I attend the Wallabies vs Springboks on Saturday, I am certain that I will see sports gambling ads plastered over the advertising boards there too. As a young person, I'm very concerned about the impact this messaging is having on the next generation of Australians. A relative of one of my constituents, a teacher, told me about how children as young as 13 were whipping themselves into a frenzy over multis and parlays and other gambling jargon that they were so disturbingly familiar with. This excitement is not harmless fun. Gambling has been gamified to appeal to the younger generation. In 2020, the New South Wales government's Gamble Aware organisation reported that 30% of kids aged between 12 and 17 had gambled in the preceding year, with around 10% of those being problem gamblers. Gamble Aware suggested that peer pressure, in addition to the constant advertising online and on TV, meant that a significant cohort of young Australians had developed a perception of gambling and the financial and emotional stresses it entails as normal. This problem haunts children to adulthood with dire consequences. Clinical psychologist Anastasia Runnis noted in April this year that the rate of suicidal ideation for problem gamblers was as high as 81% and 30% had attempted suicide. We know that gambling's reach extends beyond just the individual. It infiltrates families and communities, often leading to devastating consequences. And the social cost of gambling in WA is enormous, with families torn apart by addiction, financial ruin, and even violence. The government's reforms, which stop short of a total ban, need to go further in supporting vulnerable Australians, and it needs to ensure that we are addressing the gambling issue within as a societal problem.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to support Senator Pocock's proposed ban on online gambling advertising. But I feel we could go further. A responsible, phased elimination of all gambling advertisements across all media channels, echoing the decisive action taken against tobacco advertising in the 1990s. While I don't begrudge Australians a punt, but for the life of me, I can't see why such a damaging product should be allowed into our living rooms. We must protect public health, ensure the long-term economic and social well-being of our nation. As Senator Pocock said, we hold the unenviable title of the world's highest per capita gambling losses. These losses ripple through our communities, wreaking havoc on families, finances and mental health. These losses, as you will hear from other speakers, have a devastating effect flowing through our communities. The government has a duty to protect Australians, even if it is from themselves. The social costs of gambling, mental health crises, shattered families, and the burden on law enforcement must be curtailed. A 3-year, phased-in ban on all gambling adverts offers the advertising industry a pathway to transition towards more ethical revenue opportunities. This ban is necessary and urgent, and it is essential for safeguarding the health and cohesion of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van. The question before the chair is the urgency motion moved by Senator David Pocock. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, please. Brilliant, thank you. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock, teller for the ayes, and Senator Kovacic, teller for the noes. It's okay. The result of the division is ayes 15, noes 24. The question is resolved in the negative. And if I could ask senators to leave the chamber quietly in an orderly manner, I will move to the next item, which is that the Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Dean Smith, which has also been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red, is consideration of the proposal supported. Yes, I believe that it is. So with the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. The government is deaf to the cries for help from Australians suffering from the cost of living crisis, and they are blind to the real suffering that is happening across our community. And of course, at the coalface of this cost of living crisis in our country are charities, not-for-profit organisations and other community sector organisations. And in fact, perhaps the most important underreported feature of the Reserve Bank of Australia's Statement of Monetary Policy, released earlier in August, was two statements about how that cost of living pressure, that cost of living crisis, caused by, fanned by, encouraged by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Dr Tim Chalmers, the Treasurer, was the RBA's comment about how charities and community sector organisations are suffering. In that Statement of Monetary Policy, and I encourage Labor senators to pull it out in front of them now, at page 29 and at page 42, you'll see the statement in black and white. This is what the RBA has had to say. Community service organisations report that demand for their services remains at a very high level compared with the years before the pandemic, owing to cost of living pressures and shortage of affordable housing. That same report, the Statement of Monetary Policy, authored by the Governor of the RBA At page 42, it says that community service organisations now supporting a broader range of clients, including dual income households and those with mortgages who are often seeking support for the very first time. Why is Anthony Albanese the Prime Minister? Why is Dr Jim Chalmers the Treasurer? Why is Dr Andrew Leigh, the Charities Minister, choosing to make life harder for our charities, our not-for-profit organisations and other community groups? Why? In fact, in the news in the last 2 days, reputable charitable organisations have been ringing the bells, saying that they are experiencing levels of demand that they have never seen before. If you were watching the ABC News yesterday, you would have heard stories from Food Bank. The headline is, Food Bank Victoria blames cost of living crisis for understocked shelves. The story says Food Bank Victoria has been forced to launch a 2-day emergency food drive across August the 10th and the 11th to restock its dangerously empty warehouse shelves. The story goes on to say that Food Bank now says that this is a national problem driven initially by the COVID-19 pandemic and later by cost of living pressures eating into families' financial buffers. Week on week, we've seen more people across the whole country having to access food relief for the first time. They've said you see middle-income people, working families, dual-income families just trying to survive and entering these food relief centres for the first time. And indeed, Oz Harvest, another respected, reputable charity, says that Oz Harvest is saying that Oz Harvest is forced to open a new supermarket in Adelaide's West, offering groceries to people in need as demand for food relief rises. And those of us in this place know the important work that Ronnie Khan, AO, has done, the Oz Harvest founder. She has said, Ronnie Khan, Order of Australia, has said, in my 20 years of running Oz Harvest, I have never seen the demand as great. The cost of living, the results of post-COVID, it's biting into ordinary working people, she says. But you don't have to believe Food Harvest. You don't even have to believe Food Bank. Indeed, the 10th annual report of the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission makes it very, very clear. It says, in the foreword by the Commissioner Sue Woodward, our data shows that cost of living issues had an impact on charities in 2022, with increases in expenses and liabilities outpacing increases in revenue and assets. She says expenses increased in the same year, that employee expenses are now the highest they have been. And of course, while donations did grow, they did not grow at the rate they have in previous years. Why is Dr Jim Chalmers, Andrew Leigh and the Prime Minister making it hard for charities and community organisations in our country?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, you know, if we're going to use the language that people are deaf and blind to what's happening to the cost of living, well, you know, I find that language both inappropriate. I find it unfortunate because what we're actually faced with those opposite are people that are both heartless and unapologetic for the fact that they've opposed every substantial initiative to help people with the cost of living challenges. Initiative after initiative after initiative. When they turned around and said when with the 1st of July 2024, when Labor brought tax cuts in to come into this place, where women and men across this country, mothers and fathers, turned around and received an opportunity to get millions of more people to get tax decreases. What did Susan Leigh say? She said she wanted to scrap those decreases in taxes. This is the heartless approach from those opposite, the unapologetic approach to the cost of living crisis. Whilst we've actually turned around and made a number of changes and support in a whole series of areas. 13.6 million taxpayers will get a tax cut with an average cut of $1,888 a year, or $36 a week. And Susan Leigh says she wants to scrap it. She wants to get rid of it. They're unapologetic. They are heartless. We know there's challenges on now. And that's why we've made so many more initiatives. The electricity bill relief. The average family would be $230 worse off in 23-24 without the Labor's energy price relief plan. And of course the Coalition voted against it. And the list goes on. Fee-free TAFE to give us an opportunity to actually build capacity within the economy. But most importantly, not only build that capacity, but give our young and those that want to be retrained an opportunity to turn around and be trained into and to build a more productive economy. Now, we've seen over 200,000 fee-free TAFE places in 2023 and an additional 300,000 for 2024, and the Coalition called that wasteful spending, harsh, heartless and unapologetic. And when you turn around, of course, look at the more affordable homes and Housing Australia Future Fund, the HAF, which will build 300,000 social and affordable homes. The Coalition voted against it, heartless and unapologetic. Creating jobs and getting wages moving again. The largest increase in the minimum wage in decades, the minimum wages grew by 8.6%, or $1.85 an hour, based on a 38-hour week. This is $3,655 yearly raise, and the Coalition opposed it, heartless and unapologetic, because that's the approach they take. They say one thing and they do the direct opposite. And if what they're saying and what they're putting is correct about the pressures that are on community, and there is pressures on community, you should be standing with us rather than standing against the community and being so heartless and unapologetic. It's about time that those opposite start getting off their backside and start turning around and actually listening to what people want and need and start supporting those initiatives that are giving them more support. Because we know it's tough out there. We know we have to make sure that there's more support given out there into the community. And as rightly said by the RBA Governor, Michelle Bilyk, on just Thursday in Armidale, governments have a job to do, and I have a job to do. My job in the Reserve Bank is to get inflation down. The government has a different job. The job is also to get inflation down, and they acknowledge that. They acknowledge that, she said. But it's also to provide services and infrastructure for the Australian people, so they need to do that at the same time as they need to focus on keeping inflation down. Well, guess what? We're doing both. And the heartless and unapologetic approach from those opposite is to oppose initiative after initiative after initiative that helps Middle Australia. Because under those opposite, the middle class in Australia shrunk. It shrunk. Wages went down, real wages declined, and now for the 3 successive quarters, real wages have increased in this country. Because we've been turning around and making it quite clear that our objective is to make sure that Australians have more in their pockets, to make sure that they have more opportunity, to make sure that they turn around and have opportunity, whether it be in fee-free TAFE, whether it's getting a decent wage, whether it be turning around and making sure that there's increases in a number of the arrangements that we've entered into, such as, obviously the important areas of Medicare.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator McKim.
Well, here we go again. For the third day in a row this week, the Liberals have come in here complaining about government spending, and we all know what that means the Liberals really want. What they really want is austerity. What the Liberals really want is to cut spending on things like health, on things like education, on essential public services, the things that so many millions of Australians rely on to even claw their way towards some kind of dignified life. Money that actually helps people live with dignity is anathema to the Liberal Party. But I'll tell you what, if the Liberal Party is serious about wanting to find some savings in the budget, the Greens have got some suggestions for them. Let's start with AUKUS. What a reckless $368 billion that commitment to AUKUS is, quite possibly the biggest waste of money in the history of this colony that we call Australia. Those self-proclaimed responsible spenders in the Liberal Party have signed a cheque of over $250 billion to the merchants of death in the military industrial complex, and then they have the gall to come in here and complain about government spending. And let's not forget the Labor Party is right there with them, backing this outrageous waste of money while pretending that they can't afford to do more to help people who are doing it tough, like, for example, by putting dental and mental health into Medicare. It's free money for the merchants of death, and it's austerity under the establishment political parties in this country for everyone else. We got some more savings. What about the $14 billion plus, $14 billion in every single year of the current budget on fossil fuel subsidies? Direct government subsidies encouraging people to burn more fossil fuel in the middle of an environmental and climate crisis that the United Nations warns is rendering the capacity of this planet to sustain human life into question. $14.5 billion every year of Australians' money handed over to encourage the burning of fossil fuel, many billions of it going straight into the pockets of the giant fossil fuel corporations who are making obscene profits while cooking the planet. Well, the Greens aren't going to have a bar of it. We will fight against that kind of reckless spending, and I say to the Labor and Liberal parties, if you need any other suggestions about how to cut expenditure in the budget, come and see the Greens, but we will never support cutting expenditure on the help that people really need.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy Acting President, and I'd like to thank Senator Dean Smith for raising this matter of public importance, and it's something that the Coalition has been speaking about for such a long time, because this is what we're hearing every single day when we go out into the community and we talk to people. It's around how difficult and how challenging the current environment is. It is an absolute cost of living crisis, it is a housing crisis, and it is a rental crisis. At every point, people are suffering and struggling. So what we're concerned about is why this is not being dealt with in a way that it should be. This is a critical matter of importance, and we need our Prime Minister and our Treasurer to act. But it's not happening, and life is continuing to get harder and harder for all Australians, and that's been reflected in the pressure on Australian charities, where working families are struggling to make ends meet, where working families have to make decisions about whether they can afford to buy the food that they need, which bill they're going to pay this week, or what they're going to cut back on, or whether they can stretch something out for another couple of weeks. And basic stuff too, like maybe kids' haircuts, that can wait an extra month or two, or that can wait an extra few weeks, or taking normal everyday activities out of the family's life because they have to be able to afford their food, their electricity, their fuel, their rent or their mortgage. And that is a very sad state of affairs in a country like Australia. And the reality is that life under Labor is hard, and that is because of the actions or lack of action of this government. And this current situation stands in an absolutely stark contrast to what the Prime Minister promised before the last election, which was that everybody would be better off under this government, and it's very, very clearly not the case. Not only is it not the case, sadly it couldn't be further from the truth, and you know, these aren't talking points, these are facts. Australians are paying 20% more in income tax. Employees' real wages have collapsed by about 9%. Living standards have dropped by about 8%. Household savings have collapsed by about 10 percentage points. And a homeowner with a $750,000 mortgage, which is roughly the average, is $35,000 a year worse off. That's an extraordinary amount of money to have to come up with. With food, health and education up by 11% each, housing and rent up 15%, finance and insurance up 17%, electricity up 22%, and gas up 25%. This is just absolutely relentless. Absolutely relentless. And not only are the impacts being seen through the charity sector, The impacts are being seen through counselling services like Debt Helpline. And I'd like to read you something from an article I wrote a couple of weeks ago. According to Helpline counsellor Mike Dunkley, the recent explosion in demand stems from the spiralling costs of housing. Over 60% of calls are made by young people aged between 18 and 39. So let's repeat that. Over 60% of calls are made by young people aged between 18 and 39, with the majority of those being young women struggling to pay their rent. No wonder young Australians have lost faith and trust in the political process and with those charged with governing. And one further piece in this housing crisis where we need our construction businesses, where we need our tradies. Under this government, small and family businesses are being crushed by the weight of our flailing economy. ASIC reported more than 7,700 foreclosures from July 2023 to March 2024, with construction companies leading the way with more than 2,000 of these business failures. Construction companies need to lead the way out of our housing crisis, not lead the way into bankruptcy. This is a really, really dire state of affairs. Yesterday in the other place, the Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister why he promises one thing and then does the other. We didn't get a real answer from the Prime Minister that answers and addresses the real lived experiences of Australians and how much they are struggling.
Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I thank my colleague Senator Smith for raising this matter of public importance. And the RBA's statement of monetary policy released last week should be a sobering wake-up call to us all, because what the RBA said, in short and in polite central bankese, was that the fight against inflation in Australia is not going well. They no longer expect us to be inside the target range, this is 2 to 3%, until late 2025. The RBA doesn't expect us to hit the midpoint of that band, around 2.5%, until 2026. Headline inflation is expected to increase as the various one-off cost of living measures introduced by the government expire or lapse or wash through the system. And the Reserve Bank also makes the point that most advanced economy central banks have either lowered their policy rates or are expected to do so over coming months. Now, Australia is the outlier here, but not in a good way, not in a positive way, because whilst inflation in other advanced economies, other OECD economies, is subsiding, whilst other central banks around the world are easing monetary policy, Canada, the Canadian Central Bank has cut rates, the British Central Bank has cut rates, the US Federal Reserve has indicated a rate cut is likely. In Australia, we've been told by the Reserve Bank that inflation is actually expected to increase in coming months. We've already seen inflation increase on a monthly basis and on a quarterly basis in recent economic figures, and the Reserve Bank does not expect to have inflation back to its target range until late 2025, almost 18 months away. And what that means is the prospect of interest rate relief, which is hurting, high interest rates of which are hurting many Australian households, is ever more remote. Australians now have experienced 12 rate rises, 4 percentage points or 400 basis points in total under this government. And if you've got a mortgage of $750,000, that means you're paying in interest alone $30,000 more per year, or $2,500 a month. But that's not the only challenge you're facing. You're facing high inflation. You've seen the cost of everyday essentials go up since Labor came to office. You've seen food go up. Food prices increased by 11%. You've seen housing and rent prices increase by 15%. You've seen electricity prices increase by 22%. You've seen gas prices increase by 25%. So you're dealing with higher interest rates, you're dealing with a higher cost of living, you're also paying a larger tax bill. Personal income tax collections have increased by 27% since Labor came to office, and even Labor's much vaunted revised income tax cuts are forecast to generate additional revenue of $28 billion over the next 10 years. They're in fact as tax increase. We now, for instance, have the world's most expensive passport in Australia at $398. We've got alcohol excise at $104 per litre for spirits. So people are paying a whole lot more in tax. And what is making the Reserve Bank job harder is that a lot of that extra tax take, the windfall from bracket creep, the windfall from higher commodity prices, is being spent by this government. We've seen this government increase its spending by $315 billion since coming to office. That is, 4 out of every $5 in additional revenue has been spent. We've got now the highest level of spending as a share of the economy since 1986, if we neglect the COVID period, at 26.4%. And we've seen in the most recent budget and in next year's budget, real spending is forecast to increase by 4.5% this year and by 3.6% next year. That is massive fiscal stimulus, and it's little wonder that the Reserve Bank is finding their job harder and is having to warn us that inflation is likely to remain higher for longer and that interest rates are likely to have to remain higher for longer, because when the government is putting so much additional stimulus into the economy, when it's putting an increased amount of money chasing a finite supply of goods and labour, then the natural result is inflation. And at the moment, the Reserve Bank is having to do all the heavy lifting to control inflationary pressures in the economy. The RBA's statement of monetary policy last week should have been a sobering wake-up call for this government that the fight against inflation is not going well and that their attempts to alleviate the symptoms without addressing the cause of high inflation are failing, and I urge this government to heed the message and adjust their policies.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Obviously, I rise here today in support of Senator Smith's matter of public importance. Of course, I do. There is probably no matter more important to the Australian people right now than the cost of living. The fact that so many Australians right now are relying on charity to meet their day-to-day needs is an indictment on this Albanese Labor government. I'm old enough to remember, believe it or not, but I am old enough to remember when we used to call ourselves a lucky country. Are we still the lucky country today? Now, these days, under this Prime Minister, under this government, you're lucky if you can find a house, and you're extremely lucky if you can afford to even turn on the heating in your house. But let's be clear, this cost of living crisis, it hasn't appeared out of nowhere. It hasn't snuck up on us like a thief in the night. This cost of living crisis has been brought on by excessive government spending during a time of low employment and rising interest rates. Now, to put it simply, the government has increased its spending while the Reserve Bank at the same time has been trying to pump the brakes on inflation. The result is that our once prosperous nation continues to bear the burden of high interest rates and skyrocketing prices as well. Now, the Albanese government. If the Albanese government would simply just decide to live within its means, like every Australian household is expected to do, then this cost of living crisis would more quickly ease. Long-suffering voters are nowhere as stupid as this Albanese government potentially assumes them to be, and they will punish this government for financially abusing them just as soon as this Prime Minister is brave enough to call an election. And I look forward to that election. Vote 1 UAP. Thank you.
Senator Bragg.
Much, Acting Deputy President. The overall fiscal stance here is what is at fault, and the reason that there is a massive cost of living crisis is of no great surprise to me, because over the last 18 months or so, we've had the Reserve Bank come to Senate estimates, and every time the Governor has come, whether it has been Philip Lowe or Michelle Bilyk, I've asked the Governor, is the government running a fiscal stance which is contractionary, neutral or expansionary? Never once has the Governor of the Reserve Bank said the Commonwealth Government is running a contractionary budget stance. Never once. Now, they were very polite, but they were less polite last week in their meeting minutes, where the Reserve Bank made it very clear that the government was going in the wrong direction and they were forcing the Reserve Bank to seriously consider raising interest rates at a time when our global peers are cutting them. So this question of homegrown inflation is not in doubt. This is not something that's being said by politicians in this building. This is the position of the independent Reserve Bank and the Governor of the Reserve Bank as appointed by this Treasurer. I am in no doubt that the Reserve Bank is desperately wanting the government to recalibrate its fiscal stance. But if you look at the budget papers, where we're going is deficit, deficit, deficit over the next 3 years after we get through this fiscal year. So we're going in the wrong direction, and all you've got to do is look at the on-budget and off-budget items to see the picture. Now, just because there is an off-budget item, a slush fund, a multi-billion-dollar fund like the reconstruction scheme or the housing scheme, these things spend real money, billions of dollars. That is adding to the inflation problem, adding to the problem. And so my view is that while we have these massive schemes, the inflation problem will only get worse. And of course, the housing question is desperately sad for so many Australians because we see in the data that rents have gone up significantly over the last couple of years, but so have housing construction costs. And we know about the 30% tax the CFMEU levies on every Australian wanting to build a new house as part of a larger construction. Now, that CFMEU tax is avoidable. The only reason we have the tax is because Labor is totally beholden to this union and it has been allowed to run the country's construction sector. Now, that has massively inflated the construction costs, which has meant the Australian dream is further from reach than it should be. Now, as a result of Labor's intransigence on housing, their high inflation and their commitment to the CFMEU, plus their failure on housing policy more broadly, we have had to now establish a separate inquiry today to look at the question of lending. Now, the government never talk about the problems facing individuals because they are so blinded by their obsession with what's good for institutions. The government is more interested in what's good for Vanguard and BlackRock and Cbus than what is good for the average worker. That is where we are in this country right now. And so the lending inquiry will look at how we can restore the ability of an average worker on an average wage to get a mortgage. Because if you can't get a mortgage, you can't get a first house. And that is where we are now in Australia. We are becoming a country where you have to be a rich person to get a loan. And that is a very sick position for a country like Australia with an egalitarian ethos, where the middle classes and the average worker could access a mortgage and a house. So it is hugely regrettable that we've had to take this step now to establish a special inquiry to look at the question of lending and to look at how we can allow the average worker to get into a mortgage, because if we close the door on financing of housing for individuals, then we are closing the door on the Australian dream. Now, Labor might be happy with the idea of Cbus and Australian Super and BlackRock and Vanguard and giving them tax cuts to do build-to-rent housing, where the Australian people become serfs to these major institutions. But that is not the Australian dream, and we want to see housing become affordable once again in Australia.
The time for discussion has expired, and I'll now proceed to consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Any takers? No. Okay. We'll move on to tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Economics Legislation Committee, I present the report of the Committee on the Provisions of the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and related bills, together with accompanying documents. On behalf of Senator O'Neill, I also present the Delegated Legislation Monitor Number 8 of 2024, the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I present Scrutiny Digest 9 of 2024 for the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny Bills, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee. I move that the Senate take note of the report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any delegation reports?
Acting Deputy President, on behalf of Senator Sterle, I seek leave to present a delegation report.
Leave granted?
Granted. Yep, thank
Leave
you.
is granted.
I present the report of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation and References Committee's delegation to Vietnam. I seek leave to move a motion to take note of the report.
Is that motion? Yes.
Thank you. I move that the Senate now take note of the document.
Fantastic. Are there any ministerial statements?
There is.
I table documents relating to the order for the production of documents concerning alternative fuels.
Senator Cadell?
Take note and seek to continue our remarks on that.
Anything further? That's it? Okay. Committee memberships. Senator Sterle, with the concurrence of the chamber, would you care to speak to that particular report? The delegation report?
Madam Acting Deputy President, I would love to. Thank you very much. My apologies. I've been talking road safety, sorry. If I may, thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And it is with a great deal of pleasure that I present the report from the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Committee's delegation to Vietnam in April last year. The purpose of the committee's visit was to assist our inquiry into the adequacy of Australia's biosecurity measures and response preparedness. Our particular focus was on food safety biosecurity systems in Australia's key export markets. I was joined by and with Senators Colbeck, Senator Whish-Wilson and our great mate, the late Senator Linda White. We were all generously supported by the former Secretary of the Rural, Regional Affairs and Transport Committee, Jerry McNally. I would like to place on the record the entire delegation's thanks to the team at the Australian Embassy in Vietnam that supported us through our time there. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Tony Harmon, James Dean, Nguyen Thank An, and Nguyen Khan Min. Their support of our delegation and their depth of knowledge of the issues we were investigating was, to say the least, magnificent. Now, Tony deserves a big medal for his patience, practical knowledge and diligence while on the road with us. The delegation also appreciated the support and wise counsel we received from the Australian Ambassador, Andrew Golodzinowski. During our time in Vietnam, the committee members appreciated meeting with and learning from Australian business operators based in Vietnam and representatives from the aquaculture and agriculture sectors and supermarket sectors. Like many Australians, I used to labour under the misinformation about the cleanliness and quality of the seafood processing industry in Vietnam. Our meetings with the operators and visit to a processing centre were real eye-openers for me and, of course, the rest of the delegation. The cleanliness and the efficiency of Vietnamese seafood processing is truly outstanding. The processing facilities at Hai Viet Corporation are world-class. Their comprehensive processing steps that ensure monitoring and testing to guarantee compliance with Australian biosecurity requirements is both reassuring and impressive. Hai Viet specialises in production of squid, cuttlefish, octopus, fish and shellfish, along with a separate prawn processing division. Australia is the 6th largest market for Vietnamese seafood. The value of seafood imports from Vietnam to Australia has grown from US $197 million in 2018 to a staggering US $365 million in 2022 and growing. This growth in trade follows the signing of the CPTPP agreement. That agreement was proved vital in expanding trade between our two nations and deepening our economic relationship. In addition, gaining a greater understanding of the Vietnamese seafood industry, committee members also appreciated the opportunity to learn more about fresh food and supermarket operations, shipbuilding, the fashion industry and new and emerging industries like insect production, along with Vietnam's thriving agriculture and aquaculture research and development organisations. We also appreciated the opportunity to meet with government officials and parliamentary groups. The delegation originally planned to include a visit to Indonesia as part of our inquiry. However, we were forced to cancel those plans at the last minute, unfortunately due to an outbreak of COVID, and I didn't get it, I'll just let you know that too, but everyone else did. In closing, can I again thank all the Australian and Vietnamese officials that supported us during our visit, but I really want to put out a special thanks to my colleagues. As I said earlier, Senators Colbeck and Wish-Wilson, along with our late friend, Senator Linda White. Linda brought her usual diligence, knowledge and flair to all meetings. She was brilliant to work with throughout her time in the Senate, and we all miss her. The way we all worked together overseas was a real example of Team Australia. There was no red, there was no blue, we were all Aussies. It's important to place on record that we did work as a team, and it was a pleasure, I say to my colleagues, to work with each and every one of you. It's also important to note that not all the work of the Senate reflects the ugliness of our performances from some during question time. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. With the concurrence of the Senate, Senator O'Neill, you may speak to your scrutiny of delegated legislation.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your indulgence. I rise to speak to the tabling of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Monitor 8 of 2024. Monitor 8 reports on the committee's consideration of 183 legislative instruments registered between 24th of May and the 25th of June 2024. I would particularly like to draw the Chamber's attention to two instruments the committee is now able to conclude its examination on, following engagement with the relevant ministers and the associated undertakings that have been implemented. The committee considers the timely implementation of undertakings essential to address its scrutiny concerns and will continue to regularly monitor the implementation of undertakings made to the committee. The first of these instruments is the Jervis Bay Territory Rural Fire Rules 2024, which are made to provide fire management services to the Jervis Bay Territory. The committee has engaged in ongoing correspondence regarding this instrument with the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories since Delegated Legislation Monitor number 5 of 2024. The committee's scrutiny concerns regarding this instrument related to the breadth of discretionary powers, including the power to impose conditions on members of the Jervis Bay Territory Fire Brigade and whether a person is fit and proper to be a member, free access to service standards referenced in the instrument, and privacy matters. Following engagement with the committee, the Minister made an undertaking to register a replacement explanatory statement with additional information to address the scrutiny concerns raised by the committee. This includes the inclusion of an example illustrating conditions that may be imposed on the discretionary decision to list a person as a member, specification of a source to freely access applicable service standards referenced throughout the instrument, and the applicability of the privacy safeguards, including the Privacy Act. The committee is pleased to conclude its examination of this instrument and welcomes the additional information included in the replacement explanatory statement. I note that the committee expects its guidelines will be taken into account in the preparation of all explanatory statements to delegated legislation in order to minimise engagement with the committee. We nonetheless thank the Minister for her timely and informative engagement, as well as the prompt implementation of the undertaking to amend the explanatory statement. The committee has resolved to withdraw the notice of motion to disallow the instrument. I would also like to draw the Chamber's attention to the committee's concluding comments in relation to the Migration Amendment Bridging Visas Regulations of 2024, which clarifies the circumstances in which a bridging visa may be granted. The committee has been engaging with the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs since Delegated Legislation Monitor 6 of 2024 about a range of scrutiny concerns, including the availability of independent merit review decisions. On the 15th of July, the Minister made an undertaking to amend the explanatory statement to specify that independent merits review is available for a decision made under the instrument in relation to granting a bridging visa that is subject to conditions. On the 30th of July, a revised explanatory statement was registered on the Federal Register of Legislation. The committee thanks the Minister for his prompt implementation of this undertaking and is pleased to be able to conclude its examination of this instrument. I commend the examples set by Minister McBain and Minister Giles in this monitor by implementing the undertakings made to the committee within just 2 weeks. In Chapter 4 of this monitor, the committee has instituted a new practice to list all undertakings which remain outstanding for more than 90 days. The committee routinely asks responsible ministers or agencies to make an undertaking to address the committee's scrutiny concerns in relation to a particular legislative instrument. Most commonly, this includes asking the minister or agency to amend the instrument or its explanatory statement. The acceptance of such undertakings by the minister or agency has the benefit of securing a satisfactory outcome in relation to the committee's scrutiny concerns without interrupting the administration of government by disallowing the instrument in question. The committee, therefore, expects undertakings to be implemented in a timely manner and to receive regular updates on the progress of implementation. The committee will be seeking an update from the relevant minister or agency on the progress of implementation for each of the 32 undertakings listed as outstanding for more than 90 days in this monitor. This practice will continue in subsequent monitors to ensure that the committee receives regular progress updates until each undertaking has been implemented. I also advise senators that a full list of all undertakings made to this committee can be found on the committee's website. With these comments, I commend the Delegated Legislation Monitor 8 of 2024 to the Senate. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. I'll put the question that the Senate take note of the report. All those in favour? Yep. Aye. Against? No? Carried. We will now move on to committee memberships. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you. The question is that motion be agreed to. Those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Messages from the House. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Costs Protection Bill 2023 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities be now read a first time.
Is that agreed to? Those of that opinion? Aye? No? Okay. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate now be adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Sorry, I don't know. That one. And you. Oh, sorry. There you go. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes in the membership of the following committees: the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate Notice of Motion Number 2, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, relating to the disallowance of the Migration Amendment Visa Application Charges Regulations 2024.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I move the motion standing in my name. Acting Deputy, the Labor government is using multicultural diaspora communities in this country as basically cash cows, squeezing money from families trying to build a life here, from students trying to get an education, only to turn around and then slap them in the face. If you reduce the people who come to Australia and build their lives and their communities here, if you reduce them to a dollar figure, they become expendable. And then they become dehumanised, and then it's a pathway towards breakdown in social cohesion. But that's what Labor is doing. It's gouging hundreds of millions of dollars more from people seeking a better life in Australia than multinational fossil fuel corporations that export our wealth and drive climate chaos. Last year, the Labor government took some $3.3 billion in visa fees, and they're predicting it in the budget papers to ramp up to $4.4 billion by 27-28. $4.4 billion from people seeking to come here to be part of a family, to perform work. $4.4 billion from multicultural communities. And how much are they taking from the major bank levy? $1.6 billion. How much is Labor taking from the luxury car tax? $1.3 billion. How much from the petroleum resource rent tax? $1.1 billion. Vastly more being gouged out of multicultural Australia by these visa fee increases than pretty much those three tax streams combined. People trying to get their parents a visa to Australia can pay over $40,000 in fees. $40,000 to bring mum and dad, to complete the family. And some of the waiting lists and the waiting times are disgraceful. 10, 20, sometimes 30 years to bring your parents to the country. It's a tragic reality that for many families, their parents die on the waiting list before they can be brought to this country, and they've paid tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars for it. That's Labor's approach to visas and to immigration, a disgraceful, disrespectful policy. And in that regard, Labor's just continuing almost exactly the policy settings given to them by the Coalition. I don't want to let the Coalition off on the hook. The Coalition created this horrible, dehumanising mess, the price gouge of multicultural communities. But the real tragedy here is Labor has come in and doubled down on it. Because the reason we're bringing this disallowance motion is because Labor has ramped up so many visa fees. The worst of it, of course, is the extraordinary fee increases they're proposing for students. And I know my colleague, Senator Faruqi, will deal with that in detail, as she has publicly and proudly made the case against those appalling attacks from the Albanese government. But let me repeat that if you are trying to get an aged parent visa, a visa you specifically get when your mum and dad are in their last years and you're trying to look after them, and they may not have the support back in their where they're currently living, in the country they're currently living, the bulk of their family may be here. And brothers and sisters coming together to bring their parents to the country for their last few years, that costs tens and tens of thousands of dollars, and facing wait times that we're told in answers to questions on notice that are in the order of 29 years. That's not a humane system. That's not a human system. That's a brutal brutal price gouge from multicultural Australia. And you would have thought that with the extremely high fees that this government is gouging out from migrant communities, that would help with the processing and the numbers and the times. But you'd be wrong. Since 2021, the number of staff has barely moved, and people are being charged more. There's no additional staff, and the timeframes are extending. It's like this double whammy, this double insult to multicultural Australia. And then the government has said that, apart from the gouging, massive increases in student fees that we've seen, don't worry, the rest of these changes only match CPI. Well, we've run the calculator over these numbers. That's plainly untrue. This government, the Labor government, is putting above CPI increases for visa charges like for the orphan relative visa, to bring an orphan child out. The cost of that visa has gone well above CPI with these changes. Well, what government wants to profit off orphan children? Answer, the Albanese government. Even the explanatory memorandum is not true. Even the explanatory memorandum can't be trusted from this department. I say again, what government wants to price gouge off orphans, off orphan children? And I'll give you the answer again. The Albanese Labor government is doing that. Is there any wonder we're moving to disallow these regulations? I'll be looking forward to see how the government justifies this. How the government justifies this. This attack on something that's so important to a successful multicultural community. The ability for families to be brought together in this country. A genuine pathway for mum and dad to come here and complete the family, to bring that child that doesn't have parents anymore, into an extended family to get the love and support that they need. Please explain how you justify the price gouging of these families and these communities. Please tell us why this is right, because I can't understand it. And I know that the communities that I'm out talking to, my home state of Western Sydney, in my home state, in places like Western Sydney and around this country, I know they can't understand it. They see the delays, they see the fees, they see the costs, they see the disrespect, they see the way in which they never get an answer from the department, that their application goes in, it can be going last century, and they're still not getting answers. Their emails are not returned, their phone calls aren't answered, there's no one to talk to. Please explain how that works. I commend the motion to the House, I commend the motion to the Chamber, and I commend the spirit of multiculturalism to the Labor government. It's not just a turn up at a festival and eat some novel food. It's actually listen to what multicultural communities are saying, listen to what families are telling to you, and answer with some decency and humanity. And don't gouge more out of these communities than you do out of resource giants or the luxury car tax. Be a government with a human face.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I call Senator Urquhart.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. The government does not support this disallowance motion. These regulations provide for the regular indexation of visa application fees and for a one-off increase in the fee for student visas from $710 to $1,600. This increase reflects the increasing value of education in Australia and reflects the Albanese government's commitment to restoring integrity in the international education sector. The increase will also help fund a number of important initiatives in education and migration, including measures recommended by the Universities Accord, including making HECS fairer, paid prac and fee-free uni-ready courses. Measures in the vocational education and training sector, including financial support for apprentices and their employers, and the ongoing implementation of the migration strategy.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. I call Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And on behalf of the opposition, I do want to place on the record that we will not be supporting the disallowance motion of Senator Shoebridge here this afternoon. As Senator Urquhart has already outlined, the proposed motion would disallow Visa 199 fee increases, the regular indexation of visa fees, and all but one have gone up a small amount. But I did just want to draw the attention of those in the chamber to the fact that there was one visa where there was a significant fee increase this year. The government has increased the fee for international students from $710,000 to $1,600 on the 1st of July 2024. And I think it's important to note...
Senator Chandler, I think you might just need to reread that number into the record. $710? Or
$710 was increased to $1,600 on the 1st of July. Goodness me, I think this is why I'm not in government, because I would have just made visas incredibly expensive. I will start that again. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. As I said, the government increased the fee for international students from $710 to exactly what you said, Senator Urquhart, to $1,600 on the 1st of July 2024. And I think it is worth noting that the government did not give prior notice of this fee increase, and that there hasn't been an explanation made available to the media to explain this increase. This occurred when the then Minister for Home Affairs, Ms O'Neill, and the then Minister for Immigration, Mr Giles, as well as the Minister for Education and the Minister for Skills, put out a media release on Monday, the 1st of July 2024, announcing the increase. In contrast to this, Madam Acting Deputy President, the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, in his budget reply speech has said that we in the opposition, when in government, will enhance the integrity of the student visa program by introducing a tiered approach to increasing the student visa application fee and applying it to foreign students who change providers. And I think that this is a very clear contrast in what the opposition will do in government as opposed to what is occurring in government currently. We want to front up and tell the Australian public what we will do, what we intend to do, and I think that is, like I say, in stark contrast to the government who put out a media release on the day that the indexation occurs by a significant amount from $710 to $1,600, and then won't front the media to explain that increase occurring or go to the public to explain their policy. But as I said, on behalf of the opposition, we will not be supporting Senator Shoebridge's disallowance motion here this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the disallowance of the Migration Amendment Visa Application Charges Regulations 2024, and I associate myself with the comments made by Senator Shoebridge. Another week in Parliament, and yet another week of this Labour government exploiting, while at the same time scapegoating migrants and international students. And not a surprise that the Liberals, are on a joint ticket with them when it comes to squeezing migrants and international students even more. What a cruel measure. What a cruel measure to be proposing at this time. Jacking up international student fees, visa application fees by 125%. 125%. And how are they doing it? By sneaking it in a routine annual amendment that increases all visa fees in line with CPI. Well, CPI is 3.8%. So how on earth can they justify slugging international students with a 125% increase? The truth is they can't. There is no justification, no matter what they say. These fee increases are entirely punitive, designed to stop people from coming here. This is This is not like an education measure. This is a migration policy. They're trying to stop them from coming here unless they are willing to pay exorbitant amounts to do so. And there is no end to how they will use international students as cash cows to fill government coffers. This is a government that lacks courage to stand up to coal and gas corporations who are destroying our planet. They can't stand up to price gouging supermarkets, the profiteering banks, and the greedy property developers, but they're always ready to punch down on migrants and international students. And the figures back this up. Research from the Australia Institute, based on the previous visa application charges, found that these charges earned the government nearly $3 billion more than the petroleum resource rent tax. That is disgraceful. It is clear that Labor simply does not care about migrants and international students or their well-being. They don't care about the stress and anxiety they are causing to hundreds of thousands of people in this country. They don't care because conveniently for Labor, international students and visa applicants can't vote. To Labor, like the coalition, international students and migrants are political footballs to be kicked around when it suits them. 2 years ago, Labor and the coalition were desperate. They were desperate for international students to return to help revive the economy after the COVID lockdowns. And after they had been disgustingly left completely high and dry without any support during COVID by the coalition government. They were actually told by the then Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, that it was time for them to go home. And now, they're scapegoats for the Albanese government's complete failure to tackle the housing crisis. And they think that we can't see what they are up to. Their race baiting, their dirty tactics. Well, I'm here to tell you that we can see right through this terrible agenda. The treatment of international students is despicable. And millions of Australians see you as well. That's why your polls are falling. We see these games that you are playing using international students and migrants as pawns. We see you doing nothing to fix the housing or the rental crisis because you're in bed with property developers. And we see the racist dog whistling and shameful attempts to blame people of colour for your own policy failures. And we will call it out. We will call it out every single time because the consequences of this dog whistling are dire. We just saw over the weekend a disgusting neo-Nazi rally in Brisbane. No doubt they were emboldened by the racist anti-migrant riots in the UK. We're seeing across this country a massive spike, though, in Islamophobia. We're seeing a rise in far-right extremism. So connect the dots. You should be able to see that dog whistling inflames racism, and that targets and smears migrants and international students, and it feeds white supremacy. International students are being attacked from every angle, though. It was revealed in April that because of Ministerial Direction 107, universities were rejecting applications from entire countries, namely India, Nepal, and Pakistan, because of concerns about the impact on the university's risk rating. But in reality, this is just unfair, harmful, and discriminatory. That's what it comes down to. The government has made changes also to temporary graduate visas, changes to age eligibility, changes to onshore applications, and changes to visa application processes, leading to an environment for prospective and current students that is both uncertain and unwelcoming. And now, on top of all of this, we have a whopping increase of visa processing fees that more than doubles the current cost. And these fees apply to students whether they come here for a 2-week English course or a 4-year honours degree, or even if their visas are rejected. The attacks on international students, though, don't stop here, because now we have the attempted introduction of enrolment caps for international students from a government desperate to point a finger at anyone to cover up their absolute failure to address the housing and rental crisis, when there is absolutely no evidence that links international students with the housing or rental crisis. And students have spoken to me. They have spoken to me about how that is making them feel. And I have heard that many students are already reconsidering decisions to study in Australia, given the uncertainty and the unwelcome attitude of the current government. The president of the Flinders University Student Association, an international student himself, said to the inquiry into the ESOS bill that the government's measures over the past 12 months, and I quote, sends a strong message to the world that international students are not welcome here. Moreover, introduction of these caps, especially at public institutions, sends another message that genuine international students in Australia are a mere commodity. Am I a commodity or a fellow human being with dreams, hopes, who just wants a fair go? And that's what international students are feeling, completely dehumanized. International students pay astronomical fees, yet face biases and discrimination. The Labour government would be better off focusing on making our higher education system fairer and more equitable, instead of repeatedly targeting international students for their policy failures. This government is determined to let international students and migrants be the scapegoats in their race to the bottom with the opposition leader on migration. And that is a real shame. And it is so hypocritical of the Labour Party to lecture us all about social cohesion while making life harder and harder for so many migrants, people of colour, and their families. You just want to silence us, don't you? You just want us to put our heads down and do all the hard work that no one else wants to do, but you will do nothing for us except squeeze us for more and more. Well, people have really had enough. And I know both the Labour Party and the Liberals have already indicated that they won't support the disallowance. Sadly, that doesn't come as a surprise to me. But to everyone else who thinks migrants and international students deserve better, and they do indeed deserve much better, I urge them to vote for this disallowance. But again, I say sadly in this chamber, I don't hold out too much hope.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. I call Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, here we go again. And I say here we go again because it's critical that we see this particular move by a Labor government in the context of Australia's history, the things that have come before today in terms of the colonialisation of this country, the displacement and the racism faced by First Nations people in this country, and the racism that to this very day is experienced by far too many migrants to Australia. I had some conversations just last week in my home state of Tasmania with some of the leaders of many of the multicultural communities who choose to make their home in Tasmania. They were very clear to me about the dangers of being someone who is obviously from a different country or a different culture, about how they are facing increased violence, increased racially motivated attacks and increased racism over recent times. And they were very clear about the reasons that these racist attacks and this increase in racism was occurring. And they said to me, Nick, it's because of the public comments made by people like Senator Pauline Hansen and the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton. And they said to me, they asked me to come into this place and call that behaviour out. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to call that behaviour out. It is not acceptable for Senator Hansen, who built a political career on demonising people from Asia and has now shifted her targets to Muslim people. That is not acceptable. I'm calling it out, and the Greens are calling it out, and my great friend Senator Faruqi has done an amazing job in calling it out, but Senator Faruqi shouldn't have to call this out because it shouldn't be happening.
Senator McKim, I just want to remind you that imputations would be crossing a bridge that might not be appropriate. And passion in speech is a good thing. I just ask you to take care with your language.
Thanks.
You have the call, Senator McKim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Who can forget Opposition Leader Mr Dutton warning about these so-called Sudanese gangs that were apparently or allegedly roaming around Melbourne? And then when Victoria Police, and of course Mr Dutton was saying, oh, people are scared to go out and have dinner in Melbourne because of Sudanese gangs. And then Victoria Police came out and said, well, actually, there are no Sudanese gangs in Melbourne. What did Mr Dutton do? Did he do what any normal, decent person would do, retract and apologise? No, he doubled down. And what Mr Dutton needs to understand, and what Senator Hansen need to understand, is that their words give permission for people out in the Australian community to engage in racism. And whether that is words or actions up to and including violence motivated by racism, none of those things are acceptable, and enabling them or implicitly encouraging them, that is not acceptable either. And it must be called out every time that it happens. The truth is that far too many Australians face this kind of racism, and they face it far too often, and they face it in far too many elements of their lives. It has to end. And a great place to begin ending that structural racism that exists in our society would be for people who get up in this place and either explicit or implicitly encourage that racism to stop, to just stop. Now, this particular instrument that the Greens are seeking to disallow today increases visa application fees. And in the case of international student visa application fees, they're going to increase by 125%, as Senator Faruqi has already informed the chamber. Now, set that increase in the context of what I fear is going to be an election campaign based in significant part on demonising migrants in this country and demonising multicultural communities in this country. Placed in that context, this is a very unwise move by a Labor Party that is all about social cohesion when it suits them, all about social cohesion when they don't want to talk about the fact that they are complicit in a genocide in Gaza. No, it's all about social cohesion then, but they don't seem to worry too much about social cohesion when they are talking about jacking up visa fees in the context of this upcoming election campaign. Because make no mistake, it is absolutely obvious to anyone who's paying attention that part of Mr Dutton's strategy in this campaign is going to be to blame migrants for as many of the challenges facing us here in Australia as he can. Can't get in for a hip operation? Blame migrants. Housing prices too high, not enough homes available? Blame migrants. Pothole in the road outside your house? Blame the migrants driving down the road. That's what we're going to get from Mr Dutton. It is absolutely blindingly obvious. He is going to weaponise Australia's multicultural communities. He's going to weaponise migration levels to this country, and he's going to do it because he thinks that's one of his pathways to power. Well, Mr Dutton and anyone else on that side of the chamber who's going to try that on needs to understand that they're going to be fought every step of the way by the Australian Greens, because we are going to stand up for multicultural Australia. We are going to stand up for the amazing contribution that migrants have made and continue to make to this day and will continue to make into the future in this country. We are going to stand up and we are going to fight against the kind of divisive, harmful rhetoric that has already started from the opposition and which no doubt will continue. Now, of course, the Labor Party are not going to stand and fight proudly against that. In fact, they're going to start appeasing it, and they've done that already by cutting back on migration levels into Australia. And that's because they don't want to fight Mr Dutton on that turf. They would prefer not to have a fight, and in the time-honoured way of the Labor Party, they're going to capitulate, they're going to roll over and let Mr Dutton tickle their collective bellies, as we've seen happen so many times on so many issues. And the country, therefore, lurches further to the right. Well, the Greens are here to fight for people. We are here to fight for multiculturalism, and we are here to fight for a fair go for migrants. And when you place this in other contexts, recently, it is yet another sad day in our country's national story. I went to Manus Island 5 times, and I know my friend and colleague Senator Hansen Young visited Nauru. And we saw firsthand, the human cost of Australia's racist offshore detention system. And I call it racist because, of course, how many white people ended up on Manus Island? Now, I didn't visit Nauru because on the instructions of the Australian government, the Nauruan government refused me a visa, but I went to Manus Island 5 times, and I can tell you absolutely without any doubt whatsoever how many white people there were locked up in Manus Island. None. And if a boatload of white South African farmers had happened to arrive in Australia during that time when that policy, that shameful policy was in place, I have no doubt the answer would have been the same. None, because they would not have ended up on Manus Island because they were white. It was okay to put the brown-skinned and the black-skinned people on Manus Island, but it would never have been okay to put a white-skinned person on Manus Island. That was a racist policy. That was a racist policy. And we need to call that out. This country has got a shameful history of being a racist country, back from the days when it was open and explicit, the White Australia policy, through to today. A shameful history of racism. And you can't do something like this, like what the government is trying to do, without understanding the historical context of this country and doing your best to understand what this does in that context. So we are going to stand up and fight. We are going to stand up. We are moving to disallow this, and I thank Senator Shoebridge for moving this disallowance. It is time for us, it is time for a reckoning in this country about our history, about the displacement of First Nations people from their country under the lie of terra nullius. It is time for a reckoning about the failure to get up a voice in this country, about Labor's current failure to proceed with Makarrata in the terms that it was conceived of in the Uluru Statement. It's time for a reckoning about our racist history as a country. And until we have those reckonings, and that must include a treaty or treaties with First Nations people, we will still have massive unfinished business as a country. We will still have a hole in our collective hearts.
Thank you very much. Senator Hansen Young.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I rise to contribute to this debate and associate myself with the comments made by my Greens colleagues here. You know there's an election coming when the race baiting really starts heating up. You know there's an election coming
when the Leader of the Opposition, rather than focusing on what he will do to help relieve the cost of living pressures of everyday Australians, goes for the lazy option, the low option, the heartless option of attacking refugees. Mr Dutton's comments this morning, deliberately used to inflame division, hatred, fear, are despicable, are racist, and are unbecoming of anyone who wants to be this nation's Prime Minister. But of course that's all Mr Peter Dutton has, because he doesn't have a plan for reducing the cost of living for Australians. He doesn't have a plan for making sure childcare workers get paid better. He doesn't have a plan for making sure supermarkets stop gouging at the checkout. He doesn't have a plan to stop rents rising. He doesn't have a plan to fund our universities so that our kids can get a decent education without having mountains of debt. He doesn't have a plan for making sure that people can go to the doctor and not have to pay through the nose. He doesn't have a plan for making sure you can go to the dentist and afford it, or ensure that your kid can get the help they need if they're struggling with their mental health. No, he doesn't have a plan for any of this. He doesn't actually care. He wants to take the lazy, the nasty, and the fearful option, and that is to inflame divisions in this country, to blame migrants, to beat up on refugees, and to incite a debate about whether people facing war and persecution should be able to be given sanctuary and safety. And of course, unlike a government that might have a spine to stand up against this, we see the Labor Party going weak at the knees and rolling out softball policy after softball policy that echo some of that dog whistling. That's why we're moving this disallowance today, because of the message that it sends, this move to put the hardship and burden on migrants coming to this country plays into that exhibition of fear and hatred displayed by Mr Dutton. You know, there wasn't an opportunity to race bait that Mr Dutton hasn't taken. He'll never miss an opportunity to whip up fear and hatred. So why does the Labor government keep giving him the opportunity? And Mr Dutton is leading the nasty party, that's for sure. And the only book they've got to play in this election is blaming migrants, refugees, people fleeing war and persecution for all of the problems, which of course is ludicrous. It's wrong. Where is the opposition's debate this week in the parliament? We haven't been here for 5 or 6 weeks, and rather than having a debate about tackling the cost of living, we have the Leader of the Opposition wanting to whip up racist fear-mongering. He's not blowing the dog whistle, he's blowing the foghorn. And there'll be more of it as we get closer and closer to this election. Closer and closer. The foghorn of racism and fear-mongering will get louder. And I implore the Labor Party, don't fall for his nasty tricks. Don't fall for it. Don't get sucked in by the hatred of the nasty party, of the laziness of the race baiters, of the fear-mongering of a party that has never, ever, under the leadership of Peter Dutton, stood up for our proud multicultural society, our communities. He wants us to be divided. Don't fall for the nasty party's nasty tricks.
Thank you, Senator Hansen-Young. And I call Senator David Pocock.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in support of this disallowance that has been moved by Senator Shoebridge. International education here in the ACT is our biggest export. It contributes $1 billion to our local economy annually, and international education was responsible for half of the national GDP growth last year in Australia. More importantly, these students enrich our community immeasurably, and our universities have done the right thing over the years here in the ACT. They have built extra student accommodation. As a result of the government's changes, which are subject to this disallowance, Australia now has the highest student visa fees in the world. I've had a lot of feedback from universities, and we have 5 here in the ACT, about the risks and negative consequences from this fee hike, alongside other policy changes, such as Ministerial Directive 107, which is frankly a disastrous way to deal with net overseas migration. What a sham of a policy. And, of course, the proposed ESOS legislation, which currently seems to be rather friendless. And it seems a bit rich to increase almost all visa application fees at a time when processing timelines have blown out in such an extraordinary way. Sure, if you're getting a better service, maybe you'll pay a bit more. If you're getting it back quicker, most people might be willing to spend a little bit more. But to hike the fees at the same time that you're on this go slow when it comes to processing, which means that students who are doing all the right things, applying for their course, paying top dollar to attend an Australian university, are sometimes arriving in week 2, 3, 4, 5. And some are just giving up and saying, oh, well, this is too hard, I'll go somewhere else. We can't take international students for granted and just assume that they will choose Australia for their study. Yes, our universities are some of the best in the world, but they obviously have other options. There are many competitors out there. So having a look at some of the visa application fees of some of these other countries. In Canada, a student visa costs the equivalent of a whopping $165 Australian. In France, exactly the same. New Zealand's a bit more, the equivalent of 344 Australian dollars. Hong Kong's 190, Germany, 180 bucks. The most expensive fees I could find were the US at about $770 and the United Kingdom at $950. These regulations increase the cost of applying for a student visa in Australia from a vaguely competitive $710 to $1,600. That's a $1,600 non-refundable fee. It really doesn't make sense to me. If you look at the value of international student spending in Australia, the ABS says that it was $48 billion last year. And after more than a decade of underfunding by successive governments, our universities have made a plan. Many of them have decided we're not getting funded for research, so we need to find funding elsewhere. And so they've gone to the international student market and developed courses, and we now have the international student market as it is today. But government policy has forced them to do that, to find money elsewhere, to cross-subsidise research, to cross-subsidise some courses for domestic students. And now we're turning around, and rather than saying, okay, we've got a bit of a problem here, we're running into a problem with housing, potentially with social licence, let's come up with a plan to turn this around. You'd think there'd be a sensible conversation. Okay, over the next 5-10 years, how do we work with universities when it comes to funding models, to research funding, to on-campus accommodation? Instead, we see this Ministerial Directive 107 that's basically just putting the go slow. Rather than having an upfront conversation with universities, you're just stopping them from getting students because they can't even get a visa after paying an outrageous fee. We should be recognising and celebrating the huge contribution to our economy and the value that international students bring to our learning environments. And instead, this government is launching a sustained attack on the financial sustainability of our universities and using international students as scapegoats. Rather than having the hard conversations around migration, I have people raise this with me. As a country, how big do we want to get? What are the trade-offs? How is it impacting housing? What are the trade-offs in terms of ecological health of the landscape for cities to continue to grow? And people have, I think, very legitimate concerns. But let's have that conversation as a country, as communities. Let's come up with a plan rather than this reactive, almost farcical approach and this focus on net overseas migration, this scapegoating of universities. I don't think it is useful. And it's certainly not anywhere near a long-term sustainable approach that allows Australian universities to maintain their reputation as world-leading, as a place that is welcoming for international students. You can't force, through government policies from both sides, universities to go after the international student market and then suddenly want to pull the rug out from under them. Surely we can do better, and I support this disallowance of these regulations.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment, Administration Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Thank you. Senator McGrath, you have the call.
President, well, when it comes to this bill and the debate, it's often said the standards that you walk past are the standards you accept. And the Labor Party and the CFMEU, the Labor Party are bending over and giving the CFMEU a big sloppy kiss because we know about the relationship between the Labor Party and the CFMEU. They're one of the same and one of the other. So let's just talk about the tactics and the behaviour of the CFMEU over the last, not just year, just last month, whatever they've done today. The CFMEU are a corrupt criminal cabal. The CFMEU are a blight upon the Australian democracy and a blight on all those who believe in the freedom of people to join a union and the right of people to form together and to start a union. Because the CFMEU, it's all about themselves. It's all about their corrupt conduct. It's all about the sexism within the CFMEU, which is never called out by the Labor Party or the Greens. It's all about the violence within the CFMEU, not just to other members, but on work sites across Australia. Violence that's never called out by the Labor Party or the Greens. It's all about the connection with bikie gangs and drug taking and drug selling. This law breaking that is never called out by the Labor Party or the Greens. Because what you see in Australia is a protection racket between the Labor Party and the Greens and the CFMEU. And you have to look, who is the president of the Labor Party? It is Wayne Swan, the world's worst treasurer. And what other role does Wayne Swan have apart from being the world's worst treasurer and president of the Labor Party? Well, guess what? He happens to be the chairman of the CFMEU's super fund, CBUS. So you can see there's a revolving door between Labor Party politicians and the financial interests of the CFMEU. But then we look at the green light that has been given to the CFMEU by, for example, Sally McManus from the ACTU, who a couple of years ago said people should break the law if they thought the law was wrong. So with the CFMEU, who are a law-breaking organisation who specialise in breaking laws, who specialise in intimidating people, who specialise in thuggery, what that said to them is, well, the chief unionist in this country, Sally McManus, said we can go and break the law. And for the CFMEU, breaking the law is just a cost of doing business. It's a cost of doing business, and they will bail out their members. They'll make sure that the criminals, the thugs, the people who perpetrate violence against innocent people are looked after. But they forget about looking after the real interests of normal union members across this country, because the CFMEU exists for one reason only, and that is to continue to grow its influence within the Labor Party and to grow its influence across Australia. And it's what's really interesting. You can look at John Setka, who rather charmingly showed off his new tattoo during the week. And, it wasn't a tattoo of, with his, mum, I love your mum, or like a dolphin, or, something nice. It was just effectively a threat to everybody. And when you look at that tattoo, when you look at John Setka, that is the face of the union movement in Australia at the moment. And the Labor Party sometimes must wonder, well, if they have a brain cell between them, they must wonder, why is it that union membership in this country has gone from 40% under the Hawke-Keating government to less than 10%. So less than 1 in 10 Australians who are in the workforce are a member of a union. And I can give you a reason why. It's because of the CFMEU. It's because of their practices. It is because of the corruption within that union. And what is interesting about the Labor Party is that when they won the election in 2007, one of their first acts was to abolish the then Australian Building and Construction Commission. Then when we won the election in 2013, we were able to reintroduce the Australian Building Construction Commission. And then again, when Labor won the election in 2022, they then abolished it again. Why does the Labor Party want to keep abolishing the COP? The COP is going through the work sites, protecting the small businesses across Australia, protecting normal union members, protecting those who may not be union members. It is because of the financial interest between the Labor Party and the CFMEU. Since Anthony Albanese became leader of the Labor Party, $6.2 million has gone from the CFMEU to the Labor Party. The CFMEU is one of the largest donors to the Labor Party. It's effectively the Labor Party's sugar daddy when it comes to helping it run election campaigns, help it fund election campaigns, and get CFMEU acolytes into Parliament. But 6.2 million reasons should show every Australian why the Labor Party is soft off on the CFMEU and why the legislation that is currently before this Parliament does not go far enough. The Labor Party and the CFMEU are one and the same. And we have minister after minister who are effectively the ministers for protection rackets, ministers for boondoggles, who will not stand up to the financial interests of the CFMEU because they know it is not in the financial interest of the Labor Party. And people across Australia will wonder why everything costs so much at the moment. Because we are in a cost of living crisis. Power's up, mortgages are up, rent is up, food is up, everything has gone up since the Labor Party came to power. The main reason is because of the Labor Party's economic policies, an extra $315 billion being spent. But another reason why everything is going up is the impact of the CFMEU on infrastructure projects across this country. When the CFMEU are involved with an infrastructure project, it costs an extra 30%. So this is not 30% that comes from some magic money tree at the bottom of the garden. This is 30% for publicly funded infrastructure projects that comes from the taxpayer. Because the CFMEU see the taxpayer as just a giant money tree from which they can continue to get money out of them. And that forces up the cost of infrastructure projects. But it's also the same in the private sector, where the CFMEU force up the cost of projects. They use their so-called industrial blackmail to extort from private businesses corrupt payments. They try and extort from private businesses over-the-top pay rises. They try and extort from private businesses any sort of sweet money deal. And you have to look in Queensland. We have the ECA on this week, Acting Deputy President. The ECA is the Royal Exhibition in Brisbane. It's in August every year. But the local railway station, for the second year in a row, is unable to open for the ECA, in particular for People's Day, which is today, because the CFMEU are refusing to allow it to be opened. So welcome to Queensland, welcome to Australia, where a political union, an industrial union, use their might just to make life more difficult for people because they just don't care about normal people. They don't care about small business people. They don't care about normal union members. To them, life is a game, and the point of the game of life is to make as much money as possible because a CFMEU is a corrupt organisation and it is supported by the Labor Party and the Greens. And that is why we want the ABCC to come back. We want the Australian Building and Construction Commission to come back to be that cop on the beat. But we also think in relation to this bill that it should be sent to a form of public inquiry. Look, we're all here now. We're all here in this building. It'd be very easy for the relevant committee of this Senate to conduct an inquiry into this bill. You could do it on Friday. Well, the alternative is, as Senator Michaelia Cash has said, is that there are a number of amendments that have been proposed by the coalition, that if the government accepted these amendments, we'd pass the bill tonight. And I challenge the Labor Party. There's no point challenging the Greens. I challenge the Labor Party. If you are serious about reforming the CFMEU, if you are serious about ensuring that the CFMEU represents the interests of its members and that the CFMEU can become a positive player in Australia's industrial relations scene, well, accept the recommendations that we are putting forward, accept these 20 or so amendments, and we can pass the bill tonight. And this should show the Senate at its best, that when the parties of government can agree there is a situation, we will compromise, you will compromise. Let's just put these amendments to the vote and let's get on with the job. But dear listener, dear viewer, I think we all know that's not going to happen. That the Labor Party and the troglodytes and the Greens certainly will not allow that to happen. That they'll continue to try and run their protection racket, and that the bill that is before this Senate is a bill that does not do the job. So what are these amendments that the opposition are putting forward, Acting Deputy President? Well, they're pretty simple amendments. They're pretty what you'd call a head nod amendment. But to the Labor Party, to the Greens and those other left-wing independents who pretend to be centrist independents, they certainly won't be supporting these. So the first amendment will include that the administration, this is the administration of the CFMEU, must apply to all branches of the CFMEU for a minimum of 3 years. Now, it's a pretty good recommendation, you'd think, considering how deep the corruption and the misbehaviour, the malfeasance, the misfeasance, just the general appalling behaviour is entrenched within all branches of the CFMEU. So you'd think that would be a head nod. The next recommendation is the minister should not have the ability to end the administration early. Well, here, the minister should not have that power. If the parliament has made the decision that the CFMEU will be placed into administration for a period of 3 years, let it be for 3 years, and that the minister, particularly a Labor Party minister, particularly Labor Party ministers who know that their own organisation has received $6.2 million worth of donations from the CFMEU. So, I may not be the smartest cookie in the jar, but to me that's a slight conflict of interest, that minister cannot end the administration early. But the scheme of administration can be varied by the federal court on the application of the administrator. So if the administrator has been appointed, says, look, we need to vary it, and the federal court can say yay or nay. And the legislation must clearly set out what must be in the scheme of administration. This should not be merely at the whim of the minister. Because what the bill before this parliament does is it allows the minister to effectively become the minister for the CFMEU. It gives the minister all of the power. And we don't think that is appropriate. We think an appropriate balance is for the administrator to have their powers set out rather than the minister determine what those powers should be. Now, and this one will be very controversial, Senator McKenzie. The political donations and political campaigns and advertising by the CFMEU should be explicitly banned during the period of administration. Now, the Labor Party and the Greens certainly won't be supporting that one, will they? We all know why. $6.2 million why. There's no way they're going to say no to that. We all know what you are, but in the CFMEU do, and they just pay you all the time. We know exactly what you are, that you are in the pocket of the CFMEU, and it's a very deep pocket. It's got $6.2 million in it. And this is what this debate comes down to. This debate comes down to an opposition who have put forward amendments, sensible amendments that will improve this legislation, but we know the Labor and the Greens won't do it because they love the money. And it's the standard that you walk past, it's the standard you accept. And this mob, they don't just accept the standard, they bend over and give it a big sloppy kiss every time because the CFMEU and the Labor Party and the Greens are in bed together and it's a disgrace.
Senator Sterle.
Can I just say some of the language was amazing. No organisation, thank you, Acting Deputy, no organisation should expect serious, numerous allegations of criminal misconduct against its leadership to simply blow over. If it happened to the leadership of your school council, you'd say they were dysfunctional. If it happened to the leadership of a business, you'd say they were corrupt or maybe even dodgy. And if the leadership of a school council or a business faced these allegations, there would be people to answer to. Investigations into the allegations and consequences if the allegations are true. You'd expect nothing less. So you can't hold the union that's working on the biggest infrastructure programs in the country to a different standard. The CFMEU is facing serious allegations of criminal behaviour, and they don't want to tell the truth about what's going on. Telling the truth is something that's really important to me. It's a core value that I've carried throughout my life. It's something my mum and dad drilled into me when I was young. They said a lie hurts more than the truth. I taught my own kids the value of telling the truth, even when they knew it might get them in trouble. I told my employment service clients to tell the truth, even if it might reflect badly on them. If you've done something wrong, you fess up. Tell the truth and face the consequences. Not chuck a toddler tantrum when questions are asked. That's why this bill to appoint an administrator is necessary. Not everyone in the CFMEU is a bad egg. Most of the members are ordinary people, tradies, who just want to get on with their jobs. But they're being tarred with the same brush as the people who refuse to do the right thing. Allegations and rumours about the CFMEU have been around for years. It's about time government got their heads out of the sand and took action against cowboys within the union. But with these allegations coming to light, it's impossible to ignore the elephant in the room. There's currently no independent watchdog for the construction sector. It's a dance we've seen for years. The Coalition set up the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Then Labor comes into government and gets rid of it. Back and forth, back and forth. It's like a bad version of a tango. Except that with the tango, the only consequence of getting it wrong is showing you have two left feet. We've just seen the consequences of not having construction cops with the allegations against the CFMEU. The CFMEU works on the biggest infrastructure projects in the country. If they wanted to, they could bring construction in this country to a standstill, and I think they have at times. When anybody or organisation holds this level of power, there has to be someone to hold them to account. And after these serious allegations, Labor can't ignore the need for some kind of watchdog. So here's some free advice, Labor. You should take this opportunity to set up an independent body to monitor the construction sector. If you don't like the way the ABCC was doing things, then don't do that. But you should work with industry to come up with something you're happy with. That way we'll have something that sticks. That way we'll have consistency. That way, if there are allegations of serious and gross misconduct, like those against the CFMEU, the body should stamp it out before it gets to where we are now. It's not a free pass to go soft on the union. An independent watchdog will still need to have teeth to do what's necessary. When someone does the wrong thing, that needs to happen. But let's be honest, it's pretty hard to look at the situation we're in now and argue that we don't need a watchdog. Political grandstanding over the ABCC means that at the height of these serious allegations, when we need an independent body, there's not one there. Every single Aussie has to face consequences if they do the wrong thing. Whether that's your boss, your family or the police, there's someone to answer to. The CFMEU is definitely not above the law. And if they won't tell the truth, if they won't face the consequences, then appointing an administrator is the right way forward.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, it is my pleasure to rise and again raise, along with my coalition Senate colleagues, profound and serious concerns about this rogue union. Because, of course, what this bill tells us is that Labor has gone into panic mode after failing to do anything about the bullying, the intimidation, the lawlessness, the standover tactics, the illegal payments, the corruption and all the other heinous conduct courtesy of the CFMEU. And it has to be said again, as Senator McCash said so strongly in her media statement, the Albanese government is not telling the truth when it says that its CFMEU legislation will clean up the scandal-plagued construction sector. The government's bill is weak. The government's bill does not do the job. That's right. The CFMEU should be deregistered, like the late Bob Hawke had the courage to do when he led the deregistration of the BLF. And even only a number of years before he died, he called out Labor for failing to take the strongest stand against the CFMEU. And what perhaps people don't understand about the CFMEU, and particularly in the Senate, is that every Labor senator who comes into this place comes as a representative of their union. And there are a number of representatives on the left of the CFMEU. And in fact, I am still waiting for answers from the member for Corangamite following a release that I issued on the 10th of July 2020 after it emerged that the CFMEU, which had backed Ms Coker in her campaigns, was demanding that Ms Coker repay hundreds of thousands of dollars in industrial left union donations. And I'll take the interjection. This is not a laughing matter. So whatever deal has been done between the CFMEU and the member for Corangamite, and I was at the other end of that campaign, from the bullies and the aggressors standing on polling booths dealing with the thugs from the CFMEU. And for those of us who've had to face this in a marginal seat campaign, it is a disgrace. And I will also call out the former member for Corangamite, Darren Cheeseman, who has now been forced to leave the Labor Party because of his conduct, including serious allegations of sexual harassment We don't know all the details, but he was also backed by the CFMEU. What's that got to do with the bill? What's that got to do with the bill? Wow. Senator Cachoni, I'll tell you what's got to do with the bill. The CFMEU has backed certain members that are still in this parliament through their thuggery, through their lawlessness.
Senator Henderson, take your seat, please. Senator Henderson, take your seat. So I have to remind the chamber that interjections are disorderly. Please have respect for the senator who has the call. There's plenty of time for you to make your contributions during adjournments. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. So I continue to remind those opposite, what has this got to do with members of parliament? Because the CFMEU has for a very long period of time backed their union representatives who end up in the parliament. And as I said in July 2020, revelations in today's media name the CFMMEU's John Setka as one of the union bosses pursuing payment. It is alleged that hundreds of thousands of dollars are involved. It's also reported that the CFMEU provided close to 100 volunteers to Ms Coker and also to the Labor MP, Ms Carney. And so, as I do right now, and as I did back then, the member for Corangamite needs to reveal whether these union election donations were properly recorded and declared as required by the Australian Electoral Commission. And the member for Corangamite needs to come clean with what happened. She reportedly defected to the Victorian Labor's extreme socialist left faction. Now then, I think she went to another faction. Who would know? There's just so many shabby factional deals, but the people of Corangamite deserve these answers. Did she repay this money? Why was this demand made? Was this money properly declared? And why are members, like the member for Corangamite, embroiled in these dirty deals with this union, when we have known for years that they have been up to their neck in unlawful behaviour, in bullying and intimidation? It is an absolute and utter disgrace. So I say to the member for Corangamite, it is time that your constituents knew what went on. What deal was done with John Setka? I say to the member for Corangamite. Why was she required to repay money, which apparently was reportedly hundreds of thousands of dollars? What money was given in the first place, and what was the agreement? Because frankly, Australians have had enough. And it is no wonder that we have such a disaster in Victoria, in our economy, under the reckless state Labor government, after years of doing shonky deals with this union, which has driven up construction costs in Victoria by some 30%. So I say to the minister responsible, who's sitting opposite in this chamber, if the Albanese government is serious about taking on the CFMEU, then this legislation must have teeth. You know, get a bit of Bob Hawke, invoke his spirit, his guts, his courage, because we're not seeing it from this Prime Minister and from this government. So we are going to be pursuing a number of amendments. The administration must apply to all branches of the CFMEU for a minimum of 3 years. The minister should not have the ability to end the administration early. The scheme of administration can only be varied by the Federal Court on the application of the administrator. The legislation must clearly set out what must be in the scheme of administration. This should not be determined solely at the whim of the minister. That political donations, political campaigns and advertising by the CFMEU should be explicitly banned during the period of administration. And frankly, if the Prime Minister had any moral courage, he would repay the $4 million that he has received in CFMEU donations since he became the Prime Minister. $6.2 million in total, and $4 grubby million from this union since Labor was elected. We also want to see greater transparency. The Administrator must provide a written report to Parliament every 3 months after the commencement of the administration about its activities and progress, and appear at Senate estimates. The Administrator must also be given the ability to impose longer expulsion or disqualification periods for officers. There must be a new fit and proper person test. There must be the ability for a special purpose auditor to examine the financial dealings of the CFMEU. The special purpose auditor's first report needs to be tabled by the final sitting day of 2024. If these and other amendments are not agreed by the government, we know that this government is only giving the CFMEU a slap across the back of the hand with a wet lettuce. And I also invoke Paul Keating in that reference, because one thing that I will say about both Bob Hawke and Paul Keating, they had the courage of their convictions when it came to driving certain reforms. This would never have been tolerated if Bob Hawke was the Prime Minister. But we have a weak and unprincipled government running this country, led by a weak and unprincipled Prime Minister, the most left-leaning Prime Minister in living memory. And it's about time that this government took its job and its duty to the Australian people seriously. So this is, again, a mess of Labor's own making. This came about, the government let the CFMEU and the crooks and the spivs and the bullies and the members of outlaw motorcycle gangs off the hook when it abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission and gave control of the construction sector in Australia to their mates in the CFMEU. As a result of Mr Albanese's decision to abolish the ABCC, we have seen a skyrocketing of criminal activity, threats, corruption, bribery, intimidation, violence, bullying, standover tactics, misappropriation of funds, and other accusations of lawlessness by the CFMEU in the construction sector. And I hear the chuckle from a member of the Greens, and I'm reminded that when we stood with Senator Lambie to take the strongest of stand in defence of women and the way they were treated by the CFMEU, the Greens voted against Senator Lambie's private senator's bill. The Greens did not have the courage of their convictions to stand up to John Setka and the thuggery, and particularly, as Senator Lambie was focusing on, the appalling treatment of some women by this union. So, as I say, we have a number of very serious concerns about this bill. This bill provides far too much discretion to the Minister, and in fact, under the current provisions of the bill, he could remove the CFMEU out of administration tomorrow, figuratively speaking, if he wished. So if this legislation is going to be supported by the coalition, we need to make sure that it has teeth, that it makes a difference, that there is proper accountability, and that Australians' trust, frankly, in the government can somehow even perhaps be restored to some degree. I don't really know how, because of the way in which Labor members and senators and candidates have covered up this disgraceful conduct over so many years. I mean, time and time again, Madam Acting Deputy President, we raised serious concerns about multiple breaches of the law, multiple findings that the law had been breached, very serious penalties issued against the CFMEU and many of its members. And it is really quite disgusting that it took the work of a media organisation, the very fine work of Nick McKenzie and other journalists, to wake up this government, because it didn't seem to matter. The rap sheet of offences, the rap sheet of intimidation, the bullying, the shocking stuff that was going on construction sites, none of that seemed to resonate because, I mean, even Senator Wong, of course, used to work for the CFMEU. Now, you know, I have not heard her get up and call out the CFMEU's conduct that she obviously would have seen when she was working for them. I'm sure it was not all squeaky clean when Senator Wong was working for the CFMEU. She was an industrial officer for the CFMEU, and, you know, there are times in public life when you've got to do the right thing and stand up to what is right and stand up against what is wrong. So this is a huge warning to the government. You take corruption, you take bribery, you start taking these shocking incidents of lawlessness seriously. Don't just paper over the cracks, because that's what this bill currently does. You need to give this bill teeth. You need to support all of our amendments, and only then would we agree to pass this bill. Thank you.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to thank Minister Watt and the government for your constructive and proactive engagement on this bill, and I also wanted to thank Senator Cash for the good faith engagement around the amendments that the Coalition is planning to put forward. This legislation has obviously been done quickly, but it now has been done with some consultation, I think with a genuine willingness to improve this bill, and I think we'll see that through the amendments circulated. The message I've heard overwhelmingly from stakeholders is that we need action now. We can't delay the need for administration, for someone to get in there and start to have a good look at what's been happening is urgent. I'd like to repeat what I have noted previously in this chamber, is that there haven't been the kind of allegations against the ACT branch of organised crime that we've seen elsewhere. And I do want to recognise the correspondence I've received from various subcontractors about the constructive role that the local ACT branch of the CFMEU has played on really important issues like security of payments. When the government decided to defund the ABCC and then roll its abolition into a much broader omnibus bill, I warned that we'd need to have a stronger regulator, one that could actually withstand the seesaw that we've heard various independents talk about between Labor and the Coalition when it comes to the ABCC. Worksites around the country are suffering. Insolvencies in the construction sector are at record highs. We need certainty on a path forward. And we also need a longer-term solution that can attract support from across the Parliament. And I'm hopeful that by passing this legislation, we can then turn our eyes to what that looks like. The depth and breadth of the allegations across other branches of the CFMEU mean we need action now. They demand action from the Parliament, and this bill will do that. The amendments that have been circulated and others being drafted will ensure a stronger piece of legislation that is tough but is also fair. Those who have done the wrong thing will go, those who haven't won't, and there will be a fair process, the appropriate powers for the administrator while allowing legitimate operations in support of members to continue. So again, thank you to both sides for the way that they are collaborating on this, and I look forward to seeing what happens in the Senate tomorrow.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I'll start by addressing Senator Pocock's point about the ACT-CFMEU, the ACT-CFMEU being somehow a clean skin. I mean, they have been inserting themselves into the procurement processes of the ACT government for years, to the point where the master builders have actually had to complain about the level of interference over government procurement that ACT-CFMEU is undergoing. I mean, this is an organisation with a track record which would make some criminals blush. They have time and time again been seen to be involved with thuggery, with coercion, with illegal activity, with using language that would make most of us blush in a way that is designed to intimidate on work sites, to intimidate people in the building industry. We've heard and we've seen prosecuted through our legal systems the intense criminality of this organisation, but sadly this is part of a much bigger picture. And we have to go back to the start of this Labor government and the tranches of industrial relations legislation that they have brought into this place, and with the help of the Australian Greens and the crossbenchers have seen pass through this place. And they were called all sorts of Orwellian things, like closing the loopholes or same job, same pay. Orwellian phrases, Orwellian because they did not mean what they said. They did not do what they said. They were doublethink. They were doublethink from this Labor government and the Greens, their aiders and abettors, who basically were here with a laundry list of union demands and took them through this parliament with no thought to what that would do in the longer term to the Australian economy and Australian businesses. They were quite happy. Senator Murray Watt, Minister Watt, was quite happy for years in estimates through the opposition years to defend the CFMEU and its behaviour. Quite happy to do it. And now he's all crocodile tears and outrage that these allegations, these issues have come to light. They've been part of the known behaviour of the CFMEU for decades. These haven't suddenly come to light in the last few months. They've been known for years, and through repeated prosecution through our court system, that this standover tactics, illegal behaviour, thuggery was not only tolerated, it was part of the union's business model. And so what did Labor do when they came into power? They passed these series of industrial relations bills which should have been called "Let's do what the unions demanded." Because that's the truth. If you want to use clear and upfront language to name a bill, the bill should have been called Industrial Relations Amendments, What the Unions Want. And we've seen it. We've seen it. We're starting to see it, particularly in my home state of WA, in the Pilbara, in the mining industry. And I'll remind everyone again, because this is the elephant in the room when we have these conversations, only 8% of the private sector workforce believes that unions are worth joining. 1 worker in 12. If you strip out some very heavily unionised parts of the white-collar workforce, that figure drops even lower. And yet, we see the union movement using Labor's IR laws to insert themselves into workplaces where there is no union presence, via 5-year-old enterprise agreements, insert themselves into new negotiations so they can once again impose their ridiculous demands and their ridiculous approach to labour relations into our mining powerhouses. And let me take you back on a history lesson, because sadly I am old enough to remember this. In the mid-80s, a very famous dispute, the Robe River mine dispute, where union practices were basically sending a company to the wall. Over 200 workplace practices that were, quite frankly, ludicrous. And I'm just going to go through a few of them. On a relatively small mine site, 20 shop stewards who didn't have to do their own job. They were just there to represent the union. They had to had an office, they had to have telephone, they were just there to represent the unions. 20 shop stewards. If someone was asked to do 5 minutes work after hours, they had to be paid for an 8-hour day. 5 minutes work, they had to be paid for an 8-hour day. A superintendent, the thing that triggered the Robe River dispute was a superintendent at the power station, the manager of the power station, when all his staff were off on strike, the power station tripped. It literally was the flick of a switch to get the power station, which didn't just power the mine, actually powered the community, actually powered the families who were living in that community near the Robe River mine. It was literally a flick of a breaker switch to get power back onto those families. But the union was out on strike, and so it said the superintendent wasn't allowed to do that. That had to be a trade union member who flicked that switch. We're off on strike again. Well, they were already out on strike, but the strike action went on, demanding that that power station manager was punished for turning power back on to the community. I think about that for a moment. And the sad bit about this story is the mine management at that time actually rolled over and punished that manager, suspended him from his workplace, punished him. And you know what the union did? They said, oh, that punishment's not enough. You have to punish him more. And Charles Copeland, the manager of Robe River Mining, who gets an awful criticism from those opposite and their fellow travellers, came in, and you know what the first thing he did was? He didn't sack any workers. You know what the first thing he did was? He sacked 5 of his senior managers for rolling over to these ridiculous demands based on union thuggery. In the final upshot of that 3-month dispute, once Robe River Mining was taken from being a failing company, a company that was literally going broke, operating at 60% of capacity with declining levels of productivity, after that dispute and the deunionisation of that workforce, the company actually became profitable again. It was actually able to provide people with jobs long term. Because guess what? Within the ridiculous systems that the union had set up, these 20 shop stewards who didn't actually do their job, they were employed, say, be an electrician, be a machinery operator. They didn't do their job. They sat in their office as a shop steward. they found that 2 out of every 3 positions in that mine were actually unnecessary for its production. They actually produced more ore with 2 out of those 3 positions not being there. And this is the kicker, because those opposite and the union say, oh, it's all about safety. It's all about safety. Accidents actually went down. Accidents on the mine site and disputation actually went down. The mine became safer, the mine became profitable, and there were long-term jobs there for the people who were employed. Long-term, high-paying jobs, I would add. These are not people who are struggling in terms of their wages. So that was the 1980s. We went through a period of reform, and the Australian economy became more efficient, productivity improved. But now, sadly, with Labor in charge once more, with the most left-wing Prime Minister since Gough Whitlam, we are now seeing the Labor Party follow the union's playbook every step of the way with no deviation. Until now, where we have the Minister crying his crocodile tears about the CFMEU wanting to be seen to be tough on this thuggish organisation, the same organisation that in this place, in estimates for years, he not only defended, he carried water for. He attacked to support the CFMEU. He attacked Senator Cash for years to support the CFMEU. Knowing the thuggish behaviour, absolutely knowing the thuggish behaviour, it's on the record of courts. It's been litigated so many times, it's been prosecuted so many times. Nobody can deny for a second, that they did not know about the thuggery within the CFMEU. And the latest example of that, I mean, I honestly thought this might have been fake news. I thought this might have been fake news when I saw John Setka's new tattoo. I mean, the threat inherent in that tattoo. And for those who haven't seen, John Setka has got a tattoo now around his neck which reads, "God forgives, the CFMEU doesn't." The threat inherent in that tattoo for every company in the construction industry, I suspect the threat inherent to those opposite if they don't toe the line and do the right thing by the union movement, which is who sent them here. Let's remember that. The union movement sent each and every one of them here. The Labor Party is the political wing of the union movement. They do the bidding of the union movement, which represents, at best, 1 in 12 of the private sector workforce in Australia. And I know why it's only 1 in 12, because those 11 workers who reject the unions, those 11 workers out of 12 who reject the unions, they know about the thuggery, they know about the standover tactics, they know that a positive relationship with their employer is best done one-on-one. It's best done at the workplace. Because they understand that the union movement is out for itself. It's not out for them. It's not out for the workers. And this Labor government, it's not there to help the workers. It's just there for itself.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator McKenzie.
So much. Well, here we are again, the Senate. Instead of dealing in a sensible, calm, rational way through a government's legislative agenda. We're here having to mop up another mess of the government's own making. Because as Senator after Senator has made clear through the debate on this bill, this Labor government is a fully owned subsidiary of the union movement. It is a badge that they wear very proudly in this chamber and outside of this building each and every day. And we know that the Labor Party, the Australian Labor Party, is the political arm of the Australian trade union movement. Just like in the olden days, the Country Party was the political arm of the farmers in this country. That is a fact. And if you look at the most successful minister over the last 2 years in the Albanese government, it's been Minister Burke. He's got through this parliament every single thing the Australian trade movement has wanted. The most successful minister in this place, because he was elected and appointed with a wish list from not just the CFMEU, but from the ACTU, and he's delivered in spades for them. So for anyone that has served any period of time in the Senate and has sat especially on the Senate Standing Committee for Employment and Education, you will have heard ad nauseum, whether the coalition's in government or whether the Labor Party's in government, a litany, a rap sheet a mile long. Anyone who's interested, go to the Hansard, of allegation of court judgments of the behaviour of the CFMEU, which makes it unconscionable. The surprise on the faces of so many in the Labor government on public revelations by the Sydney Morning Herald, The Age, the Nine Network more generally, led by Nick McKenzie. What a surprise. It is like a bad kabuki. Like, honestly, where have you been? And you know what's galling? That this is a complete comms strategy from the Labor government. If they feign surprise to the public, if they hurry and rush a flawed piece of legislation to look like they're doing something, that the Australian public, who is being crushed by a cost of living crisis, will somehow forget that you owe your pre-selections to the CFMEU. You are not MPs, senators, ministers, prime ministers without being fully owned subsidiaries of your union movement. Now, most Australians think the union movement is there to help the Australian worker to get better pay, conditions, etc., to stand up for the workers in the workplace. But the tragedy of the union movement as it stands now is a lack of productivity and pushing an agenda that Bill Kelty and Bob Hawke and the late Solomon Crane fought to overturn in their accord process, because Australians lose their jobs when private business goes bust. That's actually what happens. And if you actually care about Australian workers, you want them in well-paid businesses where they can afford to pay their mortgage and rent and raise their families. That's actually what the workers' paradise is supposed to be about in this country. But the tragedy of the union movement as it stands now in this country seems that the CFMEU is anything but a union that stands up for workers. Just ask Ben Nash, a young worker heading off to a job he loved in civil construction in my home state of Victoria. And his mother has said that she didn't know that the construction industry her son was entering was infested with underworld figures and cronyism, fuelled by crooked businesses and certain CFMEU officials who formed an unholy alliance to control who works and who doesn't. Ben had worked for an Indigenous construction company. But guess what? It wasn't a CFMEU-controlled construction company. And so because young Ben rocked up to work one day, he was bullied, he was harassed, he was locked in a shed on site for hours. This is a tragedy. And for the party that is supposed to support workers to think it's okay somehow that their own pre-selection backers have people involved in their organisation that did this to a young Australian to the point where Ben committed suicide. Went home, didn't wake up the next morning. I think the construction industry's fantastic. I'm very lucky that a lot of people close to me are involved in it, and I think we need more young Australians doing apprentices and seeing themselves on site, building the future of this country. But the fact that the Indigenous company isn't a CFMEU-controlled company, therefore it entitles the CFMEU officials on site to bully, harass, intimidate to the point where a kid commits suicide. And let me not even go to the rap sheet of what women have been subjected to, not just by John Sector. Everyone wants to point out that Mr Sector's somehow the only bad apple, the only sexist in the CFMEU. And I have sat here as a Conservative woman for years and been lectured to by the Labor Party, by the Greens, but by the Labor Party in particular, about the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. And every single pre-selection season, you turn a deaf ear to John Sector's sexism and the sexism that is embedded in the CFMEU. You don't care. It's okay. It means I get to be a senator for another 6 years. It means I get to be a minister in the next Australian Labor government. Well, you know what? A very smart man a few centuries ago said, when good people, he actually said men, but let's say people, because it's the 21st century now, when good people don't stand up, bad stuff happens. So just saying it's okay, they're all not bad, and then coming in here and voting against our amendments to actually make sure criminals can't be union officials, somehow that's a bad policy. The Australian public just would be so devastated to know that the Party of the Workers thinks it's okay for people with a rap sheet a mile long to be your local union officials. So what I would like to see in this parliament is every time the Labor Party minister or senator stands up and talks on industrial relations, to declare your conflict of interest. How about that? Declare which union sent you to this place so that people can judge the standard you choose to walk past, the standard you choose to say is okay. Because the conflict of interest is in your organisation, in your pre-selections, and who gets to sit on your national executive and who doesn't, what policies get passed at your conference and what doesn't. That's your structure. Who gets to be a minister and MP? It's not the Prime Minister's role. And let's be honest, it's not even caucus. You get a few phone calls the night before about who would be a good pick, and it's all tied back to who your pre-selectors are. And for me, as a Shadow Infrastructure Minister, the inherent conflict of interest is also with your state premiers, who have signed up to publicly funded infrastructure projects where egregious behaviour is occurring and no one's checking. No KPIs. Let's just keep the funding going. Let's make sure it's CFMEU controlled proponents doing cosy deal with Tier 1 construction companies. You want to talk about cronyism, big government, big unions, big corporations. Hand in glove, very cosy. And guess who misses out? Ben Nash missed out. The Australian taxpayer misses out. Because guess what happened in the last budget? $10.1 billion shovelled out the door for not one extra kilometre of road or rail, not an additional school or a hospital, but for cost overruns. $5 billion went just to my home state of Victoria. Thank you so much, Premier Jacinta Allen. You did a great job for the CFMEU on the big build and overseen by Premier Andrews. $5 billion and not one extra kilometre. But that's okay, because we don't need more doctors, we don't need more teachers, we don't need to be able to fund pay increases for aged care workers and childcare workers. We just need to shovel it into the pockets of bikies and organised crime. And that's okay, because you don't bother to tell the Australian public that that's what's happening. Everyone has known this is going on and everybody is paying the price. The Forestry Division of the CFMEU has wanted out for years. They don't want to have these thugs destroying their reputation as a union that actually wants sustainable timber harvesting going on in rural and regional communities and employing people across the regions in what is the ultimate renewable resource, Australian timber. They've wanted out for years. They don't want to hang out with thugs and criminals. But guess what? The Labor Party gets in and actually passes legislation to make sure they can't leave, even if they wanted to. That somehow the Forestry Division is like in a bad marriage. Whitlam brought in no-fault divorce, but not if you are a division of the CFMEU. The foresters, you're going to be wedded to the construction division. Manufacturers, you're going to be wedded to the construction division.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. You will be in continuation, so thank you, Senator McKenzie. I do propose that the Senate adjourn, and I call Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to pay tribute to Fran Bladel. I first met Fran in 1984, over 39 years ago. Fran was an active member of the Australian Labor Party Tasmanian branch for more than 50 years. Fran Bladel was a woman whose name was synonymous with dedication, resilience and leadership in Tasmania's political landscape. Fran was not only just a politician, she was a trailblazer, a mentor and advocate who left an indelible mark on our party. Fran Bladel's journey into politics was driven by her deep commitment to social justice and equality. She entered the Tasmanian House of Assembly at a time when women were still fighting for their rightful place in the political arena. Fran did not just occupy a seat in Parliament, she broke barriers, challenged norms and paved the way for future generations of female leaders. Fran joined the Australian Labor Party in 1972. And in 1986 she was elected to the House of Assembly as a Labor member for Franklin. Her political career spanned 16 years, during which she held several ministerial positions, including Minister for Consumer Affairs, Minister for Administrative Services and Minister assisting the Premier on the status of women. She also served as a Secretary to Cabinet and as Acting Minister for Education. Fran also served as a Shadow Minister for Community Services, Women and Social Justice. As a teacher, her passion for education was evident throughout her career. She understood that education is the cornerstone of a fair and just society, and she championed policies that reflected this belief. My state colleague, Ella Haddad, MP, State Member for Clark, in her contribution on Fran's condolence motion in the Tasmanian Parliament, said this of Fran's efforts on women's participation in the ALP, and I quote, "In 1977, Fran established and led the work of an Australian Labor Party committee to review how affirmative action strategies could be adopted within the Labor Party to increase women's participation in the party. In 1978, she co-authored a study which surveyed the electoral consequences of the limited number of female Labor MPs in Australian parliaments. This work was foundational and in establishing the affirmative action targets we adopted in the Labor Party. The Tasmanian branch was the first branch of our party nationally to adopt these early targets in the 1980s, and over time moving to 50% ahead of all other ALP branches. In 2003, Fran was awarded life membership of the Australian Labor Party, and in 2006 she was inducted into the Tasmanian Honour Roll for Women for her service to government, education and the community. Even after her retirement from politics in 2002, Fran remained an active member of the Labor Party, passionately supporting young people and serving as Secretary of the Bellarine-Howrah branch for 10 years. Throughout her time in Parliament, Fran was unafraid to tackle socially unpopular issues. She chaired inquiries into the sex industry, the Control of Weapons Bill, and even explored the use of cannabis for medical purposes and the legal recognition of significant personal relationships long before these topics became mainstream. Fran's influence extended far beyond the walls of Parliament. She was a mentor to many young women, encouraging them to pursue careers in politics and public service. Fran knew that representation matters, and she was determined to see more women at the decision-making table. Her mentorship has had a lasting impact, inspiring a new generation of female leaders who carry forward her vision of a more inclusive and equitable society. Fran's legacy is also one of resilience. She faced challenges with grace and tenacity, never wavering in her commitment to the values she held dear, whether she was advocating for workers' rights, standing up for vulnerable communities, or fighting for gender equality. Fran did so with courage that inspired all who knew her. Fran passed away on 5th December 2023 at the age of 90, leaving behind a legacy of commitment to the betterment of others. As I reflect on Fran's contribution, it reminded me of the importance of her work. We must carry forward her commitment to justice, equality and fairness. I remember Fran Bladel not just for what she accomplished, but for the way she lived her life with integrity, compassion and an unwavering belief in the power of public service to make a difference. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Brown. Senator Dean Smith.
There are many things about life in Australia that we may take for granted, in particular in our civil society, where we enjoy the benefits in living one of the most robust democracies in the world. The Economist Democracy Index ranks us 14th globally, including us in a small and privileged list of nations that are classified as full democracies. With the many freedoms and rights we enjoy in Australia comes an important and special responsibility to lead and to promote democracy and open societies in the world, but especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Which is why I wish to once again draw the attention of the Australian Senate to the situation that continues to unfold in Myanmar, or as I prefer to remark, Burma. It has been over 2 years since the world watched in horror as the elected civilian government in Myanmar was overturned by a military coup. Many will recall the images of a fitness instructor leading a class while tanks rolled through the very large and wide streets of Naypyidaw behind her, a moment in time that encapsulated the shocking speed at which Burmese democracy was usurped by autocrats and the military. It was only hours before the newly elected parliament was scheduled to convene that the coup rolled in and veered the nation back towards the authoritarian path that Burmese people had spent decades fighting to dismantle. Since then, a tragic civil war has ensued between the military and a coalition of multi-ethnic democratic forces. The humanitarian cost of this war continues to unfold. It is unimaginably devastating. Over 50,000 Burmese have died, that we know of, and 13,000 of those deaths have been children. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Myanmar has stated that over 18.6 million people are in need of humanitarian aid, and over 1.6 million have been internally displaced. 15.2 million civilians face food insecurity, and 7.8 million children remain out of school. There have also been widespread and credible reports of the military regime instigating war crimes, including the use of prohibited cluster munitions, deliberate massacre of civilians, sexual violence, and targeted attacks on religious buildings. Christian communities particularly, but people of all faiths, have been targeted as the regime has sought to divide the country on religious grounds and consolidate its rule behind a chauvinistic ideology. These despicable attacks by the regime have led organisations such as Amnesty International and the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar to urge the United Nations Security Council to refer Myanmar to the International Criminal Court, with cases currently ongoing. Despite this devastation and destruction, there remains hope for the Burmese community, both in Myanmar and across the globe, indeed for the Burmese community in our own country, including the diasporas that I work so closely with in Western Australia. The dream of democratic rule in Myanmar can live on. In fact, an underreported reality is that pro-democracy forces have secured stunning successes on the battlefield recently, despite their disadvantage in terms of equipment and manpower. Thousands of teachers, labourers, doctors, policemen and many other ordinary people have taken up arms to join the resistance against the regime, and they've had successes in areas such as Chin State, the Karenni area and the Kachin states. These civilians, termed freedom fighters, are showing the world their willingness to give their lives for a free future for Myanmar continues to live on. And here in Australia, we should do all we can to support them and to amplify their successes. Their bravery and determination are an inspiration for all of us, and a reminder that the types of freedoms we enjoy in Australia are a treasure that the people around the world are paying for with their own blood, sweat and tears. So at this critical juncture, there's an important question to be asked, and the government needs to provide an answer. What is the Australian government doing to better support pro-democracy forces in Myanmar? What is the increased level of humanitarian support by the new Australian government? What more is it doing in forums like ASEAN and the United Nations? Because the Burmese communities in Australia deserve more, and of course the cause in democracy deserves
Senator
our
Smith,
support.
your time has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. I rise this evening as a proud member of the United Workers' Union, the Union for Early Childhood Educators and the Union for the Big Steps campaign. And what a result we've seen in this last week when the Albanese Labor government announced that it's going to fund a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators. It's such an amazing result, and so many people have worked so hard to achieve this. But it's not just a body of work that began this year, last year. This is a body of work that has been brewing for a very, very long time. There are generations of unionists, of early childhood educators, of families who have been working towards this for a very, very long time. In fact, you'll find that there are probably people in their 20s now who are actually the children that were in those childcare centres when this campaign started. But it didn't start out directly on a pay rise pathway. The first thing that this campaign kicked off to do was to actually, in 2008, was to solve a very clear problem, and that was of quality and standards in early childhood education. And that was their first big move. And they fought hard. And setting a minimum level of qualifications and educator to child ratios was one of the core elements of that. The child ratios were important to ensure, one, that the educators had the time to invest in those children, but also so those children had the best possible start in their life. And that's what these educators focus their lives on. This is what they are so passionate about and what they work so hard to do. So they did, after quite the fight, manage to achieve this. And in 2012, delivered by the then Labor government, funnily enough, the National Quality Framework was launched. A great leap forward, not just a big step, but a great leap forward for the early childhood education sector. But that wasn't the end of it. That wasn't the end of it, because no pathway is particularly linear when we're talking about change of this sort. And unfortunately, Big Steps was no exception. And 2013 saw the new Liberal government, surprise, surprise, do what Liberal governments do and seek to make things worse for workers. And while it seems unbelievable at this point in time today to think that those quality standards that we see now in our early childhood education sector were under threat when Tony Abbott, the Liberal government of the day, tried to scrap them, tried to scrap those standards. But those dedicated educators, those dedicated union members, those dedicated families wouldn't stand for it. So they stood their ground and they won again. They had their standards and now they start the fight for professional fair pay. And so in 2016, on Equal Pay Day, the educators took to the streets across Australia for their first ever walk-off. They walked off the job with the full support in many, many places of those families, of those communities, to help them build that sector into a professional sector that educates our children. In those first 5 years, those most important imprinting years, this sector is critical and vital to the economy of our country. The future of those children is in the hands of those educators, and they need to be recognised. And they've fought so hard over that long, long period of time. So Labor committed to it while in opposition, committed to support them, understanding the importance of that sector, the importance of making sure that the children of this country are nurtured and educated in the best way possible. And so that's what we saw last week. We saw them win a 15% pay rise, which is going to make a big difference. It's going to make a big difference to those workers. I've delightfully been able to go out to a couple of centres that I know and talk to people about what it means to them, talk to their families about what it means to them. And we cannot underestimate the importance of building the early childhood education sector to be a professional, well-respected, well-resourced sector for the future.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. At the Paris Olympics, the world has seen what happens when you put the safety of women in the hands of fools who say it's impossible to know what a woman is. One of the world's most powerful organisations allowed 8 women to be punched repeatedly in the head by 2 boxers it had been told were biological males. And we witnessed the brazen attempt of the IOC president to claim the moral high ground, even while refusing to guarantee female boxers that they wouldn't have to fight a male. The IOC put women in danger to protect their commitment to an ideology that was inevitably going to lead to this point. Female is a sex, and the differences between the male and female sexes are the reason why women's sport exists. To claim being female is a marker on a passport, or how someone was raised, or something that anyone can identify as, is to deliberately remove the right for women to have anything single sex. And if it can happen to women's boxing, it can happen to any women's sport or space that you, your mother, or your daughters rely on. It's not difficult to understand why the IOC allowed this disgraceful and dangerous travesty. At the Tokyo Olympics, they allowed a 43-year-old male to compete in the women's weightlifting at the expense of a young woman from Nauru. That's why they can't permit sex testing, because they've already decided that you don't have to be female to compete in the women's category. Rather than admit the Olympics boxing scandal is a result of the deliberate decision they've made to deny women single-sex competition, for the last 2 weeks the IOC has tried to gaslight, obfuscate and bully their way through the scandal in Paris in exactly the same way that governments and other sporting organisations have done for years. Not long ago, Australia's first female Prime Minister, responsible for removing the sex-based definition of woman from the Sex Discrimination Act, was asked what is a woman. She described this question as a gotcha parlour game. As the Paris Olympics shows, this is no game. It's the answer which determines whether you allow a male to punch a woman in the face and be rewarded with an Olympic gold medal, whether you allow a male rapist to identify into a women's prison, whether you will embarrass yourself like the IOC president has, claiming it's scientifically impossible to tell the difference between males and females. This was Australia's most successful Olympics because of the amazing performances of our female champions. The fact that our female Olympians were the stars of the show, even though we know that their times and their records would not be medal-winning performances if there was no female category, shows the importance of single-sex sport. That's exactly why swimming and athletics and rugby and cycling looked at the science, consulted female athletes and took steps to protect the female category. At the very same Olympics that those sports were delivering single-sex female sport, the IOC was refusing to do so in boxing. Those of us who have been in the fight to protect women's single-sex sport for years watched as the IOC tried on all the same excuses that organisations and commentators in thrall to gender ideology have used over and over again. Sporting bodies will cover up the fact that there are males in women's sport for as long as they can, and when it finally becomes impossible to cover it up any longer, they'll go on the attack and call it bigotry or a culture war to say that women's sport should be for females. And they know that when they run out of excuses, at least they'll have media outlets like the ABC there to mislead the public by labelling women's rights campaigners as anti-trans. In 2022, at a meeting with the Australian Olympic Committee, I warned them that Australian sport must reverse its refusal to guarantee single-sex sport for women and girls. I was told that it wasn't a big issue for the Olympic movement and it wouldn't be an issue in Paris. I was told that the inclusion framework the IOC has in place would deal with it. 2 years later, the whole world is talking about the IOC's failure to deal with this issue. And disgracefully, as we stand here today, Australian sporting bodies are still on the same page as the IOC when it comes to refusing to guarantee single-sex sport for women and girls.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. The Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, Senators.
I think we should